Okay, so let's look at three different concepts here. I'll go through appearance and sort of fakeness of social contrivance. I'll go through false duality, and I'll go through rule by omission. I've spoken about these even on these recordings before, right? Some of my old concepts, debate format, etc. that I've used. So again, let's look at this one. Social contrivance as far as the two layers that you can look at it. Right, so let's first define, like, why is social contrivance fake, right? Like all communication, etc. Why is it fake, and why is that not even a bad thing? It's just an objective observation. It's only negative if you treat it as like a false inherent, false absolute, preconceived notion that when people were Neanderthals and cavemen and, throughout history, before languages even existed, it wasn't some innate thing, right? You might communicate in other ways, but it's not like this robust form of language, and communication was inherent to how people act. And so it's all learned reactionary behavior. So for example, you have the ability to recognize that the simple fact that, again, it's learned behavior, it's contrived behavior, because, again, there's no inherent state of a human being that would say, again, before language even existed, that, many thousands of years ago, that, all of a sudden, people are meant to talk in this exact way, and to express themselves in this way, and to say certain canned phrases, and to, have certain expressions and performative aspects, and this exact way of communication that we expect. And even that's a cultural thing too. Every culture even in the modern era, will have different ways of going about the same thing, or different expectations, right? So there's no real inherent value to that. It's all sort of learned. It's taught by parents. It's learned in society. All these sort of performative aspects. So when you have conditions like autism or whatever people want to point to, these are not real things that they're pointing out, because. So does that mean Neanderthals were autistic, or does that mean that certain, people before language started to flourish in culture, what were they? What condition would you give them? They haven't even learned a language yet. There isn't a language to learn that's been, formally established. So you know what I mean? Like, it's not a real prognostication, because you're doing it all in a reactionary way. So just because it might be useful or functional to use it a certain way, social contrivance, doesn't make it absolute, doesn't make it inherent. So that's number one. So once you realize the performative nature of it, there are two things you can do. Number one is you can realize, okay, that it's fake, and again, that's not even necessarily a negative thing, but it means that it's not inherent, it's not real, it is something you're putting on, right? Because you're having to put that outward effort, or, again, fall in line to whatever social standards you have, whatever expectations you have, and how you've been taught to do it, indoctrinated to do it, and value it. You can do one of two things now. You can realize it's fake categorically, and therefore not value it. Therefore, you'd only value things with inherent meaning, functional meaning, like, you only value things on a functional level, not on the form of pretense. So you would view it all the same way, and just look at it as far as usefulness, or get directly to the point of something, right? So okay, you buy a product just for the product's worth, and look at that objectively, instead of trying to go by popularity contest or other performative aspects of how it's dressed up or things like that. And then the other aspect of it is so again, you wouldn't value it at all, and you would just go by inherent value of things, and so it would be as minimal as possible, or it would be negligible. Whereas the other side of it is obviously that it's almost like people want to be fooled, and they want to sort of play into this on an initial level and sort of never think about it, and so take performative, reactionary, contrived aspects as false absolutes, false inherents, and so that's the secondary. So on one level, you could just look at it all as fake, look at the process itself as flawed, right, and then account for it only as it's useful, or as inherent value can be suggested. Or so you're basically disavowing it and realizing, okay, it's all fake categorically, instead of the second approach, which would be you somehow value it anyway, or you don't think deeply enough about it to see its sort of contrived nature. So now you're going to take everything at face value, or you are going to value it supposedly, and now it just becomes a contest of contrivance, like who is willing to put forth more effort to be fake and contrive, or who is willing to put less, and how well they do it, and how, that sort of aspect, because you're willing to do it in such a way that it becomes a contest of contrivance. Like, so who can be the fakest, or who can be fake best, and who can be most convincing in how fake they're being. Whereas, again, a more inherent absolutist perspective would be just the fact that it's fake is disqualifying, so now you wouldn't worry about that process. So that's the difference between initial mindedness and any other level of objectivity or self-awareness, right? Absolutist tendency. You would focus on the larger process and say, okay, social contrivance by nature is artificial, and so therefore not much stock should be put into it, and so we should only use it as its serves some sort of direct purpose or function and get directly to the point, instead of the other element that would be, no, the issue isn't the process itself, the issue is your failure, the individual's failure to overcompensate for it. Like, oh, you're not putting forth your performative aspects well enough, or placing undue emphasis enough. You're not doing those things, and so now you have so sort of the difference between recognizing the flaw of a process versus always blaming the individual, like, oh, it's your fault for not understanding the process, the contrivance, or it's your fault for not being adequately indoctrinated to it, or, oh, it's your fault for not overcompensating for it well enough with either undue emphasis, performative aspects, etc. Right? So it's the fault of the individual for failing to practice this absolute false inherent process, rather than the fact that the process itself is flawed, right, that you would run into. And so it becomes this sort of false inherent emphasis that's like sort of, oh, it's rude, or it's somehow a negative, to simply be neutral, because you're taking this false state the other way. And so it's a very valuable thing in society, but it's not something that you would really value on an inherent level. So it's, again, do you turn it into a contest of contrivance where, again, it becomes who can fake something the best, who can contrive the best, who can overcompensate the most, right, rather than realizing that that's all that the process is, right? So it turns into this very arbitrary thing, like, well, we're going to value performative aspects that anybody could potentially do. And again, some of the artifice comes with, like, eye contact means you're being sincere. So all it would take for somebody to deceive you is they could just make eye contact and lie to you, right? They just have to be skilled enough at doing that. So when you realize how artificial and easily manipulated those things are, right, they're not absolutes, like, oh, you just can't do that, or anybody can just, that's all it would take. So, or again, people have all kinds of other reasons, like, oh, they don't make eye contact all the time just because they're, social anxiety, or because of some other element, like, these are not like absolute standards, but they're treated as if they are, social anxiety, or they just have a low opinion of people overall. It could be even that first example that we're talking about. They realize the artifice of the process, so they just don't care about doing that, right? So they just categorically don't do it, instead of the case where you're able to like, again, you're valuing it in such a way that you don't realize, like, oh, anybody could just lie and make just as an example, make eye contact, or anybody could tell the truth and not be doing that, and they could have different reasons for doing that, and again, it's just a performative aspect. So what you're saying isn't that, being fake is bad, you just have to be fake well enough, or something like that. And so we take these things at face value, initial-minded, but a deeper level of thought would show you all that stuff is fake anyway, so why would you value it? So, for example, again, you could just, all it would take is somebody to do it well enough, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Or again, you could have all kind of other reasons, like you have a low opinion of people categorically, so you never do that, or you just don't value that performative aspect, right? It's not valuable, or like you kind of see through it, so like what's the need, or there's so many different reasons, so it's taken as an absolute again that you would have to do that. And again, it's the sort of thing that's taken with undue emphasis and false absolute value, right? Sort of like a belief system, but it's not something that's deeply thought about. So it's something that's deeply held as in value and undue emphasis, but it's not something that's deeply thought about. It's almost like that would be disqualifying, and that's almost a parameter that you need to have, that, oh, you can't think about it too deeply. That's the whole reason. So like, it's easy to be the most passionate, emotional people. It's easy to be like that when you don't think about it deeply, right? So like full of sound and fury signifying nothing, that kind of aspect. So it may serve a functional basis in society, but the undue emphasis is telling, because picture a society where you don't do that. You don't have the undue emphasis. Now everything would be held accountable in an ends to means basis. Thus, it shows you it's only necessary because of overextension, right? If the world was a village of 100, you wouldn't have to put on all these performative aspects, because it would be more clear. It would be more for the taking. Like everybody would have, there still may very well be hierarchies and stuff as you see in tribes, but it's not exactly the same, right? The incentive for the social contrivance would be far less. It wouldn't be needed anymore. And so therefore, it's just a way to control people, and it's just a way to reduce everything to some sort of template structure, right? When you have so many millions and millions of people in a society, or billions of people in the world, it creates this problem of overextension. So the easiest way to say it is that thinking is bad, objectivity is bad, reduce everything to this sort of absolute social structure. It's not accountable, so you overcompensate for reason with emotion or undue emphasis or something like that. And it goes along with the correlation of, human beings are defined by their emotion, or something like that, the soul, etc., when actually they're defined by their ability to think. That's what separates you from animals, but yet at the same time, thinking is somehow stigmatized and treated as a negative and reduced to structure. Human beings are reduced to human functions and a functional structure. And so what happens is, thought is seen as a bad thing and condemned. And it's like you're reduced to a structure. The objective infinite mind is trying to be reduced to your limited subjective physical state. And so what it turns into is that, all these things are seen as defining that are just simply artificial and contrived, and the human variable is disacknowledged. Like, what you're observing is not an absolute state of how you are. You can, you're variable, you can change. It's, reactionary to your circumstance, non-choice reaction, non-choice insistence. You have the ability to recognize that there was one other point on this topic that I was about to say and I kind of forgot. It's just that it may be useful for society to do that, but it's sort of covering up for something. Because think about it. If everything was a one-to-one form of value, you wouldn't need all these other aspects, right? You would say, okay, we're just doing this because it's valuable, or it's not, or let it speak for itself, if you will. So the more you have to place undue emphasis in social contrivance, the more you have either something to cover up for, or overcompensate for, or, you wouldn't need that. So pretend this, this is the absolutist process. Remove the need. So pretend that was the case. Now it becomes more genuine and authentic because you don't need to do all of that. So that's the whole irony. People say, oh, look how authentic and genuine this person is in their artificial process of social contrivance and undue emphasis that they're placing, instead of, look how genuine it is because you don't need to place that in the first place. Not because you do it well versus poorly. It's the fact of whether you need to do it at all, right? If you have a sound process, you wouldn't even need to do it in the first place. But no, to the weaponization of certain terms and things, again, it wouldn't have existed. Like, let's say language doesn't exist. So now this supposed condition that has to do with exactly how you use language how does that even make sense? Because it requires too much expectation of form. Like, yes, of course, a person has to be indoctrinated into society in an exact way, and they have to learn this language, and they have to use it in an exact way that we define as being valuable. Like, these are not real inherent things, but yet they're treated. It is a very strange thing, but throughout history, there's all kind of different ways to do that. Like, what you're observing is not an inherent state of being. It's just heavily reactionary basis of value where, it's rooted in a preconceived expectation. Let's look at the two other points here, the false duality and the false duality would just be simple, like, anybody can be objective, so you can't pin them down on one idea. So, like, if I've discussed, you would point out, okay, I can see the flaws of Democrats, I'm criticizing them. Somebody will come back and say, well, you must just be a Republican, you must just support Trump. First of all, that's a fallacy by simply saying you're using the fact that they're on a different side than you to disqualify their opinion. So in other words, you don't think what I think, so therefore what you think is invalid, right? You don't think what I think, so you're on the exact opposite extreme side, assuming that side doesn't have even its own merits. But just by using that, you're assuming, first of all, anybody who criticizes the side that you're on is on the exact opposite, contrary side, which, by your own definition, because you're on the side that you're on, you would disqualify and say, well, your opinion is invalidated because you're on that side that I already disagree with. So you're not really making much of an argument there. So you're, first of all, assuming that, like, they can't be somewhere in between with some level of nuance, as far as, like, they can't be somewhere in between, like, oh no, they're an independent, or they have some other ideas, or they're even a Democrat, but they have some other opinion, right, that they just have certain differences of view and policy here and there. So what you have is, on that same point of the contrivance, like, everything has to be valued at the surface level, but it can't be valued any deeper, otherwise that's considered strange. So that's where the half-mass state comes in. Like, you're expected to value something as though inherent, absolute, whatever, but then if you value it too much, oh, that's a bad thing, like, oh, you're a nerd, or this or that, right? Or if you don't value it enough, then that's a bad thing too. So you have to do it only at half-mass in a way that can be controlled in a collective contrivance state. And the reason why that you can identify that is, because you're able to, like, even something like eye contact or anything, take any performative aspect, like, you're expected to like things on a basic level, or value things or practice things, but then, if you make eye contact too much, that's weird or creepy. But then if you don't do it enough, if you don't do it at all, that's a bad thing. Or so you're supposed to do it in a half-mass way that is sort of very sort of inconsistent, so that's similar in practice, right? You can value something like, okay, it's worth it to go to school or to learn this or do whatever, right? But then if you do it too much, that's a bad thing. So again, it's not a question of the standard, it's the half-mass state that goes into it. If something is worth valuing, you would value it all the way, or if it's not worth valuing, then don't value it at all. Instead, you're reduced to this half-mass state that, again, it's more important. Indoctrination and contrivance is more important than education or function or value. So you're valuing some other state that's, we have to overextend everything into a collective state that can be controlled, rather than the inherent value for a process or practice that you're doing. So it's like, again, just use education. If it's worth doing, then do it all the way. And now you're a nerd, you're a geek, somehow there's a negative with that, right? And if you don't do it at all, that's also a negative. So you don't even know what the standard is. It's arbitrary and interchangeable, right? Where it's not defined as a clear measure, because if you do value it, then value it all the way. If you don't value it, then don't value it at all. But again, that's where the overextension comes in, objectively adverse and finite to everyone, because it's something that's only necessary because of the raw number of people there are. If there were far more people in the world, everything mass-produced suffers inequality for it. It could be education, could be anything. It's even, look at it on the basis of human life, which shows you the stimuli acme basis to say that people don't even value human life at all, because of the simple fact that you have, you wouldn't have so many people then in the first place in the act of having children, and all related sexual element would be treated much more severely, because that would be the severity and weight of life that goes along with it that is not treated. So an absolutist at the very least would end the process, because if you're not in an adequate state to begin with, you wouldn't reproduce and continue on that state. They would put an end and sense of finality to the process. And okay, so false duality, again, just assuming that you criticize, okay, so, you can't pin somebody down on one idea or another. You can play devil's advocate. You can discuss all of human history. If somebody was to myopically clip out a part, oh, there's that part where he was talking about all of human history, but, oh, he's a racist because he discussed slavery for a long period of time, or he said the N-word in discussing it, or, he played devil's advocate and tried to explain how this came about, how this process would come to be, right? Or, again, Germany in the early to mid 20th century. So you're discussing it, you're being objective about it, you're trying to understand it, you're trying to possibly prevent it from happening again, or again, you're just looking at the process that went into it. It doesn't mean that, that means you support it or anything, because also you're gonna, from 1 minute to the next, you could discuss two contrary notions. So you can't define somebody by an idea, because the mind is objective. It's just a thought process. Anybody can think any thought process, anything the mind is capable to think. It's subjective. It can't be limited. It can't be reduced, right? Like your physical state, and how people tend to seem to try to define one another. So the whole problem that you run into is that the the infinite objective mind, and so much effort has gone to in society to try to reduce and control that, like even outside of indoctrination and heavily structured states and parenting, education, indoctrination, media, etc. You have folly, favoritism. So what little free time you might have to think, you're expected to get drunk to dull down your senses that way, or to and that's again, we're treating these as like a positive thing. Also, to go on with the supposed value of life that you would say, you value life on a longevity process. You want to live as long as possible, which is assumed as a basis of value. But then you drink and smoke and do all these things that would shorten your lifespan. So clearly that's not what the value is. And there's half-mass hedonism that, pleasure or other measures that you have are valued as well. So it's not simply a longevity process, but that's what's assumed. It's very inconsistent, because if you truly valued something, then you wouldn't do it that way. Because you have something else. Like if you truly valued it, you would not. If you truly valued it, you would not do it in an inconsistent state like that. So oftentimes it's a state of assumed, false inherent value, etc., and not even defining a measure. Like you would have, you wouldn't even define the measure, because the measure is in a state of, like you just take it for granted as a false inherent, false absolute. So you would take the longevity process as assumed, like, okay, everybody wants to live as long as possible. That's the base of value, but then there's all these concessions, and again, somehow, what little free time you'd have to think, you're expected folly, favoritism, distraction, entertainment, or some sort of way to dumb it down, like substances, alcohol, etc. So that's treated as a positive. So you realize the whole structured state is to reduce, again, people to that state where there is no thought actually being had. Sometimes people will make this discussion in terms of like a government or a system like that that's trying to control people, but it's something even more basic than that. Just like on a basic level, you're not able to face the inherent state of your objective mind, so you're trying to dumb it down and reduce it to a more subjective half-mass state in that regard. And then you also have, that's just the false duality, though, of there's no nuance or in between or variable, or like from one moment to the next you can consider and discuss two vastly different contrary ideas and things. So you're not necessarily able to be defined by them so simply the way that, you discuss this one thing at this one time, just like all of human history. So it would not be so fitting to say that you can be defined by one or pigeonholed to one. And okay, so we'll do rule by omission in a second here, which I've mentioned a couple times recently too, but I'll just do another segment on it. But the whole idea is that even the appearance of thought, like, somehow visually, if you see, like, it's hard to explain, like, something, people would rather condemn it categorically, right, thinking outside, like, a very initial physical state reduction to structure. People would condemn that, even, so, like, they'd rather insist upon that, right, rather than recognize, okay, this is the state that they're reduced to from their infinite objective mind, etc., or in various other ways. They would rather insist upon it, and sort of, it's like that indignant reduction to a structure that people can be done. They would rather insist upon the state they've been reduced to, rather than recognize it through that. So it makes them uncomfortable in a different way, right? If they see that, then it becomes like, oh no, zero-sum function, half-mass zero-sum functionalism is absolute, so anything else is bad, or again, just in the base sense, thinking is bad. So even just upon seeing that sort of thing reflected, it would be somehow a bad thing, because you're taking your state as absolute, even though you're suffering the conflict of contrivance, even though that indicates a half-mass state. So there is no standard, there is no measure, so the solution is let's just not even think about it, and accept, even if you want to use the basis of zero-sum means or functionalism, it's certainly not consistent in that regard either. So just to show that, or here's a good fallacy that you always see, is like the whole old school Celtics, for whatever just reason, basketball, that you have, there's only 8 teams or something, but every other team in the league played with only 8 teams as well. So that doesn't really matter, right? Like, how come they didn't benefit from it? So it's an equalizing factor fallacy. Or even like the bubble, I say the same thing on, like, oh, the Lakers only won because they were in the bubble, but they everybody else did too, and arguably it hurt them because they lost home court because of it, because they were a higher seed. So arguably it would have hurt them more than it would help them in that regard. It gave them a little extra time to rest, as injury prone and age and all that would be a factor, but overall it didn't necessarily have that positive of an impact, because again, it's an equalizing factor. So anybody who won, you would have said the same thing. Oh, it's just because of the bubble, right? So I think that's unfair when you have an equal criteria. But yeah, let's get to the last thing, the rule by omission, which is a simple reality that, or yeah, let's do one thing before that. It's like the acknowledgement value. Like, something is, you could be doing or saying the same thing, right, but something like when you see some of these live streamers and stuff, they could be doing something very arbitrary, but it suddenly becomes valuable just because of acknowledgement. So that sort of cult of personality, just that something ordinary that anybody could be doing extracts value from collective acknowledgement. That suddenly makes it more valuable, just because number of people care about it, or because something like that. If someone was doing the same thing, like whatever, talking to themselves, just random stuff, it wouldn't have any value, and you would, it'd be very clear to point that out. But then all of a sudden, they're doing the same exact thing, but because now they have a certain number of people watching, that somehow makes it valuable. Rather than using like some inherent standards, you're extracting value from externality or using that to validate it, and it becomes arbitrary, because that's like, anything that person does because they have a following, right, becomes that way. It's often a standard that falls on itself. The way that they gain that following might have been based in some other form of meritocracy, but then once they have that popularity, now they stray away from it, and they exploit the fact that, they already have a following, so they do things that they could have never done before because they wouldn't have had a following, so they had to try to earn it, right? So you always see people work the hardest at the earlier stage in their success and things like that. Okay, so the rule by omission is just to say that rule by omission and deference to invisible authority, and there's another term I use like that now I can't think of, but it's basically all just that it's easier to do that because whatever's in front of people they'll focus on. So, somehow it'll be a negative, like if you're there in front of them doing something, but you could be doing something far worse and they're just not aware of it. So you see this, like, that's why censorship is so valuable. If people don't hear about it, it didn't happen, it doesn't exist. If you, control the media, for example, that way, or just in a basic rhetorical sense, like, you could basically ignore something. So, like, you wouldn't even bring it up. You would just say, you would completely ignore the topic, right? So now, if it does, that's the whole power the media can have, is like, not so much to control even what is said, right? One point or another, or one side or another. It's they can control the topic of discussion. So now if the topic is discussion of something, now it's, regardless of what side you're on that topic, that's still the topic that everyone is thinking about, talking about. So, and it can turn and blow things up out of proportion, like, some real event that really did happen, but then it turns it into, okay, Derek Chauvin really did kneel on George Floyd's neck, but now it turns into all these riots and things that arguably have nothing to do with it, where it turns it into the big cause, and then other things can be minimized and ignored. Well, that's how stupid people really are treated to be, as they often show they are, is like, it's that you have, the case of, basically being able to again, that's more valuable. It's not about making an argument against something or undermining something, because then that might create sympathy, or people might see the other side and decide for themselves. The best way is, again, just completely ignore it and don't even let them become aware of it. So now the topic isn't even on that point. Right, so again, that's how you can control the perception that if it's not discussed, if it's not on the mainstream media, and again, most people, ordinary, everyday people are going to look at something on an initial basis. Like, they'll hear what they hear from the mainstream media, and they'll just go with that, and they'll accept it, because they don't have the time, they're busy, everyday, average people. They don't have the time to really look through it, or fact-check it themselves, or, like, to basically do it in such a way that where they're really going to think deeper about it or second guess it. So they'll just take it at face value, what they hear first, and so that has a certain power and value to it, right? They won't dig any deeper. So let's see what I was looking at before. Yeah, I wanted to look at some interviews to do with this. Like, as we're watching, we finished through, like, the first part of the prosecution opening statement. So let's look at some interviews that she was doing. I kind of wanted to see some super early on, like, before she was even suspected. But I feel like maybe there definitely had to have been some, or some reference to her where, like, she almost seems like the good guy, where it's like, at the wake or something. There's no doubt maybe a certain stimuli acme element to why this is so interesting to people too, but seemed confident years before guilty verdict. Well, that's the way Juan says it. Jody Arias at certain points, but he doesn't say that in the opening statement. So he says it randomly to the guy later, to one of the first witnesses. I'm just looking for any sort of interview that's like a little bit longer. So let's say, if you look at some of these I may have genuinely never seen at any point. 2008 full interview, raw, but that's 9 years ago. I think that one is, some of these are after the trial. Jail interview. Okay, and then you get the interrogation. Yeah. Jody Arias interrogation tape. Part 1, and it's 2 hours 40 minutes long, also known as the JCS video on the same subject, because that's all he does. He plays the whole fucking thing and just talks for like 2 seconds here and there in between. Like, that's literally what he does. First interrogation, jailhouse interview 2. This is maybe the one that I would want to see here, where it's like this sort of blue little thing in the background that you can see. You know, let's make a playlist out of these, actually. And just sort of go through and see what we can do. So we'll sort of look at it from this perspective. Or it's always interesting to maybe to follow these, even as morbid as that seems, as they're happening. This is really the reason why people like it. They don't like it for any real reason. Because, like, you know, you would expect these things happen all the time and you don't hear about them. So it is like a morbid curiosity and like I don't know, something else to it that isn't necessarily good. I'll add a few of these in here, but like something that's current, ongoing, right now. Or like some of these channels really monetize that too, like Law and Crime and whatnot. Police interviews, but this is like in court too, I think. The Detective Flores being all like sort of soft-spoken and stuff. Save this, watch later. Whoops. Jailhouse interview 2. Let me see what we got here. I put in first interview, but it's showing all kind of things. And then I also did, the best way to find stuff like this is to do the over 20 minutes filter, because then you get, it'll show some of the longer ones. Wait, that one's gone now, though. Full interrogation, 7 hours. First interrogation. And yeah, everybody to do with that case got disbarred because they wanted to make money off the whole thing. Like making books about it and stuff. That is always frowned upon, because with all this public interest, that's what you're going to see happen. But see, even this is an inconsistent standard that you would say, like, the reason why people care about it is because they want to see justice served. But do you care in every other case ever in existence? No. So it's clearly selective because of how spectacle the crime was, like with the 27 stab wounds or other things. All right, so there's other reasons behind it than just purely the outcome. There's plenty of other cases you haven't even heard about. The media covers the fact that it's being televised. There's other incentives that go into it. Oh yeah, let's look at this. We have a whole bunch of these interviews now in here. Oh yeah, that's another form of content that you can sort of say whether or not it's a good principle to follow. On one hand, you should be sort of regular. Like, if you're going to do it every day, whatever your kind of content is, streaming something, right? Do it every day without fail, so you become sort of inevitable and a fixture and regular, but also do the same form of content, and then you become sort of known for it. So, like, doing this sort of court stuff over and over, or even, like, doing, what do you call it? Doing that can potentially be a bad thing, though, too, because it pigeonholes and limits you, but certainly the regularity of it can be valuable, and also, regardless of what it is, if you do sort of the same thing over and over, I believe we saw until the end of the opening statement, so that would be the very first part. You know what, let's do the gone home thing, too. Just, so we'll do these, it's sort of backwards the way I'm adding it, but, or let's do yet another thing, too, before here. We'll go through whatever these are in this order, so, see, because when you add it, like, I'm adding it in the order I want to watch it, but then with the way it does it is, it plays it kind of the opposite way. It's kind of hard to explain. There should be a setting almost to reverse it. Right, it does exactly the opposite of what you would want it to do as far as the order. Oh, let's look at this. This is somehow, for some reason, in here. Donating to small streamers by Jacksepticeye. I. And of course, it gives you an incentive. Then you want to just be a small streamer all the time in case, because all kinds of people do the same sort of thing. I'm sure Mr. Beast has done it and stuff too. Like where you have, you have a case where you would just be a small streamer just for that benefit. Just in case, on the off chance that this happens, it's like hitting the lottery. So the joke's on them that they're not using you for content, even to whatever extent that they're, making content out of donating this way. But they're also falling right into your trap. Like, that's the whole reason why you stream. It's 38:31 and 3, 2, 1. Bit of a delay. In 3, 2, 1. That's the big question is, do they make more money back from this video than they give? Probably not. So now he's going to give them less. Oh, look at that. Opposite interpretation. He feels bad, he wants to do it. He feels good, he wants to do it. and then he just chargebacks every single one when the video's over and gets his money back. Or he gets like some sort of fraud accusation on his credit card because giving out this kind of large amounts of money, 10,000 total or 10,000 each one. He's gonna be biased for categories. I haven't ever even done it, so I wouldn't want it to be spoiled by seeing this. Don't show too much from the game because I don't want to see it. He's not small, though. He looks like he has 100, like 3 digits. Okay, let's skip this one because it's not a category. I didn't realize that would be an issue. There's a new level of being particular about spoilers. Amnesia. Among Us. There's always a good psychological observation with Among Us that you get like everybody, it had been out for a couple of years and it wasn't that popular, and then everybody jumps on the bandwagon because streamers turn it into like a reality TV show type of environment. Similar to like BLM, it had been around for a while, but only when the media co-opts it because of the George Floyd thing. Now it becomes a big thing. That's why you could call it, that's what woke can mean in a certain context, is that you have, if you had supported it all along, that would at least be consistent, or if you, make that decision independently. But when you do it just because, now all of a sudden you're suddenly passionate about something that you've never heard about before, thought about before, that had been around before, right? It's too selective. That's the issue with it. It's not a question whether you should support it or not, right? That's not the issue. The issue is you suddenly are passionate about something you never would have cared about or mentioned or thought about or supported before, and you might say, how can you prove that? Maybe you did. But it is provable because the majority of people, right, like the millions of people all of a sudden now support this, right, BLM. Millions of people didn't support it before because it didn't have that big of a, following to it. So the point is, where did all those people come from? Obviously, it's out of the woodworks, out of the media sort of support that it suddenly got. That's the whole danger when the media become activists. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's a good cause or not. That shouldn't be the reason why you're doing it. And then, what lawsuits does the media get for propping up BLM when then they scam people buying a house and all this kind of stuff? The same way that, Alex Jones for propping up certain things about Sandy Hook, right? He gets so penalized, but mainstream media outlets don't get penalized. So it's kind of very selective. So it's an attack on independent media and free speech and all this kind of stuff. So what you have is the ability here. Okay, let's go. Same thing. Donating small streamers. I think we're at 8 minutes on the nose in 3, 2, 1. Just to kind of see a little bit of this, but without spoiling a game that I haven't played or beaten. I don't even see how much he's doing. I didn't know this guy sounded like this, though, with his accent. Maybe he sounds different in other videos. But then you make a video out of it. Yeah, let's do Among Us. 2 forms of content that are done just for views. People who stream Among Us and people who, you're just doing face cam. You're not even doing Among Us. These don't really seem like small streamers. Small streamer, I think of like you have 1 viewer or 5 viewers. Some of these people have like 100 viewers or hundreds of viewers. I can't see exactly how many she has, but it looks like 3 digits, 2 or 3 digits. Putting some effort as she's just sitting there. Or you would think it's fake. Yeah, you don't want to be seen that, oh, you're doing it for attention, but you are, because you made a video out of it. Yeah, then you come to find out, oh, it was chargebacked, it was declined or something. Probably somebody based on the Stimuli Acme. We call them a simp. Yeah, Mr. Beast pioneered this shit. Oh shit, she's farming these low viewer streamers. Really? What are the chances that Mr. Beast? Sloppy seconds. Either way, or no, I guess gifting subs, money goes to Twitch. The donation might not, because it'll go through Streamlabs or whatever. So donations might go 100% more so to them. Because, like, who are you gifting the subs to then? There won't be enough subs in there. But no, I don't like this because there's too many people. These are actually people who have a certain number of subscribers. I kind of want to see one of those now. Mr. Beast does it to somebody who's like low. You're talking about small streamers. These people have 3 digits, dude. That's not small. Small is like you have 1 digit or maybe 2, like 10 viewers, 5 viewers. These people, I've seen at least the one guy earlier, right, that I skipped some of the beginning. He had like in the 3 digits. He was doing Hades, 3 digits. What the fuck, dude? That could be considered a big streamer because not everybody has to have thousands of viewers. Like, if you're in the hundreds, between 100 and 1,000, that's pretty good, right? Like, what more do you want? That's good. You can make a bit of money off of that. These people are like, oh no, you have like 5 viewers or 3 viewers or something. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll do a Jodi Arias moment here. Or no, we'll do apparently Gone Home. I don't have to watch the whole thing, but... So Christopher Odd, I have watched a little bit of his stuff in the past. Half-Life, let's just watch a little bit, but... It's an immersive story game. Christopher Odd plays Gone Home Part 1. Hello? Where is everyone? Starting in 3, 2, 1. Oh, right, I live alone, and I'm just crazy and imagine my family. That's the twist. What a twist. Yeah, better version of Dear Esther, but worse version of Edith Finch. Somewhere in between on that spectrum of linear story games that are, I don't know. I guess the one thing I didn't do is like open the safe or whatever. There's like some special Easter egg flavor kind of thing. There's not a lot of gameplay. I like the vibe of it. I'm actually a big fan. Yeah, just play Luigi's Mansion instead. You want an immersive night in a big house. where it's all in one environment and all collective in like one experience. Oh, you should just play Luigi. Oh, yeah, I did hear that. Minerva's Den. Okay. As if Bioshock didn't have good writing anyway, but overall, I forgot that they even had to deal with that. But no, my point is that you want to... What's the best game that takes place in a single environment, in a single house, in a single night? And how much, immersion and atmosphere can they pack into that? Gone Home, oh no, it's Luigi's Mansion. I guess Edith Finch is kind of like that too. They have all like these flashback type moments, but I haven't actually done Dear Esther. I could do that. I could do it even while driving because it's going to have so little gameplay and input. But yeah, these kind of games have so much potential, but they always miss out on the chance. Like, they could do something... I was abroad for a period of time. What does that mean? Is that like a trans thing? Oh, no, not I was abroad, like a girl, although you are a girl. I was abroad, like in another country. I'm stupid. The way he said that sounded like he's saying I'm abroad, like, because you are a girl. Yeah, this is the only controls you get. But no, I would add like more plot choice type stuff, right? Instead of just, you're just looking around like a theme park design where everything is just preset and you're just going, There's a lot of games like this in the last decade where maybe the writing can be good, but there's the one that Far From Subtle made fun of pretty well, like at a carnival where they're calling the writers hacks and stuff. I forget what happened to the parents, why the parents aren't there. Right, I could spoil it, but I remember this call actually pretty vividly. Really, seriously, you don't have to. I remember that. So everybody's not there, and you discover that... But it's too convenient. See, one thing I actually criticize, there's too much shit laying out there on the ground and stuff. Like... how convenient that he has papers from 10 years ago just strewn about. And he had, like, in organized, it's random, but it's also, you get all the stuff in order. You see something he wrote 10 years ago, then you see something he wrote 8 years ago, then you see something he wrote like, you're getting his whole life story, life history. And it's like, first of all, this character that you're playing as would already know all this because, it's not like they're going here for the first time in a decade, right? I don't know how long it's been, but it's like they know the family history at least a little bit, right? So it's only new to you as a player. For them, it wouldn't be a big deal. And they're not showing the sense of severity to show like, let's really try to find out what happened. But the bigger point is that it's too convenient. There's all this stuff from their whole... Like, who leaves that stuff around? We leave little Post-it notes from 5 years ago, and we leave... I know I can be messy myself, but it's not the same thing. It gives you all this stuff just for flavor. But where did the parents go? That's what I don't get. Yeah, that's kind of immersion breaking, how they... I like the atmosphere, but again, I'd rather play Luigi's Mansion because it is very similar. I like that comparison. You're in a mansion, you're in a big house all night, one night in the game context, like a little zoom in function. I like this guy though, he's kind of like me. But no, I do forget. The parents are just like out doing something or dealing with the tragedy that just happened. Not to spoil it, I guess, but she kind of tells you right there, but then they sort of... There's like some weird implication that it's going to be something supernatural or like horror, and then it turns into just something more basically tragic. And then beyond that, you have... beyond that, you have the ability to recognize that... you have the ability to you have all this stuff conveniently strewn about that tells you their whole life story, which is not at all how somebody's house would really be. Even if it's messy, it's going to be random stuff. It's not going to be it's both random, but it's also organized in a way to give you various flavor from various points in their life. Like, yes, I have this thing from my last job that I did 15 years ago, still sitting there. Like, why? It's too convenient. It's all, like, strewn about in a certain way. Like, it'd be one thing, okay, you go to your dad's room, and he has this one box and this one file, and you go through every piece of paper in that box and file and read through it. Instead of, oh no, there's this one on this table, and there's this one on this shelf, and there's this one on the, and it all collectively tells his life story. That's the perfect way to describe it. The real life version of this would be, oh yeah, he has this one drawer with a bunch of papers. Open the drawer, read all the papers, and that's it, you're done. There's not going to be all this shit everywhere. One piece here, one piece there, one post-it note on the window. Like, yeah, that's another Luigi's Mansion comparison that they have. So she's going to blame herself, though. Right, if I had been here, you wouldn't have done this, but self-infliction. Yeah, and you'd have a fucking voice recorder in the process, too. Who the fuck uses one of those? But it could be you just imagining her saying it in this voice. She ends up going in, like, the Navy or the Army kind of type of thing. Some sort of military school. I forget exactly how that works. And yeah, none of this stuff ever comes into play, like the stuff in your inventory. But you might think, it has something to do with ghosts or the supernatural element. But then it turns out to be very much not like that. So I'm not saying it should be that, but the level of interactivity is still a missed opportunity. There should be more stuff that you can meaningfully interact with. Okay, whatever. He's derping around or something. So, I mean, that's not bad, but I don't know if I really want to watch it. I'm trying to think, like, what would I really want to watch? And what I wanted to do, speaking of, like, small streamers, how would I do it, though? It's like, I'd react to, like, some small streamer, but how would you know what I'm reacting to? Like, I'd have to save their VOD. It's too much work, then, like, and I'd have to upload it myself, because how, you wouldn't expect them to upload their own stuff at that stage. And so, says me, even though I do that, but I don't do it with a ton of effort here. And so now you have the ability to, I don't know. I like that. Somebody wrote a sign with pumpkin on it, and it's like PUMKIN, because they couldn't fit it otherwise with the text size font that they chose. That's the ultimate, like, cinema sort of joke, is to do with the papyrus font in Avatar. Like, this guy made the highest grossing movie ever, and he used, like, a basic font. He didn't even make his own font. Like, it's one of those such a technical kind of jokes, but it's so stupid. Like, and then they made that Ryan Gosling. Is it Ryan Gosling or is it somebody else? I can't remember. Ryan Reynolds, Ryan Gosling, somebody like that. I think it's Gosling. He's in that fucking, little SNL sketch about it. That is a classic. I love the music in that, too. See, that's one of those things that's genuinely good, because it's, like, so specific that you can tell somebody had a passion about it or was really bothered by it. That feels very genuine. Right? They're not doing it just to be funny. They're doing it like, wow, this is really... All right, let's watch one of these Jodi Arias interviews. But no, that is an interesting form of content that I can't figure out how to... It seems like a lot of work that I would have to do. I'd have to download it. It'd be the cool kind of thing to do if I was a bigger creator, like if I had more following myself. Like I'm Mr. Beast, and I'm going to react to small streamers and give them advice and tell them what I like and what I dislike, and just the act of simply doing that will give them a certain amount of attention. Right, I do like what that would represent. And so you have the ability to say, again, I can go to some low viewer streamer right now, somebody, and I'm talking like bottom of the barrel, like literally one viewer, and I would observe them. Maybe I could just do it. You know what? I'll just do it, and it'll represent the channel. So you won't even know exactly what I'm reacting to, but I'll just kind of tell you what they're saying and analyze their style overall. So it's more so a recognition of their channel. It doesn't matter whether you see the video to go along with it or not, right? Because I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, so this is going to be, I'll watch one Jody Arias interview, and then I'll watch some small streamers. I'll do Luigi's Mansion. But the problem with some of these categories is, like, I want to see somebody just doing a first playthrough, but they're doing all these kind of other, like, speed runs and stuff. Like, you know, a genuine first playthrough, not like just somebody doing a challenge with it. Well, this will be, let me see. Jody Arias Jail Interview 2008 HD, and I can't see the timestamp. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Don't roll the tape, but little did she know, narrator, the tape was still rolling. There's a little bit soft-spoken here. So she was not admitting that she even did it yet. So she's sort of downplaying the first meeting, which could be true. And then even at the beginning, they were just trying to become Mormons together. He's got that Mormon riz that he's trying to convert somebody over, and that's how you end up together. You convert them over to Mormonism, and the first thing you do, or one of the things you do, is you break the Mormon code of the stimuli acme, which is not what they would call it, but you know what I mean, like lust and all this kind of stuff. So what kind of a convert are you, or what kind of a teacher are you that you convert them, but then you corrupt them? So it's kind of partly fair to say, oh, Jody blames him for corrupting her Mormon faith because he's the one who introduced her to it, so she was following his lead, and he's saying, oh, it's okay. It's okay if you fornicate. Thou shalt not fornicate. She says something like that. But it does say that until you're married, at least. And even some other forms of sex, they don't allow at all. Like the what do you call it? Like anal and stuff. What's it called? Sodomy. She's like too soft spoken, I can barely hear her over my own rambling. It's a different kind of fiesta that's about to start here. It's a clown fiesta in your fucking trial. See, she's all glowing about him here. It's like, oh, I'm blocking out the trauma that he was the one who attacked me. If she said it from the beginning, at least it would have credibility. But it's like her last resort. Because even her defense refuses to commit to the story of the two intruders. At least with Travis, he was there. So now it's subjective whether, right, you can at least prove he was there, so you could try to spin that. I can't blame you for trying to do that either. Like, this is the thing. The law should be good enough, the government should be good, the police should be good enough that you'd still get caught regardless of that. So Travis baptized her. He thinks you're a dumb blonde because you were blonde then, I guess. who can't read, so he challenged me to read. Let's hear the Book of Mormon transcribed by that guy from the Zelda CDI thing, like the one guy, I can't remember his name, where he reads the entire Bible. He makes enough. He only appeared for like a minute of screen time or something like that, but he appeared long enough to make every possible sound imaginable that could constitute the entire English language. There was some weird Legend of Zelda movie that was live action from many years ago, and I can't remember, but it must have been somehow permitted by Nintendo because it's very explicitly about it. I can't remember. Or yeah, that was a series of movies I wanted to do too, like the Hitler flashback movies, like Guess Who's Back, and this little kid who has Hitler as an imaginary friend. I don't know why this is like a whole genre of movies. I could watch The Downfall along with that too. The problem is it's hard to just pick movies and watch them because if they're not on a streaming service, I'm not going to pay for them each individually. But yeah, that could be a format I do. So these are the three formats I'm thinking of. Some sort of companion pieces like, you know, the Hitler movies or whatever, something like that. And then something to do with like the smaller streamers that we're talking about, reviewing their channel basically. And then something to do with what I was just saying before, which I forgot. Oh yeah, like the Zelda movie, so, like kind of sort of weird stuff like that. It's from like at least a decade ago. I remember watching some of it, like, and it might be in a different language and stuff too. So maybe it wasn't, but like they somehow did it without their permission. But it was like seemingly almost low budget and just stupid. Yeah, both Darrell Brooks and her try to sort of hide behind religion, or at least it comes up a lot in the trial. So she says that he cheated on her, which is probably true, but maybe it wasn't clear that they were still together. Or we just had casual sex. We just hung out. She smiles. We just Netflixed and chilled. What was the state of Netflix at this time? Maybe it wasn't even a thing. 2008? Or is that when it was like Redbox or something? I forget how their history went. First you kill Blockbuster, then you kill everybody else, like all the online sites. That's like the most brutal takedown ever. Like Blockbuster, you taped out Blockbuster because, you know, oh, you got Redbox, so now nobody goes to Blockbuster anymore because you can just go to Walmart or wherever there's a Redbox and just rent a movie directly from that, and it's cheaper and same amount of variety, whatever, as a video store. So now Redbox kills Blockbuster. So what does Blockbuster do? They go online and try to get into movies that they can show you like that. They'll sell you, you know, $9.99 to watch this movie once, like, you know, Amazon Video and stuff does now, right? So Blockbuster goes to the online market, and then what happens? Netflix comes in and swoops over and destroys that too. So I'm not saying that's even what happened, but let's say Blockbuster moved over and, okay, we're trying to salvage what little dignity we have left by doing, you know, dealing with online content this way. But instead, oh no, now Netflix is going to come and destroy us there too. Finish off what's left of us. Did he bring it up a lot that you're hot or something? It's always a honeymoon phase. They're almost trying to establish her motive here. At least it's consistent with her fog story. I don't remember the day at all. Objection, hearsay. Or the Alex Jones judge is a little bit weird about that. Like, where did you hear about this? And then he said, I heard about it from the newspaper, but, oh, you can't say that, that's hearsay. Like, as long as you don't say exactly what they say, right? She was being a little bit too strict about it. I got arrested at a point because your cops are fucking stupid, is what she could say. Did you go to the family's wake or whatever? Yeah, it could be a lesson to the Mormon faith. This is what happens when you engage in lust as a sin, that you leads to violence and stuff like this. Not that he wasn't doing that anyway, or wasn't going to do that anyway. That's highly prejudicial evidence, though, potentially, but a lot of the time in these public trials, nobody cares. Everybody always takes a side. Right? You can never win in the court of public opinion, or if you do, it could be for the wrong reason, so... Yeah, Jose Baez isn't undefeated. He has lost some cases, but Harvey Weinstein tried to sue him back, actually. That he said he wasn't even there, or he wasn't even doing it himself. He wasn't available. It was just sort of through his firm. Everything you could think of, even when I'm committing a grisly murder. I don't know when to turn it off. They make such a big deal about the camera. It's a new camera. It's a complicated camera. You don't know how to work the camera. That's true. I mean, this is why the jury has to extrapolate. That is one of the best defense tactics, though, to potentially create the possibility of somebody else doing it, like the, Casey Anthony's dad or something. So she's not saying the two people story right now. Moved back to California. Or this would be a logistical nightmare with all the people you have to deal with over all these other areas. Like, she's in Mesa, then she's in Utah, then she's in fucking everywhere. That is fair. Like, the family didn't necessarily know her that well. Travis is doing a lot of what he's doing with her behind everybody's back, or not really, though. He was in her lap. She was in his lap in one of the videos. Even when he would abuse me, it was hard to say no to. Victim's mentality. She tries to turn it on. No jury will convict me. Is this when she says it? She is fairly convincing. People might point to this like, oh, she's too happy, but people have different ways of coping. You can't say that for sure. She was pretty open about her gun. I like how she admitted that. I have a 9mm, it's brand new, it's never been fired. See, that's how confident you are if you're innocent, on that topic at least. The best way to commit a crime is to do it in a way that nobody expects, like as a general standard, right? You happen to be somewhere, you happen to take something, you steal it, you do it in a way that can't be traced back because it's so random. She doesn't address, has it been violent though, so that leaves the door open at least for the fact of the abuse. She likes the attention. It's because you wanted to interview her, dummy, because if you didn't, then she wouldn't be able to. They maybe don't have anybody else. You just jump on the bandwagon. And you viewed it as important too, and you even said when you said the F word, I can't imagine this guy being the father of my children. But that could be the twist. He took his own life somehow, and then you just stabbed him afterwards. Like, what other theories could you possibly come up with? These cops are getting bored out of their mind. Look at that one's facial expression. I want to see the family mad at her, but not in the trial, like in the media before. Something about like her being at the wake or whatever. Okay, so that was an okay video, not really quite as analytically conducive as I expected. So yeah, let me try to see something like on Twitch briefly. And I just want to open up the door to this format of basically being able to look for a low viewer streamer who has like 0 viewers. And I guess we could do it by category or what. Let's do Luigi's Mansion and see if somebody's actually playing it for the first time. You know, I almost have thought about doing these sessions on stream too. Or I tried to briefly, but then it didn't really, I don't know, it's kind of too much of a headache. Luigi's Mansion, now let's look for 2 criteria of a low viewer streamer who also, past broadcast. Or no, I guess I could do it by that too. But no, what's the point if I... What's the point? Because you can just do it live and it's kind of better. So yeah, we'll see 1 viewer. The power gonna go out like Uncle Grimly something. Who the dev? Now, is it a first playthrough or something else? That's what I don't know. English captions, indie games, chill. How's it an indie game, dude? Nintendo, small indie company. Oh, let's give it a shot. So this is Who the Dev playing Luigi's Mansion at like 12:33 on 12:33 p.m. Eastern Time in I don't know, but you won't know exactly. Actually, that almost might sync up, but it wouldn't matter because again, they're not going to upload it. I'm not going to upload it. So she's like sucking the thing in the laundry room right now. Well, let's see what she'd really say. It's a little laggy, actually. I don't mind if it's like a little lower quality here. My phone can't handle it. Although it can handle it on terms of... Oh, is there like a guy there with him too? With her? Oh, that's no fun. So you got a 2-player dynamic, which is okay, but I don't know. Sometimes that can be annoying, especially at the low level like this, where they're not doing it in like a really synergistic way. They're just fucking around. But no, it's mostly frozen. I have to change probably my audio quality here. Or my video quality. It won't even let me turn it down below 720. What the fuck? Fuck. It's frozen, dude. I wanted to see that. Or again, it might be better to watch the VODs back then, but I guess Twitch does have a problem like that, where it'll be a lot harder to buffer or load than a YouTube video or something. I don't mind even if it's in a lower quality. It's just like, yeah, I'm intrigued by the prospect of doing this, but it's a little difficult to do, so let's see if it loads. I assume it's a first playthrough, I don't even know, and I also assume that you're able to, whatever, there's like a group dynamic here. That's kind of lame, so I can't watch it live. It's weird that it won't let me turn the quality down more, though. It's only saying like 720 or source, which I guess maybe are both the same even here. What the fuck, man? Okay, so here let me do like a thing where I'll just let the algorithm take me where it goes for now. But mainly what we've committed to doing in this YouTube series month is just like, oh, you know, we'll do this, just a bunch of courtroom related stuff. And so what you can do with that is you can realize that whatever, it's fine, but it's not really fully what I was intending. So this one we're starting with is XCC reacts to Amber Heard's attorney objects to his own question in 3, 2, 1. Now, to be fair, attorneys often withdraw their own questions and stuff. So that was a proper objection by the opposing counsel. But that's fair, because you can object as over-responsive. That's not actually that funny of a thing. Because you can object as over-responsive or unresponsive. So sometimes what people find funny is just their own ignorance. It's not that unusual. It's not that unusual. Juan Martinez does that 100 times in the Jodi Arias trial. Like, he asks a question, but then he objects over-responsive, unresponsive. It's actually not, yeah, this like marginal basis that people look at that is like so narrow. But this is some sort of random Robert F. Kennedy thing. I don't know. I can't figure out sometimes really what to watch. Defense Chief Gallant postpones U.S. trip. Why are we getting into like politics stuff? As far as I was just watching I guess court and legal stuff overlaps, but okay, we're already screwed with this shit, and I shouldn't have done it. But what do we got? Yeah, I haven't seen too much of the Amber Heard trial actually. But no, I like how I title my videos too when I upload them. It's like a 10-hour thing that compiles the whole week's stuff. And so it's not like I'm too lazy to even put the timestamp. So it's like, why am I even doing this when, it'll be called, oh, Film Critic reacts to Amber Heard trial, but then it'll be like a bunch of other random shit, or that might only be an hour, a couple hours, or it might be the main event, but it's like the whole thing is not about that, so you won't even know. You'll have to kind of skim through, and it won't be that hard to figure out, but, all these sort of pseudo timestamps that I do are kind of a little bit, I like the courtesy of when you're using high beam that other, people will turn it off when you're whatever. But this is raw Jodi Arias interview footage, and so what we're able to do with that is I don't know, Fox 10 Phoenix, raw Jodi Arias full interview footage in 3, 2, 1. I'm as obsessed with this trial as Jodi was with Travis. If somebody tries to make me stop watching this, I'll end up doing the same thing, haha. They always show this like pre-interview stuff that she thinks isn't on camera, and that'll sort of bait you in. The old Robbie Parker where he's gonna be smiling at that librarian look. Look at that lapel mic, better than mine still. You don't want to be able to see the mic though, that's the whole point. Yeah, out loud, you dumb bitch. That's the whole point of doing a mic check. No, just count to 10 in your mind and do a mic check. What kind of a question is that? And she thinks she's as smart as Einstein. Let's do a mic check by counting to 10. Out loud? No, not out loud, in your head. That's going to test the mic. The mic picks up the brainwave frequencies. See, they're all cynically motivated, like, she's getting all teary-eyed. She's putting on her superpower here. But yeah, she goes for that mousy librarian thing, but I feel like that's part of her personality. Even just because she had blonde hair doesn't mean that she was like some sort of bombshell going around having sex like crazy. Although there are a lot of men in her life that she's messed around with. There's sort of, this is like after the verdict. So what you have is the ability to You were also confident that no jury will convict you, period. You didn't say no jury will convict me of premeditated first-degree murder, is basically the point. And like, why? Why did you have to lie if it was justified self-defense? Right, you wouldn't have needed to. Scared of what, though? See, I love this. If you were scared, look at you now. What's that from? It's some quote. Like Scarface and something else. You were scared and you lied. Well, look at you now. Look at you now. You got life in prison. What were you so scared of that could have come out, that hasn't come out, that you wouldn't have suffered from a worse fate? How could it have been any worse? The only thing worse could have been the death penalty. So look at you now. You thought you were being all cute and trying to be all smart and trying to fool law enforcement. I told you, don't fuck with law enforcement, and look at you now. That's kind of how Tony says it. I told you, don't fuck with me. No women, no children, like when he says to the guy in the car. That is such a powerful scene, actually. It shows you he sort of has certain principles, but he goes about them the same way as everything else. That's like very... majority is against her, so at least she's self-aware there. I don't feel like there's much division. I think mostly everybody hates her. Yeah, it's called reinforcement through externality, where you're trying to, just make yourself feel better about yourself and your own reduced contrivance state. How are you even tweeting from your jail? Like, how does that work? Or she sort of tricked everybody to not give her the death penalty, or she was trying to play with their heads a little bit. See, I don't know if she's like playing with people still here. So she doesn't want to be life in prison, but this could be pretty smart, because that's one of the most genius things she does. It's bigger than the cell I'm living in. That's so good, because it plants a doubt in the jury's mind as to, are we punishing her more or less by doing this? Life in prison versus death. I don't care what even your conclusion is. That's a genius line, because it's so hard to... That's so good. And Juan is so mad about it too. He's malding, he's salty. What does malding even mean? It's like a Twitch term. It's like mad and balding, I guess, together. Or you're so mad that your hair is falling out, basically, I guess. Probably started with Asmongold, because they always make fun of him as being bald. Not being bald, but going bald. She criticizes Juan here, and it turns out to be right, because he was disbarred. Very shady things. And you might think, oh, that's just her saying it because she's salty about losing. But no, you were right. He did do a lot of shady shit, like sleeping with a blogger or whatever he was doing, who's got a report on the jury. I forget exactly what. And apparently one of the jurors was like somebody he previously convicted many years ago. As you're doing an interview right now, but... he clearly wanted attention and fame. She's right about that. He was playing to the cameras. That's why, this is a good example of nuance. Like, two things can be true. Jody is guilty and she deserved what she got, but Juan also had his issues, right? It doesn't mean you have to be on one side or the other. You criticize Juan, so, oh, you must be a Jody simp. Or you criticize Jody, so you must be all in Juan's corner. Like, you could be critical of both. Right, like with the Alex Jones situation. Alex Jones made a mistake. He's done some stupid things. He's had some flaws. But, so he should have been fined maybe $5 million, $10 million. But it doesn't rise to the level of the bias that leads to $1 billion verdict. So, in other words, you're half right, half wrong. You talk about your family first. Oh shit, this is a long interview. I don't know if I want to watch the whole thing. Yeah, my point with that is if you had been honest from the beginning, it couldn't have exactly been any worse, because what is worse? You're even saying that, life in prison is worse than death, but arguably the only possible thing that could be worse is death, right? There's nothing else you could have done. So you could have, whatever plan, it's like Father from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, who has that line at the end. What did I do wrong? What could I have done? And I had like an aneurysm, and I'm saying to myself as I'm watching that, you could have done literally anything else. You would have had to do only exactly what you did to lose, right? It was that unlikely. It was that impossible. You could have imprisoned Ed and Al the whole show. You could have faked their deaths and just had them in custody until you're ready to do the sacrifices. You could have killed anybody that opposed you earlier. You have all the homunculi. Wrath alone can take out like everybody. You could have imprisoned Roy. You could have imprisoned Izumi. You don't let him roam around. You don't leave it up to chance in case they die of natural causes or something. You don't let the Elric brothers roam around freely so much. You don't let the Ling and stupid people from Jing fuck everything around, like all this kind of stuff. So it's like the same thing. What did I do wrong? What should I have done? And it's like the same thing here. What should Jody have done? Literally anything else you did everything wrong, arguably, because if you did anything better, right, the outcome could not have been any worse. So I saw this thing of a Heinz ad that was like sort of supposedly racist today, and I'm kind of racking my brain. So it's a Heinz ketchup thing, right? And you're able to look at it like it's like an ad that has a family. On one hand, it's progressive because it shows a mixed race couple. So at first I didn't get it. Like, that's a good thing, isn't it? But it shows, I guess, a black mom with no dad there. So it's like, maybe he's just not at the table. Maybe you just can't see him. Maybe he's at, whatever. But the table's like full. So it's to imply like, the black father isn't there. He's out getting milk. Like people would joke about, whatever. But the reality is, this is an attack on black fatherhood, blah, blah, blah. Like, imagine being offended by, my problem with that is, anytime anything is portrayed, you attribute it to something else, right? Like, it's a good thing that they're showing, a mixed race couple, right? That's a good thing. The bad thing is that, so the way to solve it is just don't portray people of different races, or any race. Like, if you, you put black people and white people together in an image, and people will find a way to find it racist, like, I don't know, and they've apologized and stuff. You really think they're sitting there thinking like that too when it's a big company and they, like, really, what I can at least probably guarantee the intent. You might say, well, there's certain unintentional stereotypes that they're playing into. So it's like a couple sitting on the left, right, who's white. Then there's the black mom sitting on the right. Then there's the white, I guess, she's getting married to him. So the white guy, boyfriend, whatever, fiance, and then there's the girl in the middle who's like, whatever, eating the spaghetti or something that supposedly has Heinz on it, which itself seems gross. So what are you saying, that it's like showing, family size Heinz, but you're showing that you're eating pasta with ketchup, which is not something I understand really. Right, the sauce that you use in a pasta is not fucking ketchup, dude. It's a little different. But no, my issue is, look, you can attribute everything to, or like they have another one where they have like these 3 different ones for Halloween where like their mouth is like lipstick or whatever, like a blood stain in ketchup. But they have one that's like white, one that's black, and one that's something else. And now they'll say, this is like the blackface something, some old school reference, right? It starts with an S. But it doesn't have to be that, because what about the one that they did in white? So in other words, they're just doing a Halloween thing where they're trying to have like a smiley face or whatever in ketchup, as if to imply like in blood, right? So that's what they're doing. So to attach any attribution to it that, it's something to do with this, again, like a black face. First of all, it's not blackface if they're actually black, right? Blackface is like if somebody who isn't black tries to appear black, right? So if they're actually black, that doesn't even make sense. but you're playing into it. So you're almost racist for making that assumption. What, like a black person can't wear lipstick without you associating with something else? I forget exactly what it's called, but it's like their lips sort of look like that. Right, so I don't know. But again, is that really the intention when they're doing it with other people too? Like, there's like 3 of them. So one of them is white. So what does that mean? Right, why would they do it for that one too? They're obviously just playing into the motif. But that one seems unintentional. It might seem like, oh, I'm defending it, but I could give less of a shit about Heinz. I don't even like ketchup. In fact, I have maybe some psychological issue with it. Like, I've always found it sort of gross and repulsive. And I don't mind tomato sauce, which I end up eating with pizza or something. But on its own, ketchup always grosses me out. Whether it's some association with blood or whether it's just, it just feels weird and gross. Right, so I don't mind tomato sauce in a properly prepared manner. But when it's presented as ketchup, I've never used it. I've never liked it. I've always found it gross. In fact, I'm very simple with my taste. I have like a minimalistic ideation where I'm like, I like 1 to 2 ingredient foods. Like, give me mac and cheese. So it's just like the sauce and the shells, the, macarons, whatever you want to call it. And then, or just give me chicken by itself, or just give me 1 or 2 things. I don't like 100, like salads are the perfect example. I hate salad. Too many things mixed together. Or like I love, I'm still listening to this by the way too, but not really. But no, the other part of the Heinz thing is, okay, they have the mixed race couple, so that's progressive, but then they have, just the fact that the dad's not there. All I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. On one hand, you say, like, why do they have to portray it like that? But on the flip side, maybe the dad passed away. Maybe, like, who knows, dude? I love it. Like, pretend it was a realistic thing. They're portraying, like, a real family. Like, who... The problem I have with this is something you see in fiction, too. Like, if I make a movie, right? Okay, pretend I make a movie, and the villain is black, right? So he's an evil, terrible guy, and he's black. People say, oh, he's racist because he portrayed the one black person in the movie, potentially, as being the villain. But that's just incidental. Maybe I just like the actor. Maybe I want Denzel Washington to play a villain. Or maybe, like... Then the next movie, the villain's Chinese. Then the next movie, the villain's white. You don't have to attribute it to that, like... So that just happens to be the story that I'm telling, where this person happens to be the villain. So it doesn't speak to, when you're doing that, like, okay, I wrote this one villain, or all these different characters. It's like, I'm telling this particular story with these particular characters. My portrayal of that one villain or a particular character does not speak to, oh yeah, that character represents everybody of that race in society and in the world and in life. No, it represents that one individual only, right? So that's the difference. I don't know where people get this from, but it's the same thing. Even if you take that Heinz ad as something like, that's one family they're showing. This particular family has a mom, a black daughter, a white fiance, right, that she's marrying, the daughter, and then the 2 white parents on the left side. So, like, my point is, again, it's only a ketchup ad, so you wouldn't really need to consider that. Like, you don't have to worry about the nuance. But on one hand, you'll say, oh, why would they take the time to do that if it's just a ketchup ad? But on the flip side, why are you taking the time to analyze it so deeply? We live in an age where everybody wants to be offended by everything. Why can't it just be, okay, she's a single mom, or okay, the dad passed away, or okay, the dad cheated on her and left her, or okay, the dad is just busy today. He just couldn't join us for lunch, and he's cool. He's at work. He's retired, but he does some part-time work for fun. Like, he's out hunting, he's out fishing. Like, he needs some time to get away from the family. He's preparing for the wedding. Like, there's so many things you could come up with. It doesn't mean... Your assumption that the dad simply not being at the table at this point would tell you that you're sort of racist or something. Like, why can't the dad just be out getting groceries or some shit? I guess because the table's not big enough for him to fit, but I don't know, I love that. Yeah, the dad's just out doing some chores, man. He's got shit to do, and he'll come for the wedding later. This isn't the wedding, they're just having some fucking spaghetti, and she's gonna get all over her fucking dress. I think there is like a little blotch of it on her dress. So my point is, on one hand, you can criticize them for something like, oh, why are they portraying it like this? On the other hand, you can say, like, why do people care so much? Why are they so offended by it? But no, that's what I find annoying. Again, I could care less, but I don't like to see this attribution argument. Like, again, if you portray something, first of all, a portrayal is not an endorsement. This is one of my old school quotes that I would say in the debate format. So if I portray, like, I make a movie about a really terrible person or villain or whatever, right? To portray them is not to endorse them. So if I make a movie about Hitler, or I make a movie about somebody as bad as Hitler, like a villain, Light Yagami or something. Not that he's even close to that, actually, but, just, it doesn't mean that you're supporting them, right? Or even to make an argument or play devil's advocate or to make a case, right? So a portrayal is not an endorsement. I would be portraying a character, writing a character as part of a story with all the dynamics therein. But the other point beyond that is the simple fact that you're able to realize that you have they're not buying your art because of you, though, bitch. They're buying it because of what you did, or because of the art. They're buying it because of it'll be worth more because you can say, oh, it belonged to Jody, right, like as some sort of a historical record. Look at that, zoom in on her eyes. What was that shit? Top 10 jump scares Alfred Hitchcock was afraid to look at. I don't know how money works really when you're in jail. Like, you still get it, and you can use it or you can keep it, but it's a little confusing. Because some people come out of jail after even a long time and they have a lot of money. Whether it's stuff that they've earned, like, in there, or whether it's something that See, she's somebody who I wouldn't really consider a threat to other people, though, too much. Yes, her crime seems extreme, but it's not actually that big in terms of, oh, is she going to escape or is she going to be a harm to other people? I don't think so. Right, I don't think that would be a big deal. So yeah, that's my only point with the Hines thing. It's like, you're portraying a particular family. So here, let me get this straight. You're not allowed to portray a family without a father. And if you do, without the father present at the table, let alone all these assumptions that people have. I love that conclusion too. The father couldn't just be out or doing something or just not there at that moment, or they couldn't fit that many characters on the screen or people on the screen, like, whatever. No, it has to be attributed in that negative way. Why is that your assumption? What if your assumption is racist and the intention was not that? Like, he's just out, he's doing something, he passed away. They might not have come up with a whole lore for the story, but I don't know. I doubt any malice behind it, but it's amazing because I don't know how to explain it. It's so stupid because all the things that you made up and that you Yeah, that's the real tragedy of avoiding trial. Not that that's just a way for you to get out of fucking... There's no real proof besides the 12-year-old girl comment that he says. Really? Because if you adhere to his morals, he wouldn't be boinking you all the fucking time. That's why she kept the sex tape recorded too. Is she could have used it as blackmail on him to ruin his reputation as a public speaker and all this kind of stuff. It would have ruined him because it shows you, obviously, he's doing something he shouldn't do within the faith, etc. She's not wrong. I mean, it's a weird thing to say. That in itself doesn't prove it or mean he did anything else, but it is a weird thing to say. Why would you say that? Right, even in a singular sense. So who knows, but... Yeah, use that to blackmail them. I wouldn't have lied about him and tried to tear him down if you just let me get away with it. You could have still took it to your grave. State didn't want to settle. Settle for what, dude? You got fucking life, so they still failed to give you the death penalty, but... And you still lied. And the same outcome would be the same. I'd love to see this actually too as a hypothetical. Make a game where you can go through high profile cases like this, but you get to determine the lies along the way and see if you do better than they did, right? You play it out like... Right, see if you could come up with a better thing. Like, even after this experience, if you let her go back in time to that moment, like he just said, she probably wouldn't have done much better. She wouldn't have come up with a better lie. She wouldn't have understood. She would kind of know all the things in advance that they're going to go into, but it doesn't mean that you'll win because of it. Oh yeah, like saying that you sound like a 12-year-old girl having an orgasm is distinctly different than something else, than actually being a pedophile. But no, yeah, just with the Hines couple final take, it's just stupid because you feel like so you're not allowed to portray something. Right, just, again, when you portray something, you're representing everybody everywhere. So, if I have a female character in a story, like a book or a movie, it's not that I'm writing a particular character, right? Her name is Margaret, and she's mean, or she's mean, or she's a bitch. So now, after I publish that book, now everybody's like, oh, look, he hates women because he's portraying her as a bitch. But okay, that was just one character, so now I might write other characters. Or maybe all my books have bitchy women, but that's just a trait of mine. Maybe I'm just good at writing those type of characters. It doesn't mean I believe all women are like that. It doesn't mean that I'm saying anything negative about women. It's one individual character that I'm portraying at a time. Same thing here, like, you're portraying one particular family. Families like that exist. So what are you saying? That, a family who doesn't have a father isn't allowed to have Heinz ketchup, and they're just not allowed to exist, and it's supposed to be some sort of political sort of statement, like, it's an ad for ketchup, so who cares about that one way or the other? But it seems like everybody's always... It's sort of validated, though. He will be on trial soon. It does matter, though. You're wrong. He gets disbarred. Just mitigate the charges. Just mitigate. It's just minor stuff like, I'm going to donate my hair, or I'm going to... I like how that's even framed that way. All these negative things. Like, I love that. You feel bad for an alcoholic, which you can to a degree, but it's like, you're the one who's choosing to drink the alcohol, so... it's like the addiction fallacy. The reason why... It's not that, it's not their fault, it's the alcohol that makes them that way. But it is their fault because they're the ones who choose to drink the alcohol. So, like, he's not a bad person, he's just an alcoholic and he's struggling with addiction. But if he was such a good person, why would he be addicted in the first place? Why would he be drinking, and why would he put himself in that position? Right? If you're truly a good person, you wouldn't even put yourself in the position to be addicted. So once you are, then we can sympathize with you struggling with it, but there's a reason why you're doing it in the first place. It's similar to something else I said about, like, social contrivance versus folly favoritism or something like that. The reason that you like entertainment versus basically being social, there's a reason why people would prefer that over the other. Like, why do people prefer entertainment, like video games or whatever, over social interaction? It's not that, that's somehow negative on them or the games. It's negative on other people. Like, in other words, people are so boring that you wouldn't want to deal with them, or you would prefer something else. Like, imagine better. You can imagine something better, or you can experience something better that way. So, like... This guy wants an autograph too. But no, it's like... But no, it's like... Whether through error or an ulterior motive, the Heinz ketchup ad is still bad. Like, even if they didn't mean to do it, but I don't know. I think you're reading too deeply into it. And certain, groups are more sensitive to it. Like, what if you portrayed it the other way then? Like, the black family is there. There's a black mom and dad. and then the white family is missing the dad. Would people be offended, or would there be a stereotype there? So you can get away with certain things, but you can't portray them other ways. So there can be no nuance. Everything has to be sort of template. If it's not, it's somehow a slight, instead of just a recognition that reality is not like one fixed thing. But yeah, like, in other words, somebody is antisocial and they stay at home playing video games all the time, whatever. And so it's like, blame the video games. It's the video games' fault that they're like that. But the fact that they would prefer that over people says something about both people, that maybe there's something lacking with them. It says something about the favoritism, the fact that why do they favor it. And then it says something about them, the fact that they would prefer that. So in other words, I saw her like coloring shit. You did document it with the pictures, you dumb bitch. Yeah, you recorded the sex tape. Some good that did you, which it did you a little bit of good, I guess, with the 12-year-old orgasm thing. That would certainly get him fucked over with the Mormon faith, with his motivational speaking. Oh, here we go. Don't bring other people into it, dude. You're a clown. Yeah, even if you just make it up. I'm planning that years from now I'll kill Travis, so I know that I will make up stuff in my journal, and people that's why it's so easy to fake. You could write stuff in your journal that's simply not true, but then people will take it as face value. It's like when Light Yagami has Ryuk write fake notebooks, fake rules in the Death Note. You have no choice but to believe it, because you take all the other rules as true. So it's like you're taking everything else in the journal as accurate, right? They don't question that she's lying in the journal, because, oh, she doesn't expect anybody else. That's the way to get somebody to be honest. Make them think that they're alone or not being watched, and they'll be honest. They'll show you who they truly are. Look at her smiling, and you can understand the appeal, though, because, like, this will be the last time she sees the light of day, or once in a while she might get an interview, but you can't blame somebody for appreciating the limelight, because this is the last light you're going to see. Like Darrell Brooks making a spectacle of himself in court. There is something psychologically motivating to it, like, he wants to go out with a bang, right, with this. He'll be always infamous, for the wrong reason, but he'll bring people entertainment for hundreds of years to come with one of the funniest court performances you'll ever see. Because they love to hate. Is this the one where she says, "I didn't know you were a hater"? Oh, so you're saying you've matured a lot over this period. I don't think it's the age. I think these ages have taken a toll on you. these few years because of what circumstance you're in right now. It comes with age, dude. You're only 32. Well, because you're saying it in the context of trying to defend yourself from your crime, so it's a little different. That might actually be fair, too. To what extent it was premeditated is really hard to prove. You can point to the gas cans and other stuff, but I guess Alex Jones should have tried that, because even his sentence would have been far more realistic than yours. Like, you deserve this. Alex didn't deserve that at all. $1 billion, like something Dr. Evil would say, or Mr. Deeds when he says, "How about $1 billion?" Yeah, partly just blame the media. People say that incorrectly with Charles Manson. Oh, that he wanted attention. No, he didn't, like, from the media. No, he didn't. He was doing what he was doing. He's a cult leader or whatever you want to call him. It was the world that was fascinated with him. It was the media that gave him interviews even when he was in custody in jail. It was the world that did that, right? And he actually never was proven to personally have killed somebody. He only gave orders and stuff like that. So it's fascinating because, again, don't blame him, blame the media, blame the public. Like, why are you so interested in this guy? He could want attention all he wants, but unless you give it to him, right, he can't do anything. They go into his cell, they go into whatever, right, when he's in custody, and they interview him there. It's like, that's always a thing I bring up, like with Trump. Oh, if Trump is a criminal and this and that. Even if Trump's the worst criminal in the world, you can still go to his cell and interview him. It doesn't mean you shouldn't have the right to free speech, right? Like, so even, his Twitter's banned because he did the January 6th thing. Even if he did do it, like he planned it or wanted it, it still shouldn't stop him from speaking. Even if he's in jail, you can still use Twitter. You can still, so even if you are convicted, whatever, which I guess he is now, but in a different capacity. And people don't see it as a 3-for-3 kind of scenario. He's accused of the Russia thing, he's acquitted, doesn't get impeached successfully. He's accused of the January 6th, he's acquitted, other things. And so it shows you that it's like, Why are you making it about you, dude? What does that have to do with anything? You have daughters, so what? That's a pretty confident, I like that response. It's okay, because if he's like me, that means he's a good guy, because I'm a good guy. I like that. But she said that the dad had beat her up or something. Sucking up to Fox on Fox. And people make fun of that. Like, why is she concerned about what time it is? I don't know. I'll defend this a little bit. Like, it's pretty normal. She's just talking through it. Like, I get... See, the psychology expert in me makes it all simple. Like, what do you expect her to do? Right? She's been caught out, so of course she's going to lie and keep lying. Right? You're not going to just... Well, you could, but most people aren't going to just admit it. What are they supposed to do? But I guess she failed to get away, so, like... You can't. You have to realize the desperation, right? You're in a situation where you're fucked. You did something you shouldn't have done, but now you're gonna lie to try to get out of it, even if you think those lies are ridiculous, or you know that, like. I'm surprised how much people don't like Joker too. That's been a real disappointment. Like, I haven't even seen Joker 1, I don't think. I've seen the big scene at the end, which is unfortunate. That sort of spoiled it. But I like the sort of down-to-earth, kind of realistic feel that it's sort of giving, where the Joker isn't just like a supervillain right away. It seems like much more simple, much more small scale what he's doing. And so it's like, you know, that's showing it more in a grounded setting, where he doesn't have to be blowing up the whole city, at least not at that point, but he can sort of ease into it and just, do it in a more low-key sense, but it's still a big deal, right? That's what it seems like that movie was about, the first one. Is portraying it in a more realistic, more down-to-earth, more simplistic setting, where it's not about being a supervillain, it's not over the top, it's just a guy who has issues, and he's gradually progressing, and he's going through all of this. And also, the problem with the second movie is the genre bait, sort of like Gollum, the game that people don't like the genre that it's in, just, it's an exploration game or something, in the Lord of the Rings universe. So here it's like, it's a musical, and people weren't expecting a musical, and honestly, like, I had seen maybe a little trailer or something for it. I didn't think it was a musical either. So it's a bad job in terms of marketing, but it's also maybe a bad job in terms of choosing to make it that in the first place. The temptation to have Lady Gaga play Harley Quinn, I guess is what she does, is a mistake, because now you're drawn into doing that, right? You made it a musical because, we got Lady Gaga and we want to make a big deal out of that. And, you just have like one big musical number, but this whole like sort of catering and pandering to Lady Gaga was a big mistake, because now you made the movie basically about her. Why is it a musical? Because we got Lady Gaga in it, right? It's not the other way around. Like, we wanted to make a musical, so that's why we got her. It's more like you got her, now you decided to turn it into a musical or whatever. I think in some ways people might be unfair to it because it's like, you might just hold that against it, which is more so deceptive marketing, that maybe the movie isn't that bad, but people are holding against it because they were expecting something different. And again, the marketing could have done a better job of at least portraying that. But no, it might be one of those things you come to find out. Like the Gollum game might not be that bad, but people just didn't want that genre, like where you're just kind of exploring and stuff. I kind of like the idea behind it, actually. We have enough games that are combat-based and everything in that sort of universe, right? Shadow of Mordor and all this kind of shit. So what else do we have here? I was kind of saying something before and I forgot. But yeah, just like this sort of token gesture that if I portray one thing at one time, that means I'm representing all of them. So if I portray a black character in a movie, I make a movie and I have a black character, oh, that means I'm saying that everybody in the world, every black person in the world is like that. No, I'm saying that one person is like that, and the fact that they're black is just sort of incidental, right? It just so happens to be that they are. It's not like like typically you think you're choosing it for the actor too. Like I want Denzel Washington to play this guy, this character. Like, so it doesn't matter. Sometimes that is what probably happens. You write a character and you haven't decided what race they are. You don't even care. Sometimes it comes up in the story, but you don't even care. But then you're like, oh, I want this actor, or I get this actor. So you can say, oh, Leonardo DiCaprio said yes, so he's going to be white now, the character. Or, oh, he said no, so now he's going to be black because Denzel said yes. Like, so you're almost letting your opportunity dictate who you choose. I don't think that really happens that much, but you probably do write it with some intention, but I think that's almost how you could do it. You could do it open-ended. It doesn't matter, right? That's what J.K. Rowling almost tried to do with Hermione in retrospect. Like, oh, Hermione was actually black or could have been black. Like, you're not wrong. She probably could have been. I don't know if there's too many descriptions that would say otherwise in the story, but she absolutely could have been, and it wouldn't have mattered. Right, even though Emma Watson does a really fabulous job. I think her acting's probably better, although I haven't seen the rest of the movies. But I think you probably look back, because of how iconic she is in the first movie, maybe her acting is better as a kid than it is even later on, because there's so many lines and so many, she is really iconic in that first movie. Ron is okay, Harry is actually kind of mediocre at times. She is iconic. She has this snarky, intelligent, nerdy kind of perfect characterization. Some of her line deliveries, Leviosa, not Leviosa, all this kind of stuff. Like, she's so really, really an unbelievable performance, right? That would be almost like an Oscar-worthy thing. If you think about it in retrospect, right, she's setting such a high standard for that character. She's the only one of the three, basically what I'm saying, that gives a truly great performance. The other two are okay, they're adequate. Snape is very good, obviously. You call him by his character's name because that's how immersive it was, that you think he's actually him. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like that gesture because it's like you're able to do it in such a way that, again, if you portray something, you're accounting for everybody. You're saying, again, you have a story and it has one character of a particular race or something prominently, and now you're saying, oh, you think everybody of that race is that way, but you're not. What if you're just portraying one family? I'm making a movie about a drug addict who has a broken home and a broken family. And, right, let's say he happens to be black. Now people are going to say, oh, you're portraying it in a certain way. You're saying that everybody who's black is like this, but when does it say that? I'm not portraying a movie that covers the whole human population, and everybody in the movie is like that. Or maybe they are too, because, well, we're dealing with drug addicts, so a lot of the characters in the movie might struggle with that. You deal with the drug supplier and the drug addict, but it has more to do with the subject matter than the race. Like, that's just the kind of crowd that we're dealing with. And so I don't like this sort of pressurized element, right? If I make 10 movies in my career and all the cast and all 10 of them happen to be the same race, right, and you never have any other race, it's like, maybe that has some purpose to the story. Maybe there's a reason why, right? Maybe it's about the same family and the same characters and they all happen to be, I don't know, like, it's taking place in a certain location. Like, it really only happens with America, and it's like a double-edged sword. This movie takes place in China, and everybody in the movie is Chinese, and nobody complains through hundreds of movies because, most people in China are Chinese. Right, like most countries in the world are ethno-states. So only when you have a country as diverse as America, now you have all these quotas, like, but what about having, you want somebody who's Mexican, or you want somebody who's black, or whatever. It's like, you don't have to do that, right? As Jerry Seinfeld says, it's not the census. Like, you can do that. Nobody's stopping you from doing it, but it's like in most countries that wouldn't come to mind. Like, the native population of the country is 75+% of the same race. So on average, you're going to expect to see that, and it doesn't matter. But instead, diversity quota or something, it's like, I don't know. But no, the whole trick to YouTube, too, is like doing like short form stuff. That would be the kind of stuff that gets the most views, that I haven't done much of that on here, which is why I only have one subscriber. But I honestly could give less of a shit because I'm doing this for archival purposes. Well, I'm also just doing it for fun, but like, I do like it. Okay, well, let me do one more take and then I'll watch maybe something briefly. And so what I wanted to say is, just like, by portraying one person, you're not saying that everybody's like that. Certainly not everybody of that race or identity or whatever. So if I portray one character, like, again, to make it about that is kind of dumb. Right? The least noteworthy thing about a character or a person would be that, like their race or something. Right? What about their actions? What about their choices, life story, nurture, nature, whatever? And here's another concept, like a logical razor of mine. Don't define the part by the whole or the whole by the part. So, for example, pretend we're talking about one of these identities as well, right? Could be male, female, could be black, white, whatever. And what you have is a simple ability to because one person does something bad, now you can't attribute that to their identity and say, well, this applies to 1 billion plus people of that same identity because one person does something bad. Now they've all done it, or even if it's a little smaller scale, like a group, you'll say like, Trump voters or conservatives or whatever. So because one person or a few people do something bad, now you'll label all of them like that, right? So don't define the whole by the part, right? Like the lowest common denominator or something like that. So don't say, because out of 100 million people, 10 of them did something bad, now you're going to define 100 million people by that. That doesn't make sense because the vast, vast, vast majority of people are not like that. And that applies to every group too. Like, the vast majority of any identity, no matter what it is going to be good, average, everyday people. And it's only a small percentage are always going to be bad, no matter what the group is. It's not a function of the group or the identity, it's a function of the broader identity, the broader race, like the human race. And then you have the ability to also consider, so don't define the whole by the part. In other words, because you have a small part that might be bad, doesn't mean that you define everybody who's part of that same identity like that, because the vast majority of them are not like that. And then you have the vast majority of them are not like that. And then don't define the part by the whole either. In other words, because 75+% of this large group of 100 million people might be a certain thing, or perceived to be, so the vast majority of them are a certain way, whatever it might be, that doesn't mean that everybody in the group is like that either. So you might be the 1% exception, or the 20, whatever. 99% of them might be some sort of definition, but you don't have to fit into that. You could be the 1% who's not. So don't define the part by the whole or the whole by the part. And there's always a layer of nuance that people are willing to ignore. Like, the nuance would be that you can do anything. Right, like it's arbitrary. Oh, because you're female, you must like dolls as a kid, and you must like whatever, makeup and all this kind of stuff. All these stereotypes. Or sometimes stereotypes are born for a reason, but sometimes they're also ingrained and indoctrinated, like society sort of tells you to value those things. Because I always use it on like a caveman, cavewoman analogy basis. Cave women didn't care about makeup. There was no makeup. Or, it's a superficial basis because stimuli acme favors women. Society sexualizes females more, so like it creates that underlying incentive that appearances matter more for them and blah blah blah. So it's still an indoctrinated, created response that, like, you might say, oh, it's a stereotype for a reason, but it's only a reason because you create that desire. It's sort of a weird, sick thing, too. It's like, oh, look how pretty and look how cute this young girl is. Like, you want to dress them up and you want to be a princess and you want to, you're doing it with an innocent intent, but the deeper underlying reason why that's done, you wouldn't do that with a young boy. So it's like, oh, we're conceding to the sexualizing element of women, even at a young age where I hate to say it like this, but that's what it comes from, right? Young boys don't care about their appearance in that way, or they don't have all these aspects to go along with it, right? Whereas young girls do more, right? There's more emphasis on appearances. And so what that shows you is, it shows you that there's a trickle-down effect of the stimuli acme still even there, which is unfortunate, that you have women just being overly sexualized. And again, it might not trickle down in that direct way, but it'll be like indirect, like still, oh, look what a cute princess, look what a dress, look at this and that. Like you're worrying about their appearance more than you naturally would or should. And a truly enlightened society wouldn't care about appearances of anybody ever at all, because it not only doesn't serve a purpose, but it often flies in the face of reality. Like, you wouldn't need to do that. You wouldn't be concerned about it unless if the reality was sound, you wouldn't need to worry about appearances, or it just exists to try to overcompensate for and distract from it. And it's sort of the initial minded basis that you look at. It assumes that like you live forever kind of a mentality, that like you wouldn't value these transient artificial things if you really lived with an awareness of your own mortality and finite existence and state. But that shows you live in a half-mast state where you don't really value what you're doing, and you only do it in performative pretense, overcompensative effects. So, for example, you live as if you're going to live forever. So you take the time to value all these artificial, arbitrary things, but then you don't really face the finality. You wouldn't be aware of your mortality at all times and realize, oh, I only have so much time on this earth, and so therefore I would value it more heavily and only in terms of functional or practical basis, etc. So the other thing I want to consider is the simple fact that you have I don't know, I guess that's pretty much it. I like when I go on these tangents about stuff from the past, though. Right, this is a very open-ended format. It's almost too open-ended, but there are some really good takes and concepts and things in here, and sort of a concession that I'm too lazy to do it in a formal way. Like, it's all still, this is the best you're going to get for now, and I go, it is almost an insecurity in a way. Not that, like, oh, anybody would steal my idea, but it's more broad than that. Like, some of them are so good that some of my old takes and terms and stuff, that at least is here archived in some form, so I could always go back and point to it like, oh, look, somebody said something similar, and they got 1 million views for it. And, yeah, like, that's one take that's been hijacked. Now it's a trendy take. You say that, oh, female chess titles shouldn't exist. I say this many, many years back. And, oh, you're a sexist, you're anti-women. Now all the streamers and stuff are saying it now. Like, I'm not saying they took it from me. I'm saying it takes people time to for their brains to catch up to the obvious conclusion, I had to argue with people about that. Like, oh, people are saying, oh no, that's anti-women, or women get mistreated, that's why it helps to overcompensate, and blah, blah, blah. But now all of a sudden, oh, it's okay to get rid of the titles. Like, I hate that so much, because, again, it shows you like a stature issue. If you say it, oh, you're wrong, and everybody hates you and you're a sexist, because you're just some random person. But, oh, if Alex Botez says it, or somebody, oh, now you agree because you have cult of personality behind it, or so you're judging it more so in the context of who says it than what is actually being said. But yeah, that's one topic, like, of impressionable youth. Like, that's the one thing that flies in the face of a lot of even objective absolutist terms and tendencies, is when people are young, they do imitate what they see and experience a lot, and they are very impressionable. So that's the part that's hard to counteract no matter what. That's true in all cases, right? So you have so that kind of becomes exempt a little bit, but there's a desire then not to influence them too much, or not to rigidly structure and indoctrinate them, even though that's the main time when you'd be sort of disturbed by what you're actually saying. But then this is the overextended contrivance state that we resign ourselves to, where it's basically like, you resign yourself to the fact that you have to heavily indoctrinate your children when they're young. That's a good thing. That means you're doing it the right way. Like, why should you need to do that if what you're doing is a sound process? Why should you need to struggle, like with your children, your teens, against their cognitive dissonance in their mind? Why should thinking be stigmatized? Why should, duplicity and artifice be valued? Why should dressing things up and contrivance response and all this? It's the sort of thing you innately realize, but then you just have to fight against it. You have to struggle against it, as if that's the point. Why should you have to do that? Why can't you be at peace with your inherent state? Why can't you, and you could be, even in a manner speaking, but it's because of overextended collective contrivance, aided by the machination process, reinforced through indoctrination, using folly favoritism to distract. So all these things combined do not serve a particular purpose. Oh yeah, here's another point I always use before, is like how the expression thank you, or sort of canned phrases like that, are a way to keep people enslaved to a half-mast contrivance state. Like, thank you is the tool that is used to keep people enslaved, because it tries to overcompensate. If something was worth doing, there'd be no need for that. So it shows you it's some inadequate state, even by their own admission, that they're having to uphold in a way that's sort of unnatural, right? Because if it was adequately self-sufficient of a process, you wouldn't need to overcompensate with social contrivance. And now you do that as sort of a placeholder for some other value, and all this sort of social gratification is used also to assuage some of this other element, and so that's pretty good. How did I go from Hell's Kitchen to this? That's what I did, and that's like the last full thing that I really did. It was fun, but the way they shoot it is a little bit too fast-paced and a little bit dumb, right? But I watched the whole first season. My prediction was like God level, though. I even said Mike and Jessica would be the last two standing. Jessica was out third, but a lot of people take issue with Elsie being out, but I think Elsie and Jessica clearly both had flaws, right? You could tell from the beginning. They're good, they have a certain amount of talent, but they also have some major flaws. And I like how Gordon says that to her, too. you know deep down you're not as good as Mike and Ralph. Like, really? And you're saying that in front of her family? Like, it's true, but no, Mike apparently went bankrupt or something later. But even though he agrees to the offer at the end of the show, I don't like how Gordon tries to weasel out of it, too. We don't want to give you the $250K, so I'll let you work in my restaurant in fucking, in Europe. Okay, so today I'll look at some other random stuff, probably something correlated. I watched like some other JCS thing, not when I was recording yesterday, and it's like, I was sort of questioning, like, where did he go? Where's JCS? Because he wasn't even doing like his little asides and pauses. So literally JCS can get away with just showing the whole fucking thing. He puts like maybe a little text annotations or whatever, but generally he'll let the video play like somebody's interrogation for 10 minutes and then just skip ahead. But he'll like say, if you really do the ratio, like 90% of his videos are the interrogation and 10% is him actually saying something. So he's stealing somebody else's thing and using it as content, right? None of it is really his own. Right? His commentary is very limited. I don't know, I just find it kind of a little distasteful and stupid because it's not really very well fleshed out. I'm not saying you should ramble on like I do in some of these sessions, but something about it is still just kind of stupid. So yeah, it doesn't mean that I'm going to watch the whole Jodi Arias trial like that from the beginning, but at least I watched the prosecution opening statement, and some of those early parts I probably haven't even seen, because I would always just skip ahead and go to some of the interesting parts and some of the cross-examination and stuff. So let me see what else we have in here. Yeah, the Alex Jones one is a real travesty because, again, it ultimately is about money. It's not about the families. It's not about the victims because they're already gone. So whatever you say, you're trying to scapegoat him too much. He had nothing to do with the original crime, so the fine shouldn't be more than $5 million, $10 million at most. They're just trying to destroy his whole business and his whole career, which, again, that shows you pure bias in the proceeding. Like, that shouldn't have anything to do with it. What damages does he owe for just that one particular action that he did, which is, okay, Sandy Hook is a hoax and all this kind of stuff. It's not really fair to say that because that it does not rise to the level of, like $1 billion fine by any measure. You can look at other cases, other fines. First of all, that sort of fine is just unheard of, period, in general. But like, yeah, somebody's fined $67 million for partly causing the housing collapse and financial crisis in 2008, right? So that affected millions of people's lives and, so much money, and it cost them provably way more money. And he gets fined $67 million. Whereas now you have somebody who didn't cost anybody necessarily money. It's more so just it affected them psychologically and this and that. And even the one expert is saying, like, what percentage of the damage did Alex Jones cause? Because other people were saying these things were already out there, right? Even now people still believe it. So you can't blame somebody for simply being like a lightning rod for what people already believe, first of all, right? He didn't create the whole idea. People look at Robbie Parker smiling and they're suspicious, or they look at other things. So you can't blame him specifically. He did what he did, but it's I wouldn't blame him 100% the way that people often do. So you have the ability to, let me see what else we have here. I finally started putting stuff into playlists, but now I don't know if I've seen all of it or not. Or it's almost like, oh yeah, I was trying to watch the interviews too. I'm trying to keep watching this until I get bored of it, but I'm not really getting bored of it. I watched like one of her interviews yesterday. So the point is, as much as I mock JCS, I should try to be the change I wish to see in the world and actually do it better than he does. But, I'm somewhere in between, where like I sort of have become more like this React content, just lowest common denominator stuff, but also that I sort of fit in some little deeper analysis and thought here and there. Like even when I'm watching an XQC reaction to it, or like how I've reacted to some of those, between XQC's reaction to JCS and JCS himself, the amount of actual content that they're providing is like 20% of the whole video. 80% is just the video itself, the interrogation stuff that he's clipping in, and the other, just XQC sitting there and watching it. So, the idea of a running commentary isn't necessarily bad throughout the whole thing, but it also lacks a little bit in substance at times. So the point is that I'm somewhere in between where maybe I kind of give that running commentary too much, but I also go into some sort of deeper analysis. Because when you look at XQC's reaction, for example, it's very banal, like, just a lot of the enjoyment comes from like seeing the chats react. It's the sort of thing that people can't even explain really why they like it, right? You watch it because it's there, or because he's highly conspicuous and famous. So it's like this fallacy that you could create as a social experiment. Have somebody who seems to have a big following, right, like just show that, they have 10,000 viewers, even if they don't, even if they're all fake, and have these bots be really good AI that kind of keeps, it doesn't even have to be very good, just keep spamming these emotes and stuff mindlessly. And if you're spamming these emotes mindlessly, that's the majority of what it is, right? This lowest form of expression possible. And so that's what people almost find entertaining, because a lot of these videos don't even have that. They'll have the chat replay in there. And so it's like this mindless thing that you're sort of just this horde of emotes with, very lowest common denominator. So if you were to simulate that experience, right, have like 10,000 bots and have them all put like emotes and similar comments, similar stuff that what you would see in chat. Now a lot of people would join in and enjoy that the same way they do. So in other words, it's the impression that it's another person there, that there are people there that gives it value, not the actual content itself. So just, in other words, anything could be valuable just because, X number of people are doing it. Right, it creates like this artificial value. So it's the same thing like with, I don't know, like you create this impression with a product, like, a lot of people like it, so therefore you'll like it for that reason, right? This sort of reinforced popularity element, where you have, the ability to, I don't know, there's like another example I would use of that, but yeah, like this preconceived notion that like, something is popular already, even if it's not, like even if you just create the illusion of it, but whether it is or isn't, that perception, so, it's popular, therefore you're willing to try it, therefore you think it's good, or therefore, something that plays a role. Whereas you preconceive the opposite, like, it's not, it's unknown, I've never heard of it, right, assuming that your knowledge is all that is in existence, or something like that. But you have, like, in other words, it's a process that creates itself. Like, it's already out there and popular, so therefore you'll say, why do you like it, or what's the basis? And, it's because it's already popular. So it's popular because it's already popular, and it'll become more popular because it's already popular, like it's already out there. The rich become richer, that kind of thing. And then the other fallacy that would never allow something to become popular, like, it's not popular, it's not well known, so I'm not going to, you'll dismiss it. But if you looked at everything that way, everything at one point wasn't popular, so it would never be allowed to become popular if the only criteria is that, it already has to be popular or well-known, etc. So somebody has to make it popular in the first place, right? People have to give it a chance or give it a try or something like that, which maybe is just out of necessity, like it's the only thing available, or it kind of, whatever. But, yeah, there's some fallacies with that. So let's see, we have Jodi Arias, jailhouse interview. I don't know if I really want to see too many more of these, but I was trying to set up like the whole psychological profile behind her, that you're able to look at it like, as if before we watched the actual trial. Not that I haven't already seen so many parts of it, but we kind of, and some of these are from after the trial anyway, or that moment feels like almost a scene from a movie where like the villain is finally beaten, where she covers her head with the folder or whatever, where it's like, she's going down the hallway covering her face from the cameras with the folder. That almost seems like something out of a movie. It's just, satisfying, cathartic sort of scene for people, or moment for people where this narcissistic sort of personality, or whatever you want to call her, that's always getting off on lying or thinks she can charm her way out or whatever. She always has something to say. She always has another lie to tell. She finally is silent because she can't say anything. Right, from the verdict, and she's made to eat her own words that, no jury will convict me. That's a very powerful moment that you have, that there's nothing you can do because what you're trying to do is, you're trying to create a dynamic where, I don't know, it's like you're faced to force the reality despite all your lies and delusions and deceptions and everything. You think you can fool everybody else, but you can't fool yourself in that moment. And they're even saying when she's off camera, she's freaking out. Like, you have nothing to say now when you had so much to say all this time. You thought you were being all smart. You thought you had a good memory. You thought you were smarter than Einstein, right? All these things that came up in the trial. You thought you were, going to deceive everybody. You thought no jury would convict you. You thought you were being all cute and cheeky and smart and snarky, and you had so much to say. You had so many lies. You were willing to go, through so much. And look at where it got you. Look at you now. Because it didn't do anything for you, really. Right, it made a spectacle out of you. That was a match made in hell, is Jodi Arias and Darrell Brooks. Although I don't think Jodi would go for somebody like that. Yeah, like that JCS thing, it's disappointing because he's so popular, and I guess just compiling this footage is so impressive, but, that's like how you monetize stuff or whatever, is like you take somebody else's content and just talk over it a little bit, and oh my goodness, that makes it yours, which you could say I'm doing the same thing now, but at least I'm, trying to be a bit more analytical, and at least I'm talking more. Arguably, people say, I'm talking way too much, but I look at that as like that's the whole point. If you're going to do it, then do it all the way kind of a thing. Right, with respect to, again, the standard should still be higher of what you're saying, but full interrogation is like 7 hours. If I was going to do that, I could do it like on 2 times speed. I guess you could say he puts in a certain amount of work to cut down some of these interrogations, but like, nobody's actually going to sit there and watch the whole 7 hours. And that's like a fallacy of people's perceptions in general in a lot of areas of life. Like, nobody's going to take the time to consider, like, you're not going to read the whole bill in legislation. You're not going to listen to the whole speech. You're not going to look at the whole thing. It's very easy to manipulate people's perceptions that way, like the way the mainstream media clips stuff down. So it's not just the media's fault for doing that. It's your fault for not looking any deeper. And in the age of the internet and stuff, it's kind of sad that people don't do that. But people don't have the time or the energy or the effort or the willingness to really look at something deeper and full, so they'll never get the full picture, so you can easily misrepresent it. So oftentimes people's views or opinions that they hold so indignantly are only a product of their sort of myopic, narrow marginalization and reduction of something in the first place. And so, let me see, full interrogation, jailhouse interview. That's almost what I wanted to do. I want to see like a current trial, like ongoing now, and talk about it in the present, right? Rather than like something that could be interesting that's happening presently. Whenever these things are televised too, you can tell the lawyers are sort of playing into it to a degree. Even sometimes the judge, like I criticized Ito in the O.J. Simpson trial for that, he's getting like the stars in his eyes and he's getting all distracted and playing to the cameras. The Casey Anthony judge I don't think was necessarily that bad, but But no, that's a similar allegation in the Casey Anthony trial that, oh, she was sexually abused or whatever. And so, by both the dad and apparently the brother or whatever, which there was actually some corroborating evidence to actually show that. The fact that the brother actually said something, or actually there was some speculation of that. Whereas with Jodi, at least, there wasn't any, I don't know, it's something that would come up in so many trials, or at least as a female defendant for whatever reason, you'll always bring up, oh, I was sexually abused as a kid, so that excuses my behavior later in life. Even if it has nothing to do with a crime, I had a bad upbringing and my father sexually abused me, right? Or my brother or something like that. And then, if that doesn't work, or in other cases, it'll be like, oh yeah, then I was with a man who resembled my father's behavior and did the same thing. I was attracted to somebody similar to my dad. Or even if you don't bring up the childhood part, like, oh, I was sexually abused by this guy, that's why I did what I did. That's why I killed him, or that's why I did some other unrelated crime. This always comes back to that. Like Amber Heard, oh, Johnny sexually abused me or physically abused me. And I don't know if she said sexually, actually. That was portrayed more as physical abuse. But yeah, like the Amber Heard does it, Casey Anthony does it, Jodi Arias does it. So it doesn't mean it's not true in some case, right? Maybe any or all of those could potentially have been true. Although the only one I may be semi-inclined to believe is Casey Anthony. I don't know exactly what happened with the brother, but there was some actual testimony to that effect. Or again, something that was looked into from years before. Somehow that they even thought the child was his, which I don't understand that. I don't know who the child was from. They were trying to cover that up and make it a big secret. They were trying to hide the fact that she's even pregnant. So again, that all stuff might be true. That doesn't mean that she didn't. That might be part of her reason for doing it too, that she didn't want to deal with the child or something. But, and yeah, the prosecution is trying to shame her, like, oh, she wanted to be a party girl. She, in this day and age, you say, oh, she should have been justified in getting an abortion because it could be her family's kid, her dad's or her brother's or something that she was, raped or something. And, oh, the dad could have gotten away with it because he's a cop, so whatever. But no, I don't know why, like, a lot of people assume it's like, oh, it's some other ex-boyfriend or something that that the baby came from. But yeah, if it turned out that way, like, I don't know how they wouldn't have some record of that, unsealed medical records or something, but I kind of forgot about that dynamic of the case. But what you have is the ability to you have like I'll look up some more recent thing, like just either on some law related channel, or just like if I just look up the term trial day 1 and go duration 20 minutes plus, and then look in like the past month, we might be able to find something more recent. Yeah, sometimes these media attention can have a negative effect, but typically it's okay. Or you could even say it has a positive effect, but Jodi Arias still got what she got. It's not like the media helped her, or like Darrell Brooks still got what he got, and this obviously Casey Anthony got away, but again, was that because of the media, or would it have been the same way? In fact, if anything, the media probably hurt her. If it was some hushed up trial that just happened and nobody heard about it, then the jury ended up causing her to be innocent anyway, despite the fact that most of the media coverage and most of the public perception would have said that she's guilty, right? In the court of public opinion, it would have been negative, and like, it doesn't make sense that you say, oh, the media is the reason why she got away with it, because despite the media's general perception and, public perception that she's guilty, both before, during, after the trial, she got away with it. The jury didn't buy into that, or was being kept out of that. So if anything, the media would have helped convict her, not help save her, right? Because generally it was very negative. two words there. So I don't really see how that would have hurt the trial. Or maybe it would have tainted it the other way, like, oh, she would have been innocent, but, oh, the media perception slips in there. Like, even the Johnny Depp thing, I would criticize that. Johnny Depp's a bigger star. He's so famous, he's so popular, so many people love him. So even if he was in the wrong, or regardless of what the facts of the case are, there was so much support that felt like came from that. Now, that shouldn't be necessary to defeat these sort of false allegations that you instead have, but it means that... it means that you're in a position to look at it still both ways. Like, that shouldn't be a dynamic in the case that you have oh, Johnny, and I hate to say it, but, oh, the jury knows Johnny Depp, and they like Johnny Depp, because everybody knows Johnny Depp, and everybody likes Johnny Depp. And so it's like, this is like a social contrivance technique that is very common. Like, on one hand, it's a reduction to structure. Like, people want to check the boxes of, like, certain performative aspects, even if they are. Like, eye contact, or certain canned phrases like, how are you, and stuff, right? So, on one hand, they want those things, but on the other hand, like, so try that as, like, an absolutist tendency. Like, don't even refer to those things. Just go straight to something, topical, right, where you ask about something direct or whatever. But then also, that can both be a positive and a negative. Like, they don't want you to ask about something directly, like, oh, so you like this thing. They'd rather you make a comment about the thing. It's like it's so obvious in terms of the contrived nature of it, but yet people would still do it or value it in a certain way. Like, if any level of thought about it would easily, what it would do, it would reveal the nature of a process to people, and then they can decide for themselves whether that process is, sound or not, or whether that invalidates it to them. So that's the issue, is like, people want to pretend there is no process, or they don't want to be aware of the process, or they don't want to be aware of the nature of the process. So anytime you do something that isn't sort of coded in contrivance, like, oh, it's not convincing enough, or it's not anything like that, or, it's like a little slow, or a little, whatever, like, inefficiently done within that performative aspect. Like, oh, your performative aspects aren't good enough, so that's bad, that's the fault of the person, not the fact that simply reveals the nature of the contrivance state anyway. So, for example, like, let's say somebody's socially awkward. Now, they'll be seeing, oh, it's their fault, right, for not adequately overcompensating for the process. But really the reason why people don't like it is because it makes them aware of the process itself. That, oh, like, it's all artificial. It's just that some people are better or worse at executing that. So instead you reduce the mind to an initial basis and say, let's take everything at face value. So we assume that the process is absolute and not artificial. So now it becomes a question of whether somebody's better or worse at performing those artificial elements, right? So, oh, it's only bad if somebody makes us aware of how artificial the process is by them failing to adequately overcompensate for it with performative aspects. So that's the point. It's the same process, so you'd rather be made aware of it fully all the time, and then you can decide for yourself, but instead, that doesn't work. So then people instead are reduced to the initial basis like, no, we can't be made aware of the nature of the process, or that would invalidate it. And so let's just instead not be aware and not think. Right, so you have the ability to basically do it like again, the initial versus the larger process element. And what you have with that is, again, is it a fault of the individual for failing to overcompensate for the process or practice the absolute process? Or is it a flaw of the process itself that it's not absolute, it's artificial, it could be destroyed by pure lack of acknowledgement of it, something like that. I'm trying to think, like, what can I react to that would open up the door to these sorts of things, and I really can't. Like a philosophical thing or some concept I've discussed in the past. It seems like this has to more just come from me, right? This is just something I would used to do. There's nothing really, even things that are political are kind of like not getting the whole point because they're still narrow. Like, even as intelligent as some of these people are, it's all within the context of some preconceived basis. Like, Ben Shapiro is really smart, but he also is a conservative, Republican, whatever. So there's a certain narrowing of a standard there. That's what I try to never do, and that's why I had a certain reputation in the past for being objective, that, like, I don't really care, right? I don't have a horse in the race. Even if I say, oh, an independent, I don't really care which one. I'm saying that more broadly. So it's like, it doesn't matter because you're always trying to do it in such a way that I don't know, like, you're not dug in, because then when you're dug in, now you start seeing things in a different way, like in a different way where it's sort of incentivized by something that you have, you'll abandon standards, or you won't have standards. So what you do is you basically, your standard becomes a position. So it's like you make it about side, or, it's kind of like, the expression I would use, like, focus on ideas, not individuals, focus on principles, not people, that kind of a thing. So now it becomes more about, oh, you're on that side, so you have to defend that side, and your standards are sort of, not going to be all consistent. Pose it more in a broad sense, like, you have certain standards, period, and now a side might overlap with it partially, but no side is going to be perfectly in line with it, and even you're probably not going to be perfectly in line with it. Or here's always a good concept that, like, a zero-sum means element. Like, the only reason why people say, oh, do something for the greater good collective is because they have some sort of stake or incentive in it, or even if it's self-gratification, but that's always still better because it's not tied to a zero-sum means element as much. But no, it's a case where, oh, you have a job, like you're a doctor or something impressive, right? It's like, oh, you're so proud of it and so arrogant, but you're doing it for zero-sum self-interest, so it's like, so what? That's good, but, like, you're not really doing anything that broadly impressive. It's like, oh, you're doing it for your self-interest. And, like, oh, you're so stressed, or you're in a hurry and it's somehow justified because, oh, you have kids, or you have this or that people use as an excuse in society. But if your job or your life, or, having kids or whatever, requires you to be a certain way that you wouldn't vouch for being otherwise, like, oh, you're in a rush, or you're rude, or you're somehow whatever, right? If it requires you to be so cynical or something negative, right? If you're using that as an excuse, then that shows you can't handle it, so maybe you shouldn't do it in the first place. Like, oh, you have a job that makes you 6 figures, but, oh, you're so stressed out, and this and that, and it makes you do something that you wouldn't normally want to do, alcoholic, whatever, but then it's like you're the one who's choosing to do it, so then do something that doesn't require you to overextend yourself in a way that you wouldn't vouch for, right, if you can't handle it. And so, yeah, let me do what I was saying, where I'm going to look up I'll just look up trial day 1, and then boyfriend cop murder trial. I don't know, some of these are so good, but it's not like you want to watch the whole thing. Vegas reporter Robert, yeah, this is a bald guy, I think, who I always find so amusing. 30-day free trial to something. That's good. That's an understandable search suggestion, because I don't just have trial, but I also have day in there. Trial day 1. Let me see, like, something 1 month ago. Buried. Oh yeah, let's look at that one. The suitcase. No, not suits. Let's see, not saying that all of these have to be really televised. Sarah Boone Rejects deal. Suitcase murder trial postponed. Where she like stuffs the guy in the suitcase and like, oh, they were role playing, which it does seem like maybe he got in there consensually, but then didn't realize her intent. Right, like that can happen a lot of the time. Like, oh, Travis was really consensual with Jody that day. They were having sex. He was still glad to see her. Though there is some pattern with him that, you know, Alice Laviolette is sort of right in one way. Like, oh, he's worried about being stalked, but then he's still having sex with her, even after saying that. Like, it was hard to really entirely take that seriously. Let's see what this one is. I don't even know what this is. Buried husband. Is this going to be the full thing? Some of these are good. I wouldn't mind watching like some reaction type stuff to some of these. Actually, that might be better because then it ends up being that stupid JCS type of thing. Because then at least it's more short form. Like, you got to find a similar channel to that. Like, XQC reacts like to a crime sort of thing. It wants to show me cringe. Yeah, like Dr. Insanity. Let's try one of those. Killer realized the victim solved her own murder. A lot of these are the same shit, too. Let's skip past JCS and see who the other guy is, I guess. Oh yeah, I saw that Michael Rafferty one. So, like, I think that's his name at least. And he did a really good job in the interrogation of not giving them anything to work with. So I at least have to respect that. Maybe this guy's better, Doctor. And you know what? Let's give it a shot, though, still. Guilty until... I mean, that's my first time seeing some of these, period, too, on top of, you know, whatever. Just him... It is weird, right? Like, I even am criticizing, like, why would people want to watch him just sit there and watch it himself? But it's interesting because I'm sort of reviewing his thing, too. I'm seeing, like, what is he giving to it? It's the sort of thing that would have been done ironically originally. Like, oh, he would react to TikToks to punish chat for being bad that day or something while he's playing Overwatch professionally as an esports player. So, like, at least he has some valid basis. But, like, if Hikaru does it, at least he's one of the best players in the world, whatever. Fine, I'll give this a shot. XCC reacts to guilty until proven innocent. JCS criminal psychology, 22 minutes, 20 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. Dismantles it by barely talking. I like the format, but he doesn't really do enough. A lot of five-head emails in there, but the problem with that is it's like ex post facto justification. You decide that they're guilty, and then you try to piece it together, like with Hans Niemann being accused of cheating. But not everybody's like that. The problem is that this goes against most of the things he observes in most other videos. Like, oh, they're rocking their leg. That means they're guilty, or this or that. So now he's going to do all that, but they're always trying to play with him as far as something being TOS that he has to skip or he'll get banned. He's reacted to a lot of these type of things, though. If you were to look up reactions in general, I don't know. It's like his is the first one or the only one that shows up. Now you just look at the interrogation footage and he won't even say anything. Like, look at the ratio of... Sometimes it's just, they want to get it over with, they don't care. What is this accent? He just wants to get his job over with. Oh, here we go, man. These same things you were just saying that could be atypical behavior and don't mean that you're guilty or something. But see, you're using hindsight bias in this too. You wouldn't know at the time. to be fair, even when you're declared innocent ultimately by a jury in a trial, like Casey Anthony or somebody, let's say even she is innocent, you're still held in custody for a long time. Years of your life that you can't get back, especially because of how slow the system can be. What if you're even wrong that he actually is innocent? You're still using hindsight bias that you just think he is. But no, most of his videos probably relate to guilty subjects, or you should almost leave it as a mystery. I guess if you don't know the subject, it would be like, oh, you don't know whether Casey Anthony was innocent or not, so. So he has past criminal convictions, so that creates a certain bias towards him, though. I kind of want to see that. Let's do that. Assuming it would even be on video. You can't assume that just every trial is. But see, it could be. You could just be a good liar. Oh, it'd be easy, man. So many people can do shit like this. You don't know how people are. No, they can still do it, though. They just have to put themselves in the mindset. No. You can put yourself in the mindset. You're still using ex post facto justification. Pretend he's actually guilty. I could find plenty of case examples of guilty people who just fuck around and, you know. So he really gets locked up for 2 years, just like the average innocent person who goes to trial. But it worked out for Casey pretty well because she would have served 4 years anyway for the perjury charges. And so therefore, you know. Right, so she only has to spend like a week more in jail. for both good behavior and because she already had served. Okay, no. Omega lol K and Omega lol is probably what Chan is saying right now. But then you take it and bottle it up for years, and then you take it out on somebody. And now they'll say, oh, you're only getting so angry because you're guilty. Or, oh, you're too calm, that means you're guilty. The opposite interpretation. Only a killer would be this calm, or only someone innocent would be so calm because you have nothing to hide. Or only a killer would be this calm because you don't care about what happened. Or only somebody who's falsely accused would be this angry because they're aggrieved. Or only a killer would be this angry because you know you're guilty and you're trying to hide it. You see how it can work in any of those four ways, like... And sometimes, family testimony isn't admissible. I like there's a scene from Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, actually, where it's like episode 16 or 17, right, when Maria Ross is about to get killed, and it's like, oh, so like they shut down every argument she has. You were seen here, and your family testimony is inadmissible, and like they go through everything she has and just shut it down so quickly. But that's why we'll still take you to trial and waste 2 years. Yeah, he's cynical to the whole system. They're just out to get you. It's not going to do you any good. That's an oxymoron, aggressive in a defensive manner. It might be justified, but it's not really useful. We could look at each of these trials that he's talking about. It would be cool to watch one without knowing, like, sort of the outcome or the facts of the case, that they are innocent, and I sort of opine myself whether they are or not, or like role play as a jury member and watch the whole trial and see what happens. As long as he doesn't have to wait for 2 years. Like, what if he showed him the video now and he identified something that, oh, that couldn't have been me? Like, act as his own lawyer. You just got to go to court and deal with it. 5 head emotes. To be fair, it's not up to them to decide whether you're guilty or not. Getting a confession without evidence, though, can be a bad thing because you might get it illegitimate, like, oh, you torture them, yeah, they'll confess, or something under false pretenses. Yeah, these people always talk too much. Breaking Anna, according to the subtitles. But you already ignored the fact that it's a white male who's like below 6 feet. He's saying he's on video, so I don't know how you can prove that for sure. This guy's very rational, though. It's almost like how I would be. Just be sort of to the point. I hope the court just shreds it tomorrow and fucking he gets declared innocent instead of wasting 2 years. Because all this procedure ends up taking forever. We need a real-life Phoenix Wright system where it's the murder happens, then the next morning you investigate, then the next day after that, you have the trial, and the trial has to end in 3 days. As long as it doesn't turn into 2 years. So really what you'd be nervous about is you're upset about the system. Like, you know how shitty it can be. You're not upset because you're guilty. You're upset because you might be falsely accused, or you are being falsely accused, and you think you might still go to jail because of how shitty the system is. Like, there's a lot of that to do with race that people talk about. Okay, only days, not years. It was only 3 days, though. It's not like 2 years. Okay, that's good. I want to see that trial, but I guess maybe it wouldn't be available. Again, don't assume that every trial. I like all the other ones that he mentions too. Out of all these, one of them has to be on video, and I'd love to see it now, but maybe we'll just watch another one of these. That one wasn't too bad because at least it wasn't that long. So this is XCC reacts to The Legend of Jeff, JCS Criminal Psychology, starting in 3, 2, 1. I don't really know what that means. Like, don't tell me whether he did it or not. He's going to filibuster the rights all day. Nobody ever uses their Miranda rights, though. I could be guilty, I could be innocent. Just don't say shit and let the lawyer handle it, and you'll be better off. It's not going to help you to do this. It only helps the police. Anything can be used against you. He understands. That's why he's not saying anything. Even saying that you understand them could be used against you. Now he's just not going to say anything. Bro is literally me right now. He's just going to do this the whole time. So he hasn't even said that he understands them. Oh shit, he doesn't look 6'5" from there. But yeah, that's always an argument too. Like, hard drugs should be legal, but you should be able to handle it, but obviously people can't handle it, so like, it's a point of society that you gotta get to. He did say other things I thought he wouldn't say. Is Robert De Niro really an anti-hero in Taxi Driver? Like, he's, I guess based on how it ends, but you could look at him as just a villain, but because of how it ends. I think more of like Kaiba from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or stuff like that, like the Vegeta from DBZ and stuff like that, right, where and they often help the hero eventually and join them. Not always selfish, though. That's a good analysis, but what does this have to do with? Thurman Merman. They're far more interesting. Like Vegeta is far more interesting. Not even that they resemble yourself, they're just more complex. Instead of like a goody two-shoes who's always right. Yeah, I can't think of so many from movies that are... Because a lot of them I think of as villains. Like, even Travis Bickle doesn't feel like an... I guess he is, but if you look at the first 75% of the movie, he's not an anti-hero at all. He's a fucking degenerate, you know... I don't know. That's a little more complex, but maybe... I don't really consider it black and white like that. Yeah, why can't I think of too many, It's like somebody who has their own agenda, but is not necessarily the villain. Or, you know, they're not, you know, like chaotic neutral or something like that, where they have some other reasoning behind it. But they have their own agenda, they're often rivals with the protagonist, they often end up warming up to them and helping them later, even if for their own reasons or something. So Vegeta is actually one of the best examples in all of fiction history. He starts off as a villain, but then he becomes an anti-hero. Like the Truman Show, you wouldn't really consider anybody an anti-hero. You could consider Ed Harris just the villain, Kristoff. He's not really an anti-hero, he's just an antagonist. And Salieri from Amadeus, I'm thinking about like my favorite movies. That was an interesting analysis though, actually. That's very apropos to movies and stuff. Yeah, but if you were really a good person, you wouldn't do it in the first place. It's not that, oh, it's not your fault that you're addicted now, but it's your fault that you used it in the first place, or that you would become addicted. You are talking right now, though. And you have a criminal record, so that's why they're prejudiced against you. Or it's like you're adversarial to the point that it serves a purpose, but then when you're not. Right, so you can be very harsh and adversarial, but only as it serves a purpose. But think about like the overbearing boss or somebody, or parent or something, who's like, they seem mean, but they're only mean because it serves a purpose and he gets the job done. And then, absolutist tendency that might be. So it's not personal, and so they're not really being mean or bad on purpose. They're just doing it because they perceive it as serving a purpose, or maybe even it does and it's justified. You've handcuffed me, a weird thing to say to somebody. The guy's just farming out Cokes. Everyone who comes in will give him another Coke. But when he asked for Coke, it was a different kind of Coke that he wanted. Oh, he wasn't even giving them that, though. Don't even give it. They can't force you to say yes. The guy's just having a whole fucking vending machine worth of Coke. How about you get some actual hydration or some food? That the armed robbery occurred, or that I did it, though? That's the thing. But why does it matter? Because it's not up to you. It's up to the jury. Let them decide. You're suggesting it already. You're already telling me. Like, yeah, you'll say there's physical evidence that the armed robbery happened, but not that you are the one specifically who did it. And that could give him an alibi that I would just be indifferent. Like, I'm not gonna... I just wouldn't say anything. Get me a lawyer. Let me go to court. Now you'll be wrong by 1 minute, and then that'll be used against you in court, and then... See, if you were aware of all this, you could just do it in a performative way. What if you study these tapes and then you... Why would I sit on a gun? I could end up hurting myself. Maybe the whole time he's just protecting his friend who did the armed robbery, not himself. Yeah, like awareness of a process can easily undermine that. Like, oh, you know that this is perceived as being good, so then you do it for that reason alone. Oh, if I have this posture, it's like this sort of unthinking basis that people think operate on. Like, everybody just doesn't think, and so everything is reactionary initial. But what if you do think? What if you are always self-aware and doing that? He's farmed like 3 sodas. Coca-Cola. But so he doesn't even know the outcome? How could you not find this out? He'll become a Coke addict, but a different kind of thing, a soda addict. That's kind of lame, though, that you don't know what happened to him. What the fuck? I don't get how you can make a video like that and not do some more research. But I doubt he ended up working at Coca-Cola. It's such a weird, like, why am I watching these in particular? I don't even know. I don't know. Some of these at least he's a little better, but I don't like the ones where they're super long and they like go through. It's like an hour-long JCS video and 45, 50 minutes of it are not even him talking or doing anything. Sure, he's compiling the footage and stuff together, but I don't know, it's not exactly what I like or I respect. XQC reacts to narcissistic personality disorder, JCS. Now, is this going to involve a particular individual, or is it just going to be talking about the thing altogether? In 3, 2, 1. Human beings are narcissistic, period. Yeah, like imagine recording yourself reacting to something, or imagine you doing face cam all the time. True. The fact that you keep a diary, the fact even if you don't think other people are going to see it, it's like this sort of self. It's too broad though, like everybody has some of these traits, so. Is he pretending? Like he was being sensitive? Ah, yes, because nobody does that. Ah, yes, of course, everybody. Yes, because people aren't different at work than they are at school, than they are at home, than they are in this. But doesn't everyone do that? Anytime you want like some sort of credit from other people, or you think like your mundane things matter, like you post something on Facebook, why would anybody care about that? You take a picture, why would anybody care? Like it's sort of insistence upon yourself. So yeah, imagine recording your reaction to something. Why would anybody care to see that or hear that? But yeah, human beings are inherently narcissistic. Like, they think that there's a God and it created them in his image and the world revolves around them, like the sun revolves around the earth rather than the other way around. Or, that we are going to save the planet even though it's only our own zero-sum self-interest and we couldn't destroy the planet even if we wanted to. Yeah, all these terms are sort of overly broad and too convenient to use. Nobody is 100% something. Nobody is 0% something. Everybody has some of these traits. Nobody is like this all the time. Like everybody doesn't have variable traits and but then why would you be with them then? Maybe it is just a way to realize that everything is artificial, and so you're annoyed by when it's treated like it's not. Why are you showing OJ, though, when he didn't even go to jail at all? But no, it's like a full value for the self. Oh, that, it's bad to actually value yourself. Doesn't matter how you explain it, though. All these fucking movie clips. This is like some old school YouTube video that just clips together a whole bunch of random shit. Or you just realize how artificial and stupid people are. Like, they can be so easily manipulated. So these same people, like somebody who would run for president, you don't think that's narcissistic to think that you're capable enough to do that? And somebody who craves power like that? Former self, but who are you to define fully the former self and static self? As if you're not a variable, as if you can't change, as if you're not so easily defined. This is a logical basis, right? Don't bother trying. Yeah, it'll never be enough because of a zero-sum collective contrivance process. Oh yeah, how about trying to please the unpleasable contrivance state of society and other people? It's a very narrow worldview, but sometimes it just shows you somebody who actually values themselves, or sometimes it's justified. It's too narrow. All these definitions are like weaponized, just like the way that medicine is weaponized, the way that all these things are done too. Because what it does is it assumes like some sort of base state. This is the normal way that you are. This is the true self. How do you know that? How do you know what? Yes, because you can't have self-awareness no matter what condition you have. Yeah, all of these things shortchange, like all these labels, the ability and potential and self-awareness that people have. Like, you can do whatever you want whenever you want. You can think whatever you want, say whatever you want. Like, human variable is infinite, where you're not a defined static thing. You're a variable. You can do different things at different times. You can be self-aware. You can counteract. These ones have been a little bit different. The song is pretty good. So this is like him doing the one that Dr. disrespected, which he didn't even do intentionally. Somebody else turned it into that, but like he was just saying that offhandedly. I don't know. Some of these are a little bit different, but XCC reacts to the case of Chris Watts, part 1 in 3, 2, 1. Or we got to see one on like Aaron Hernandez, where. But no, that whole description of narcissism is weird because like everybody's a narcissist then, or human beings collectively are. Somebody who would destroy and reshape the whole world and kill countless animals and extinct species and all this kind of stuff. Like the whole world revolves around them. Even when dealing with other people, like Aaron Hernandez, to Jose Baez was actually his attorney in some other capacity, and he won that case, not the original case. fast forwarding this explanation because she's so long-winded and verbose. Way to spoil the whole outcome. Some of these you should leave as a mystery. The male version of Casey Anthony, I guess. You could just say she wasn't there. So why would it matter? Like, you're not being weird. She's not home. Well, maybe they don't answer your calls. Yeah, that's how people misframe things too. Like, you look worried, but worried about what? Worried about the wife? Worried that you killed her? Worried that you might get caught? Worried that she might be, somebody else did something to her? Worried about something else? Like, so you don't know what form they're reacting to. His house and car and stuff is pretty nice. That's what you wrapped them in when you killed them, I guess? She could have left on her own is the whole point, and you just didn't know. Anytime you use a big word like that, you get the 5-head spam in chat. Look at this guy snitching. maybe he's just bothered. He could be nervous about it. Oh yeah, wouldn't you delete your own camera footage? Yeah, why wouldn't you delete that yourself? But they always say he's always like that. This could be your own somber way of dealing with it. Why are they doing this like split screen where he's a different angle? There's like different news stations, I guess. A regular Robbie Parker, this one. Okay, so here I actually found something in my suggested that was kind of funny. I had a knee-jerk reaction to it, like, what, this is real? Like, it almost seemed like a joke. There's a movie on Lifetime, Jodi Arias' Dirty Little Secret, full movie at Lifetime. So this is the kind of thing that maybe I'll benefit, because you can just watch it for free on YouTube, but maybe it would have ads, but now I won't know because I have YouTube Premium. Whatever, but I may as well watch this, so it'll be, it's like an hour, 29 minutes. And 4 seconds, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. And I wonder how much of her stories they'll adopt in terms of the lie. Representation, like, will it show Travis being violent based on being what she said, or Jodi Arias' Dirty Little Secret? But no, like, did they need her permission to do this, or how does that really work? Did she get kickbacks, money from it? It doesn't entirely look like her. I wonder if a lot of lines are things that they actually are recorded as having said to each other over text or whatever. How much they might extrapolate. Or like, how did the family approve of this or not? It's not like she took pictures of him. But no, it's very fitting that Lifetime would have this. It seems like it keeps stuttering. But no, this could be a good category of stuff to react to as well. Like stuff that is... you get in a crash because you're watching a sex scene. I feel like it stuttered a few times, so I don't know if that was an intended effect of the camera and stuff, like they're not doing it right or whatever, but I don't know if it's like delayed now a little bit. I'll try to mirror some of the dialogue so you know, but 911 operator, what is your emergency? Oh, that's meant to be the last day. Or no, it's not her who's calling, obviously. Somebody must have signed off on this shit, though. How do you just do it? Right, like, does Jodi have to give permission? Does the family have to give permission of Travis, etc.? But what you have is, it keeps stuttering a little bit. what you have is, she goes blonde and stuff. Las Vegas, September 2006, or this is when they first met. I don't know if I really want to watch this right now, actually. This is him doing a public speech. A lot of this would be on record that you would just watch like real story, movies based on real stories and real killers. Little like visualization that you would do, almost meditation. So they meet, and supposedly there wasn't. She looks a little bit off from her though. Like she doesn't fully look like her. It wasn't like this at all. They didn't have a look like that probably. Like they just meet, but they don't have an immediate fling. Then they try to, like, he converts her to be a Mormon. Then they get into it later. But yeah, I wonder how much they'll extrapolate on what she lied about. They're showing his sort of charisma that he clearly had from his speeches. I feel like this didn't happen at all, even within. This is not at all how it fucking happened. Like, they even say that themselves. Both Jody and Travis, in record, it shows more that they didn't immediately have a thing. It was like, they were friends, they took time, they did Mormon stuff. Right. Let me try to get a timestamp here. 6:27, 6:30, 6:31. Enthusiasm. They're playing this up really hard, like, this isn't how it was portrayed to be. And you might say she's lying, but they're more like conservative people than what they're showing here. Like, with him being a Mormon, and they wouldn't just be doing this. Thou shalt not fornicate. Like, I don't buy this interpretation. This is so, like, overplayed. I'm not even defending her, but, like, it wouldn't have been like this, dude. They're laying it on really thick. This is so, oh, she was just testing him. This is all fucking extrapolated. It's not consistent with her personality either, because I know you might think, oh, she's a blonde bombshell here. She was still more reserved based on everyone who interacted with her. She was more like this mousy type. It's not just an act that she puts on. She's not always like this way they're showing her. That she'll get all jealous. Let's see, Paul Allen's table. Classic. Right, she said Paul and Allen. Let's see Paul Allen's fucking social etiquette. So now she'll get all jealous. But if you're gonna be with somebody like that, you gotta be their little their muse, if you will. Like, you gotta go there with them and kind of chill out and be sociable with other people. They're moving this too fast. Like, they haven't even done anything yet. No, this is really, I'm like a historian on this case, but I feel like a lot of this is extrapolated on. Yeah, you should be able to play along with what she's doing, or what he's doing, I mean, right, to be able to, I don't understand, actually, where did they get all this? This is not how it's portrayed at all. Did they just, like, did I miss a time skip or something? Like, what is this hypersexual thing? I think there's some realistic data to show that. That they didn't immediately do anything. I thought they knew each other a little bit. They he converted her to Mormonism. And then eventually they got into it. That's not just from her. That's from other people too. I don't know how they're portraying this. this is incorrect on both sides. He wouldn't have been this willing to do this. She wouldn't have been this throwing herself at him. This is the title of the movie. But they're showing her too much, like, I don't know. I don't entirely buy the premise of framing here. This is like showing when they basically first met, which I don't know if there's anything to suggest that they went this far. You just got to think about, like, the awkwardness of it. Like, oh, I just met you and let's just have sex. Like, this isn't the type of people that they are, right? He's a conservative Mormon type, right? Even if he's not always faithful to that, it would have taken more time to get to this point. That's all I'm saying. And even for her, like, I don't know. They skipped a lot of stuff that could have been in between there, right, where they want to just get right to the sex. She's going to snap some pictures of, yeah. Just make sure the flash is off so you don't wake him up. We've already seen her jealousy and her thing. I'm just not buying her look exactly. Her face isn't as, like, chubby. She has, like, these chubby cheeks, kind of like a wider thing. I don't know. Like, I get it. It's just... Even though you saw already at the beginning, where he was holding hands with the other girl and stuff. That's why he just broke it immediately by having sex with you. But you're so far away, this long distance thing. Right, that's the whole issue, is you're going to be so far away. Mesa, Arizona. Or, like, he would try to hide her from his friends and stuff. This is how every female and male interaction is portrayed in in a Lifetime movie. Like, everything's got to be hyper. Okay, so here I actually found something in my suggested that was kind of funny. I had a knee-jerk reaction to it, like, what, this is real? Like, it almost seemed like a joke. There's a movie on Lifetime, Jodi Arias' Dirty Little Secret, full movie at Lifetime. So this is the kind of thing that maybe I'll benefit, because you can just watch it for free on YouTube, but maybe it would have ads, but now I won't know because I have YouTube Premium. Whatever, but I may as well watch this, so it'll be, it's like an hour, 29 minutes, and 4 seconds, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1, and I wonder how much of her stories they'll adopt in terms of the lie. Representation, like, will it show Travis being violent based on being what she said, or Jodi Arias' Dirty Little Secret? But no, like, did they need her permission to do this, or how does that really work? Did she get kickbacks, money from it? It doesn't entirely look like her. I wonder if a lot of lines are things that they actually are recorded as having said to each other over text or whatever. How much they might extrapolate. Or like, how did the family approve of this or not? It's not like she took pictures of him. But no, it's very fitting that Lifetime would have this. It seems like it keeps stuttering. But no, this could be a good category of stuff to react to as well. Like stuff that is... you get in a crash because you're watching a sex scene. I feel like it stuttered a few times, so I don't know if that was an intended effect of the camera and stuff, like they're not doing it right or whatever, but I don't know if it's like delayed now a little bit. I'll try to mirror some of the dialogue so you know, but 911 operator, what is your emergency? Oh, that's meant to be the last day. Or no, it's not her who's calling, obviously. Somebody must have signed off on this shit, though. How do you just do it? Right, like, does Jodi have to give permission? Does the family have to give permission of Travis, etc.? But what you have is, it keeps stuttering a little bit. What you have is, she goes blonde and stuff. Las Vegas, September 2006, or this is when they first met. I don't know if I really want to watch this right now, actually. This is him doing a public speech. A lot of this would be on record that you would just watch like real story, movies based on real stories and real killers. Little like visualization that you would do, almost meditation. So they meet, and supposedly there wasn't. She looks a little bit off from her though. Like she doesn't fully look like her. It wasn't like this at all. They didn't have a look like that probably. Like they just meet, but they don't have an immediate fling. Then they try to, like, he converts her to be a Mormon. Then they get into it later. But yeah, I wonder how much they'll extrapolate on what she lied about. They're showing his sort of charisma that he clearly had from his speeches. I feel like this didn't happen at all, even within. This is not at all how it fucking happened. Like, they even say that themselves. Both Jody and Travis, in record, it shows more that they didn't immediately have a thing. It was like, they were friends, they took time, they did Mormon stuff. Right. Let me try to get a timestamp here. 6:27, 6:30, 6:31. Enthusiasm. They're playing this up really hard, like, this isn't how it was portrayed to be. And you might say she's lying, but they're more like conservative people than what they're showing here. Like, with him being a Mormon, and they wouldn't just be doing this. Thou shalt not fornicate. Like, I don't buy this interpretation. This is so, like, overplayed. I'm not even defending her, but, like, it wouldn't have been like this, dude. They're laying it on really thick. This is so, Oh, she was just testing him. This is all fucking extrapolated. It's not consistent with her personality either, because I know you might think, oh, she's a blonde bombshell here. She was still more reserved based on everyone who interacted with her. She was more like this mousy type. It's not just an act that she puts on. She's not always like this way they're showing her. That she'll get all jealous. Let's see, Paul Allen's table. Classic. Right, she said Paul and Allen. Let's see Paul Allen's fucking social etiquette. So now she'll get all jealous. But if you're gonna be with somebody like that, you gotta be their little their muse, if you will. Like, you gotta go there with them and kind of chill out and be sociable with other people. They're moving this too fast. Like, they haven't even done anything yet. No, this is really, I'm like a historian on this case, but I feel like a lot of this is extrapolated on. Yeah, you should be able to play along with what she's doing, or what he's doing, I mean, right, to be able to, I don't understand, actually, where did they get all this? This is not how it's portrayed at all. Did they just, like, did I miss a time skip or something? Like, what is this hypersexual thing? I think there's some realistic data to show that. That they didn't immediately do anything. I thought they knew each other a little bit. They he converted her to Mormonism. And then eventually they got into it. That's not just from her, that's from other people too. I don't know how they're portraying this. This is incorrect on both sides. He wouldn't have been this willing to do this. She wouldn't have been this throwing herself at him. This is the title of the movie. But they're showing her too much, like, I don't know. I don't entirely buy the premise of framing here. This is like showing when they basically first met, which I don't know if there's anything to suggest that they went this far. You just got to think about, like, the awkwardness of it. Like, oh, I just met you and let's just have sex. Like, this isn't the type of people that they are, right? He's a conservative Mormon type, right? Even if he's not always faithful to that, it would have taken more time to get to this point. That's all I'm saying. And even for her, like, I don't know. They skipped a lot of stuff that could have been in between there, right, where they want to just get right to the sex. She's gonna snap some pictures of, yeah. Just make sure the flash is off so you don't wake him up. We've already seen her jealousy and her thing. I'm just not buying her look exactly. Her face isn't as, like, chubby. She has, like, these chubby cheeks, kind of like a wider thing. I don't know. Like, I get it. It's just... Even though you saw already at the beginning, where he was holding hands with the other girl and stuff. That's why he just broke it immediately by having sex with you. But you're so far away, this long distance thing. Right, that's the whole issue, is you're going to be so far away. Mesa, Arizona. Or, like, he would try to hide her from his friends and stuff. This is how every female and male interaction is portrayed in a Lifetime movie. Like, everything's got to be hypersexual. You couldn't have made a movie like A Few Good Men on there, where there's, like, no sexual anything. So it's that obsessive, jealous kind of quality. Oh, here we go. You had the song, and now you were the one who was playing the song. At the beginning, he was the one who was saying, "You're something more to me." This is like a form of fatal attraction. See what I mean? This is... This would be like a precursor to the Cancun thing. Yeah, look at him accidentally scroll through and see him. I want to see them do that too. What's that picture of the little boy doing in there? Right, that she lied about. Will it validate her lies? Could make it more interesting. It makes it more like a villainous character, but... So you brush for like a total of 10 seconds. But she is the one who breaks up with him because she thinks that he's cheating on her. 1 month later, we needed this time skip earlier. He's being like overprotective because she's like flaunting her influence or something. I feel like nobody really knew to the extent that this is showing, though. They kept it better hidden. I like this sort of contrast, though, of him being a hypocrite. Now Nick will be all passive-aggressive. getting aggressively jealous. Look at her getting all mad. Now this is sort of a realistic thing that probably she did have those kind of maybe angry reactions, because that's kind of what you get from the killing. Not so much that the killing happened, but that the killing was so extreme. I feel like this never happened either. Not everybody is as easy as you. What you have to do here is, like, see, he plays into it though. That's his problem. You should have ended it right there. Red flag, count 1 million. It's like, see, he keeps giving back into it. His obsession, his lust. Oh, do we get the pose? Jody Arias the pose. Where's the part? Like, where's the part where she gets converted to a Mormon? So is that why she converts? They're showing this sort of backwards, though. I feel like that would have happened first, and all this stuff would have happened later. But they sort of skipped over that completely. In fact, that's sort of how he rizzed it. Or will she delete that? I didn't fully read what it said. Or she didn't do all this. She didn't do this. She just... She just looked at it. Tremendously big cock. That was actually kind of a good innuendo joke. So they used the 3-hole wonder line. But then he gets all salty too. Like, I'm just a dildo with a heartbeat at some point. Yeah, do a little Mormon Bible study. I don't remember that from the movie. Maybe like a little paraphrasing, extrapolating. They're showing her at least as a little sympathetic here, like complex. See, it's not wrong to say, okay, maybe he led her on, or maybe he did cheat on her, and maybe, mixed whatever, but that doesn't justify what happened. People break up and have issues all the time. You texted. But yeah, I don't feel like she ever did that. She more so just snooped in his phone, not so much texted somebody. They shouldn't have misrepresented this, if you know the case so well as me. Map your own destiny. Here we go, dude. They just go right into the fucking sex, which at this point I can accept, but they went into it too quickly, like in the first 10 minutes of the movie or something. I want to see after the killing happens, but it's just going to be the same shit over and over. I want to become a Mormon. The way they're showing this is probably not exactly how it happened. But that was kind of a good imagery, though, change, how she's being baptized. And he was really the one who sort of did it for her. But see, even here, he'd be portraying it more like, oh, I'm just doing it to her for a friend or something. Not that it's actually a girlfriend or whatever. Oh my god, the number of gratuitous sex scenes count 1 million. This is what Lifetime movies are about, bro. Like, we get it. You missed a lot of opportunities in the middle there, though, in the beginning. I don't think it was out of the blue, though. They did it for a while. It wasn't so sudden as that. He was converting her. But this is the shirt that she did have. Travis Alexander's. And they did engage in some anal and KY. They're not doing this properly, though. They should have done it gradually, like, okay, I'm introducing you to this, and it's supposed to be until marriage before you even have sex. That is what they call her, kind of like in court and stuff. Juan, I think, said that she was his booty call. Okay, now you're laying it on a bit thick. But isn't it... Now, this happened more like because, well, it's partly the same thing. She thinks he's cheating on her. So your answer is yes, you do want to marry me. But that's not what he's saying. So now, where does the murder fucking happen? At the end? Or it should happen and then we should see some of the courtroom stuff? Like, I want to see the trial even here. No, they messed it up. They rushed it too much. By now, they should be having sex for the first time. I don't feel like it was as over the top as what they're saying. It becomes that over time, but they rushed it kind of too much. It certainly wasn't like they said. There's nothing to suggest that. Even other people saying that. Right, there's nothing to suggest that they had sex that soon, like immediately. Right? Like, I don't know about that. And she was interested in Mormonism from earlier on, too. And that's like why they got together and stuff. I don't fucking know. Obviously, they're not trying to be faithful. So now he tries to go to Cancun with the Mimi or whatever, and then I wasn't expecting it to be like a masterpiece, but it's now they'll still they still had now it'll be Jody. That was a weird line. Almost as weird as saying it sounds like a 12-year-old orgasming, which he did say. But, I mean, to be fair, you might be like, oh, she was recording. He didn't know she was recording. But that's still a weird thing to say. Like, oh, you can't bait somebody to say that. Oh, you sound like a 12-year-old. Maybe she practiced sounding like that. And I don't know who Jody's friend is here. She's not shown as having any support system like this. Who is this black woman? Right, who is in the context of the thing. Yeah, I don't know who she is, though. Is she ever brought up? Did she ever testify? I'm just going by my court knowledge of it. But now he still goes along with having sex with her, even after this. A music montage sequence without a sex scene, that can't be allowed. Or now she moves to Mesa, I guess. It'd be nice if they would have followed it a little more carefully. Like all these pictures were really pictures that they uncovered or something. He's a bit of a celebrity in the way that, they portray him, which isn't entirely untrue. Like he was very well known, very well liked. Top 10 best uses of a song in a movie. At least it's a fucking montage that something is happening. But no, that's what I was saying with Ya Ali from Gangster and like all this other shit. But see, now she's still not going to resist and go in and sleep together. Now she's going to announce that she lives here. Yeah, that's a good way to justify it. Like, I liked it when in our time spent here. Now they have a time apart again, and then she comes back. When was the point where he said fuck? Step 3, be a little like standoffish. Or even 1 gives her a little motivational thing where it's like, you could have found other work if you wanted to. It doesn't just have to be in the industry. Did this actually happen? I think there was some indication of that. Finances being exchanged, or he ends up giving her the car. See, this is where he makes a mistake. He tries to break it up. They both break it off. And the friends are even questioning it. So, like, why would you go back into this situation? That's what I question. What are you thinking now? Okay, so let's finish the ending of this. It was okay, but I think the beginning is the missed opportunity. The middle was okay. The ending is going to seemingly be okay. There's been some good little subtle foreshadowing lines of dialogue and things, but just the immediacy of how it happened wasn't really believable. So you have you got to show some reference to the court thing by the end. So much damn work, calling her sort of easy. Like she's probably measuring 104. We're starting at an hour and 4 minutes and 00 seconds in 3, 2, 1. She thinks I have bending my principles. Oh, so he's sort of rebounding too. But it came from a place of love. Now, how do you find the gun and stuff? Or hide the gun, like, if you're going to have sex? Are they going to have sex again? And then... This is what happens when you forsake your beliefs. And you might say, oh, yeah, how can you say that? But... kind of the same thing, but he even said before he doesn't love you and all this. Oh, good callback to the beginning. Or that was the same scene, isn't it? You see how much, not just with like a faith, but in general in society, like how much you dance around and sort of treat stimuli acme related things, just like how much you sort of dress it up and try to dance around it. You're being controlled by a very primitive tendency, placing undue emphasis and struggling with it just because you can't face its inherent nature and your inherent tendency, nor can you face what you're doing, because what you're doing is a half-mast in a controlled state. So what you're struggling against is a conflict of contrivance that is not inherent, but you try to frame it as an absolute to bypass cognitive dissonance associated with that. So now how does it escalate? How do they postulate that it escalates here? Something must happen. She must discover something, or she'll see like but she already brought the gun and stuff. Or yeah, she'll see like another text, which I don't think there's any timestamp to prove that. Right, this isn't when it happens. Everything was going fine. I don't think this is what even happened. She'll get jealous again. Just delete it. Why do you text for him? Why not just delete it? The way we left things, or they'll have a fight about this again. She never did this though. I overreacted. Can I come over? Or she'll say things that Travis said about Jody. Go back to the girl you told me was only good for one thing. You deserve each other. Which he kind of is doing that, though. Like, if she had said that, imagine if she actually had done that. That would make it so much more obvious and conspicuous. or he was all like standoffish about allowing you to take pictures of him in the shower. Or let's have the Calvin Klein look at her eyes. Or you're not even going to show the whole scene? Or she stabbed it into his chest, I think more so. In the first strike, probably. Like, he's such a big, strong man. Wouldn't he have... That first stab must have been really good. For somebody who doesn't kill people on a regular basis, like, what if you're apprehensive and the first stab is all fucked up, and it's not enough, then he'll beat the shit out of you. So it doesn't portray the angle of him trying to, it doesn't portray the angle of him attacking her. The gunshot came last, according to a lot of the data. What was the other thing she did? She slit his throat at some point. One final fuck before, some of the defensive wounds. This is the scene that you do the whole movie for, but you didn't exactly do it exactly the right way. You had a chance to rival the shower scene in Psycho, but you fucked it up. It's like not really shot very convincingly. But I do like how it's so quiet. Like what was he saying? What was he thinking? Was he screaming? I look at that as kind of nerve-wracking. Like even if you're trying to kill some big strong man and you're this mousy little girl, to stab them with a knife first is kind of tough. Because what if your first stab doesn't incapacitate or render them whatever? Like, if the first stab just, okay, it hurts them, but they're still going to fight back, and they might overpower you. So I'd have the gun more at the ready. You wouldn't have the confidence to do that. Like, it gives them too much of an opening to retaliate. Is he going to show the slitting of the... Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Wow, what the fuck? The way they show that so blatantly, even at a distance. Yeah, now show the gunshot, too. Fucking crazy bitch. They try to match some of the evidence here, but I wish they matched it more throughout the movie. They definitely took too many liberties and skipped over shit. Not saying, like, I know everything about the case, but... they definitely overdid it a little bit. The gunshot was definitely superfluous. Like, you don't need to be doing this shit, dude. Now there's going to be some gun expert fact-checking. That's not a .25 caliber. It's almost like the gunshot is the first thing I would think to do. Like, shoot him in the leg, so now he's incapacitated a little bit. And then do everything else. How would this be if it was not based on a true story? Like, what kind of an unsatisfying ending is that? So she just kills him and that's it? Like, Fatal Attraction style. But even in Fatal Attraction, they kill her. And she gets away. He gets away. I mean, he lives. And the wife can get back together. So this would be sort of an unsatisfying ending if it wasn't. Will it show her, like, in trial and stuff, too, or what? This guy wasn't supposed to be Detective Flores, was he? Because he seems a little off. That's kind of a little cheesy detective acting. We already know what it is. Like, why you gotta do this? As if to imply that if they didn't recover this... Typical movie scene on a computer where you're so smart. Like hacking and how inaccurate it would be. She'll keep a copy for her own pleasure later. There's nothing that incriminating for her even there, aside from maybe the foot. Or no, I mean, even some of them are off her, but... And if the camera was relatively new, that would mean it would be relatively close in time to whatever. That's his last conversation, actually, his last speech that he gives publicly, that you can find on YouTube, where it's like... 6 weeks later. And it takes way longer than that to actually get to the point of... as much as you respect law enforcement, it's like, it can be really slow. You could be the most heinous, obvious, open and shut case, but it'll still take, they were in jail for 3 years before we finally caught them in trial. Like, really, dude? It'll take them a long time to find you in the investigation, but... And that's the thing that she kept asking for in interviews and stuff. She's all vain and stuff. This is supposed to be Detective Flores, I guess. Okay, he doesn't look anything like him. Her foot being caught in that bloody mess is what really fucked her over. The other pictures you could always try to explain away, like, okay, so she was there at some point. That doesn't mean it was the same day as the killing. Or I guess the timestamp might be on there, but... Okay, we're overdoing this little picture part. Oh my goodness, so one of the pictures involves the murder. Like, isn't that why you're looking at these? Like... Or one of these was taken, like, by accident. Yeah, this is what she says. And then she eventually says, Anderson Cooper, the fakest part of this whole movie. But yeah, where was Nancy Grace on this one? And she was losing her mind over the Casey Anthony one. Yeah, that doesn't look like Detective Flores, dude. The facial hair is different. Maybe he looked different at that point. Why is she so enthusiastic about it? It's going to show the foot. Greatest detective in history. That's a hand. That's a leg. Top 10 detectives Al Walliat was afraid to mess with. Top 10 detectives Sherlock Holmes was willing to hand over the reins to when he retired. I don't think she said that. Maybe the camera glitched when you put it through the washing and messed up the date and timestamps. Would I really get caught? It's not over, though. We have to go through 60 plus days of grueling trial. Then she starts wearing the glasses. Is that supposed to be Juan Martinez? Man, some of these casting choices are fucked up. They don't really look anything like them. This part is pretty good, actually. Where's Nurmi? Wait, did they leave Nurmi out of here? Considering his fate, he's a major deviant, but... He did say some pretty mean things about her in general, but it doesn't mean that. Oh, was that Nancy Grace? If she had at least kept the story from the beginning... The way this guy talks is not like... Flores is so soft-spoken and low-key. Spider-Man underwear? That is not a good look for Juan Martinez, bro. Oh my god, it doesn't look like him, it doesn't sound like him. I don't think he says that exactly, but... Not whatever you could have been less sloppy in the killing. That phone message is actually good. I'll give her a +1 character point for that one. That is actually a good thing. I always wonder how they never found that. I always want to see some reference to that. Yeah, how accurate are the jury members? Like, do we even know who they are to be able to do that? She certainly didn't break down in the interrogation, though. She kept lying all the way. She might have cried, but it's sort of fake. When she looks really... Oh, you're here. He did this for the TV fucking thing. These are kind of argumentative questions, though. Right, that's kind of a little bit improv. That's not what he does, though. The judge actually interrupts it. We'll take a recess. Bro was doing it for the cameras. Like, he had such a strong performative aspect. And then they still interview the shit out of her in there. It wasn't bad, but... You were almost too easy, because that's what he was saying, even. That's what I like about you, is you're so easy. Is this actually something she's done? In, like, Mormon, is she a good singer? Imagine having to deal with this for life in prison. Holy shit, that's the real punishment right there. That becomes part of the torture, cruel and unusual punishment. Or like just showing that she likes the attention, I guess. May 8, 2013, convicted of first-degree murder. She's still in the fucking thing now. When was this movie made? 2015, a judge sentenced her to life in prison. Why did it take that long? Like, what the fuck, dude? Even the sentencing takes 2 years. There is something wrong with the American fucking judicial system. It was okay, but... I don't know. I mean, what do you expect from a Lifetime movie? That's an adequate introduction to the trial, even though it misrepresents a lot of things. But no, that was like the most cinematic thing that Juan Martinez actually does. Were you crying when you shot him? Were you crying when you know... It's not really appropriate because you're only able to ask that because she's crying right now. Right, so I don't know if I entirely... Right, like, when would you normally be able to say that? Like, were you crying at this point in the crime or in that part of the crime? I don't know. That's a little bit improper, but it's the sort of thing that will go over well with the jury because... Whatever, I can't believe I actually watched that, but... it was okay, but it's like a TV movie type shit that you'd expect to see on Lifetime in the background when your mom's watching it, like a soap opera type shit. I kind of want to see that thing right now, like when Juan does that. I can't remember exactly when it was. Yeah, I'm having an obsession with Jodie myself because of how much, I don't know, it's just such an interesting storyline, but Jodie Arias, were you crying? And then the judge takes a merciful recess. Maybe she was, but she was doing it more out of anger or jealousy that Jodie crying, something like this. But let's be honest, that's why people like it and all that too. The whole over-the-top kind of dramatic aspect of it. It's not just a pure whatever, but that's where Juan kind of makes a fool of himself a little bit too. Were you crying? Were you crying when? Yeah, let's watch this. It's a little weird. Like, how do you get away with that? The same way that, like, did I ask you? It's not exactly proper procedure. Jodie Arias trial, were you crying when? Question mark, question mark. It's like a minute 38 long in 3, 2, 1. As soon as she sees it, she starts to cry. This seems genuine, but it's still her predicament that she's partly crying about. I think my headphone actually died there too. It was sort of getting low, but it goes from like full battery, and then as soon as it gets to medium, it's done pretty quickly. Right? It'll tell you like every time you put it on, battery, full battery, medium. But yeah, that was pretty good because you get to, again, like, is that really proper? Because, like, so you could ask that question, like, ever, were you crying at this point? Were you crying at that point? Just because they happen to be crying there. Like, I don't know, that's a little bit weird, but that's like his hero moment. But no, he seems all fluffed up, like, oh, he's so great of a lawyer. Like, you're feeling all emboldened because I sympathize with the defense. Like, what are they supposed to do? They're obviously in the wrong frame of time. Like, they're obviously on the side where it's a lot more difficult to do anything. Okay, so today that was kind of a funny moment. This is where you should do the, like, a face cam, dash cam type of thing. I'm like pulled over to the side, like when I always set up my mic, right? So it's like kind of near my house, but like right when I'm about to go onto a main road. And I'm pulled over to the side of the road, and this person sitting behind me, they could easily go around me, but they're sitting for like a whole minute as I'm getting my shit set up, and it's like, and then they start flipping me off or something when they go. It's like, you could easily just go around me. There's plenty of room. I'm not blocking your way. I'm not in the road. I'm like on the side, you know? and it's like a small local road that like there's not any traffic, there's nobody else around, but they're just making a spectacle. They're sitting behind me honking, like, you know, they wait like a minute, they're honking, they're like being very slow about it, but they're not actually doing it in such a way that makes any sense, because you're able to, I don't know, you're basically able to do it along the lines of, they're just making a spectacle out of it. Like, there's no need to do it. They're sitting, I love that. I wish I could show that. Like, I'm sitting there, right, I'm pulled over, the road is wide open, there's nobody there, there's nothing around, and then they sit, they wait, they honk, then they wait for, like, it was a long experience too, like whatever, like a minute plus. That was pretty amusing. Like, you're just, some people are like this, like there's nothing that's in your way at all. I love that. Like, what should be the expectation, that you're like not allowed to pull over to the side or something? Yeah, let's look at one standard here in society generally. The idea that you have sort of like, whether you're like somebody being spoiled or having like a good childhood, you know, your parents are wealthy or okay off, right? That being condemned is a really negative sign, because it's like, that's a good thing. So in other words, let's lower our standards just because we have to, just because we have a worse off state, or that's what we should expect to be in. So it's like, you should have higher standards and try to live up to them, instead of saying, oh no, let's just have lower standards just because we're overextended, collective, half-mass human functions reduced to a lower state because of society and all this kind of stuff. Like, why shouldn't your standard be higher? Because you have the simple fact of, you know, so it's a good thing. So it's like, oh, you know, the only reason why somebody has a certain perspective or is able to do something is because you have the ability to, basically, I guess maybe they got too close and thought I was stopped at something, like I was on the road, but then maybe like they didn't want to back up that they might have had to do, so they just got mad about it. But you're clearly not like doing anything, you know, that's that big of a deal. That person just wants to make a big fuss about it. And so you have the ability, no, but like in general, yeah, like somebody is spoiled or something, but it's like, so you should lower your standards to match your physical state, like what's around you, what you're forced to do, how you're reduced to structure, etc. Or you could try to raise that state to match your higher standards, right, that you have. So, you know what I mean? Like, the way people perceive things and their preferences and their ideas, they're all a result of their immediate environment, their technology available at the time in history, their, you know, so when you look at everything like that, it's not really cynical, although it might be considered that, but it's more like you're doing it because you're in a position to basically, you know, just reinforce what's already there. So what a coincidence that in the age of computers that you have hobbies that are related to that, or what a coincidence that in the age of cars you drive a car. Like, you're simply a reactionary reflection of what the era is about, right? Whereas your own idiosyncrasies and stuff are minor. And so it's like, you shouldn't let that be so, you should be able to see the difference, right? You do something, or you believe something, or you think something, or you act a certain way in your personality, etc. Everything like that is molded a certain way just because that's what is available and convenient and common in your era. So now you can look beyond that and say, okay, I can still accept that that's why I have those preferences or whatever, but then I can objectively look at it and say, here's what I think outside of that, or here's what I can consider outside of that, instead of making them one and the same and saying, oh no, because I happen to be in this era, I happen to think these things and be this way, even if you're basically able to, even if you're basically able to, that was just a hilarious moment. We've had the cop moment and this moment. They could have been both worthy of viral video clips if I actually took video. I guess I could just leave like something on like that and just save only the moments that are, you know, I should have at least had the thing on so you would have heard the honking, I guess. they do it, they're sitting there, then they wait a little bit, then they do it again, then they do it again. Like, clearly they're just making a spectacle and drawing attention. Like, why do you need to do that? So, yeah, let me look at something else here. I don't even know what I wanted to look at. We've been looking at some of those JCS ones, so my title could be like, Film Critic reacts to JCS videos. This guy sits there, it'll be like in quotation, this guy plays a clip for 20 minutes, says one sentence, and calls it content or something like that. Which is a fair criticism. Like, yes, it takes a certain amount of effort. I guess he does a certain amount of research into the case and gives a background and stuff. But it's for those really long videos of his that are like 50 minutes long to an hour. That's like 45 minutes of it is the video playing. And every once in a while he'll have an aside. Like, that's not really right. See, at least when I'm doing these, I try to give a running commentary. Or if I was to do it where, like, oh, you want to cut it down like a movie review, I'm not going to play the whole movie and, unless I'm doing... This is a different kind of lower form of content anyway. But even below this is what he does. Like, either you do like a film review that's like concise, like 5 minutes long, and you're talking about the whole movie. So you're talking the whole time, basically. You might play like one little 10-second clip here and there. But, 90% of it's going to be your own words and your own insight and review. On a 2-hour movie, you're playing like less than 1% of it. Then the middle form of content is like this, where you're kind of just talking through, giving a running commentary as you go. And then the lowest form of content is just lowest common denominator, like, oh, you'll cut it to, oh, I'm screaming here, or I'm yelling there, or I'm, very banal stuff. Or even like what he's doing, you'll play like an hour worth of video and talk over only, 10% of it or something. So the majority of it is still... Because again, the intrigue with watching that is you're more interested in the case itself or something like that. You're not really interested in them because, it's like an overlap. This is where news kind of gets off in a bad way. Like, the reason why people watch the news isn't because, oh, the anchors are so good or the coverage is so good or anything like that. It's because, oh, they want to see the event happening, right, period. So the events are the content, not the people doing it. It's just a means to an end. So it's the same thing there. Like, people who are watching that probably don't know about the case or don't know very much about it. And so you're getting your first look into sort of a marginal level, and it leads to, this is one of the lowest common denominator forms of content, like present something in a marginal way as if people are hearing about it for the first time and they know nothing about what they're doing. So a good example is that, no special knowledge of it. Like the Johnny Depp trial, all these funny clips like, lawyer objects to his own question or something. But that's common. So like in other cases, right, over responsive or non-responsive, but it makes it a spectacle out of everything because on one hand, people know very little about what they're doing and they're just watching it in a marginal way just because, look, it's a celebrity that we like and a celebrity we don't like, so we don't really know anything about the law or court proceedings or anything, so we're just going to look at it in a marginal, myopic way so everything can seem like a spectacle, even if that's a normal procedure that happens in thousands of trials. And number two is it's like making a spectacle on the false duality that, people like Johnny Depp and they're on his side, so everything on his side is good and we'll defend it, and everything on the other side is bad and we'll attack it and ridicule it, even if, again, the conclusion might be that, but it doesn't have to color your opinion of everything along the way. So, like, even in the Jodi Arias trial, like, everybody likes Juan Martinez, but he makes a couple of mistakes, he has some flaws, he's a bit aggressive, etc. He gets disbarred after he has other issues. And, Nurmi and Wilmot do a good job at times, even if they're on a losing side of the case. So all I'm saying is you can still be objective about the process, even if the result is still the same. She wasn't going to get off almost no matter what would have happened, right? But even Jose Baez, I don't think could have won that trial. In fact, it's interesting that they go sort of a similar route. Like maybe they're inspired by, one inspired by the other. That, she gets away with it because she says all that stuff about the abuse. But yeah, there's no limit on speculation. And Jose Baez makes a good point in like a Dr. Phil interview where he's saying like, it's a case where the burden of proof isn't on the defense. So the defense can provide theories, but their assertion isn't anything. They're not even saying that, our client is innocent or not guilty, right? They don't have to make that claim. The state has to make the claim that they are guilty. That's the whole point, right? Innocent until proven guilty. So the defense could really say, we don't know. We're just providing theories. And if one of them sticks, so be it. You can really do that because you don't have to prove that, 100% this is exactly what happened and they're 100% not guilty. That's not how it works. You have to prove them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So he could speculate. He could say, okay, she died in the swimming pool. And if the prosecution can't provide a more firm outcome of what happened and how it happened and how she did it. So quite frankly, when you actually look at the facts of the case and not all the stuff around it, it's not even a bad outcome or verdict, right? The prosecution could have done a better job. The facts of the case were kind of murky because it's not super clear, right, that Casey did it. That's the issue that you have. Right, it's not super clear. It's sort of like, because the evidence degraded. It's been over a month. In fact, it might have been like 5 months. Actually, I just heard in a clip the other day. For some reason, I thought it was a month, but a month was like her reporting it after a month, right? Then what she found out beyond that is a whole nother story. Yeah, I don't even know what I want to look at. I watched that movie, I guess, in full, even yesterday, which I didn't realize. Like, I don't know, I guess the drive went on longer than it normally does. It was okay. I mean, I had a couple good moments. Her performance was decent. The look of some of the actors was not very good, and some of the pacing was horrible, and not at all how it really happened, according to anybody. Like, how quickly it progressed at the beginning and stuff like that. They took too many liberties. Like, if you're going to make something about a real story, make it a little more realistic. It should have started off more cordially, and then, the Mormon thing, and then it turned into that later, the sexual stuff. But, yeah, it's a case where it wasn't bad, but it's about what you expect from a Lifetime movie and a little bit too much sex. Yeah, it portrays that part at least fairly, that, Travis is womanizing other people and sort of leading her on a bit. There's no question that probably did happen. It's not like, she's going to just do it for no reason. They really did have sex. Even that last day, I'm pretty sure, right, they would have. Yet again. So, like, he has a hard time saying no. At some point, you got to have a red flag counter. That could be, like, the proper reaction to that. Watching the Jodi Arias movie, and like, how many red flags did she give? From the beginning she's jealous, and later on she's a little bit whatever. So again, that's the difference though. You can still criticize what he does, like, okay, he's leading her on, but the rational response is, okay, she's upset and doesn't talk to him and breaks up, instead of, she's going to stalk him and murder him, kind of a thing. Like, so two things can be true. He's not a perfect person. He made some mistakes. He was womanizing. He was doing other stuff. But also, she went way too far with her response. So you can't always have it both ways. Like, just because it's a sympathetic thing, like, okay, we can feel bad for Jodi in that relationship sense a little bit, but just like with mitigation, like, that could be mitigation too. That's actually not really brought up. Not the fact that you had a bad childhood or you have mental issues or something, but the fact that you have, or, you express remorse, but the fact that, the guy abused me, or he was mean to me, and he talked shit to me, and he cheated on me, and he was all womanizing and leading me on, and all this kind of stuff, and courting me, and giving me mixed signals, all that kind of mistreatment in a relationship could factor in. That doesn't mean that what you did is justified, right? But that's similar mitigation. Like, we can sympathize with that, but then we can also say, that's still kind of fucked up what you did. It doesn't justify killing somebody. It was definitely out of proportion in a response. Just the same way that Jodi maybe was manipulative a little bit with him and stuff too. Right, so there's like a certain obsessive tendency that kind of can correlate to these, Mormon faith type shit too. Like, with respect to the inhibition behind it, like you're able to you rigidly inhibit something, then you're going to act out in extreme ways, or what, like, oh, we never have sex, and like we're very conservative with that, right? So then when we finally do, we'll obsess over it because it's a big deal, instead of like, oh, it's just a normal, natural fact of life, part of life. So because you restrict it so much, now when you finally do it, it's not just like, oh, it's just a normal relationship, part of life. It's like, oh, it's the biggest deal, end of the world, because we're treating it like it's some sacred thing. So it can have that negative effect then too, where you obsess over it and things like that. So that's an interesting way to look at it, right? The more you restrict something, the more people are going to overcompensate or act out or have sort of an imbalance that it therefore creates. And so therefore you're able to... No, that was a really amusing moment. I'm almost considering we need like a little pinhole camera type of shit that we're just... It's not really worth it though. Like, how many moments would I have had like that? Little do you know, that's my fetish. I like the fact that this woman behind me was flipping me off and honking at me. I know I'm a handsome guy, but you don't have to honk that much. But no, that's hilarious. It's one of these instances, like, people are looking for problems or conflict or something to get upset about. Like, you could just easily do whatever you want, but no, you want to make a spectacle, right? There are people who are looking for that kind of thing. In fact, most people are probably doing that most of the time, where any excuse that they get, they're looking for some sort of issue. I shouldn't say most people, but that is a common sort of tendency and ideation. And so, I don't know, like, I want to stay on this sort of subject matter, but I don't know if that is exactly the one we want to look at. I want to look at, I can't remember now, something more recent, like what I was looking at before, or even something that is sort of just, true crime related things. It doesn't have to just be this case. But no, that would be an adequate precursor to the trial. They covered some of the details pretty well, but I feel like the biggest flaw of it that I would give it is maybe like a 2 out of 5 star type of thing. One of the biggest flaws is the fact that, and I'm not saying it has to be accurate, like, you could always mock me that way, where it's like, the reason why, you can't criticize a movie for not being realistic or authentic to the true story, because one of my favorite movies is Amadeus, which is based on, obviously, Mozart's life, but it's horribly inaccurate historically, right? The whole thing with Salieri is totally made up and extrapolated. He did go to, like, an insane asylum when he was older, but there was nothing to do with him doing any of that to Mozart, so it's totally made up, but it's still such a good movie. So the only thing they should have maybe done is change his name. Instead of calling him Mozart in the movie, make him like some fictional character, fictional musician who's just based on Mozart, right? You don't get to call it Amadeus and then make it so inaccurate, because you're presenting it as though it's a real story. So it's an amazing piece of work, but it actually is horribly inaccurate. So how can I love that movie so much but then criticize others for inaccuracy? And that is actually fair, but the end result is still just not very good then. So like the beginning pacing of the movie is a little bit weird, like, I highly doubt it happened that way for a variety of reasons. Travis being sort of a conservative Mormon type, even if, again, he clearly has his womanizing moments, it's also, and yeah, that was like the final moment that sealed his fate, like when he's even saying, "It's so easy being around you, Jody," like he's having a change of heart, and saying like basically you're easy. It's easy to just have sex with you, and you're that, like a slut kind of a thing. So you got to play hard to get a bit. That's what Jody, that could have saved all this trouble. If Jody learned how to play hard to get, he would have liked her more or whatever. It's one of those self-defeating tendencies too, because like, you got to decide what you want, but there's always this contradiction. Like, people don't know what they want, or sure, you want more, you want to have multiple partners, but it's just not. It's more like society tells you not to. Like, I love the way that open relationships are looked at actually by people. It's very revealing that they're so insecure about their own reduction to a contrivance state. Like, society tells you have to be with only one person and this and that, white picket fence and, family system. So that's fine if you want to do that, but then people are so insecure, right? Nobody's telling you to have an open relationship if you don't want one, but if people are in them and they're consensual, first of all, that solves the problem of cheating and stuff like that, because you're being open-minded and saying, okay, this is what we really want and this is our tendency, so it's not a big deal. But then on the flip side, you're also saying that, you have to criticize it so much because it sort of invalidates and threatens your own worldview. Like, oh no, it's not that I'm being brainwashed by society to be with only one person because that's useful for a family system and etc. And that's just easier for society to control. And again, you can argue the merits of that and say that's the sacrifice you're willing to make because that's what's useful and good for children and whatever you want to say. But just because you say that on a broad collective level doesn't mean that you have to do it like, you attack open relationships and say, oh, somehow that's a bad thing. Or the whole fallacy comes back around, like, somebody in the public eye, like Destiny, was in an open relationship with Melina, and now he breaks up with her. Now it's like, oh, that's an example that open relationships don't work. But by that same logic, then look at every single, like any relationship that messes up that isn't open, right, where somebody's just husband and wife and they break up, high divorce rates. Oh, therefore, I guess that one highly conspicuous celebrity who's doing that invalidates the whole measure of being with one person. Like, obviously, you can't go by one example, right? That's such a nonsensical way to look at it, but that's how people are. But no, it's also like, I don't know. It's just strange because you have this, standard that, like, you're not trying to really do anything or prove anything. All right, if you're doing it, that works for you. This is the problem with those sort of mindsets. There's no one size fits all antiquated sort of mindset that you can have. So, is it right to be with one person only, and is it wrong to be in an open relationship? Categorically, no. I could never say that. So, like, and I'm also not saying that it's wrong to be with one person. Like, do whatever you want, but like, this sort of outward insistence that society has in a lot of ways is like, it's very insecure, because if you present that like, oh, look at this person in an open relationship and they're happy and they're doing, they're both happy and everything's fine. Now it makes you question, like, well, that's kind of what you want, but you've been sort of brainwashed to not want that or pretend like you don't want it. So rather than simply being content with what you have, if it's so good, then just do it. Now you're insecure and you have to attack that and tear it down, because otherwise it creates a major cognitive dissonance with you that, oh no, I can't, I want that, but I can't let myself acknowledge that I want that, or I've been sort of, again, brainwashed and indoctrinated to think I don't want that. So again, nobody's telling you to do that, right? It's like more for them too. Like, okay, they can be happy with that, but it's always like this collective reductive state, like things that people do want, but they pretend like they don't want on a mass scale, or you're kind of brainwashed like that it's sort of moral, right? So like, if you're a millionaire and you just do whatever you want and you do drugs and you're womanizing and having all kind of, open orgy sex and all this kind of stuff and indulging in whatever, right? All these sort of things that would be glorified as virtues are really not. They're just ways to sort of deal with this lesser state. So of course, if you could have all those things and do all those things, of course you'd want to do them. So in other words, the average person is brainwashed into believing like, oh no, it's somehow honorable to do that, right, to have less or live in this restricted state, etc., etc. And the reason why you're able to do that is because that's just easier to control people. So it's not enough to simply say, oh, you're being restricted because of a collective state, or it's easier to control, or whatever. You're doing it because, oh, you want to, or it's somehow honorable, or it's the right thing to do, or whatever, because you have, oh, it's the right thing to do, and it's moral, this and that. So you can't admit that, oh, you're just being restricted and restrained in some way that may or may not even be functional, but you'd rather, you have to believe, oh no, it's the right thing to do, or it's some higher measure, higher standard. And so you're able to look at it from a perspective that, oh no, it's actually what you want. You want to be restricted, you want to be restrained, you want to be limited, you want to be told what to do, you want only one partner or whatever, you want your low-paying job, you want your half-mast state, you want your little temperance or chastity or your again, that's why I at least argue it on a functional level. Like, yes, it's more useful for society, but the individual doesn't care about that. So it's like, oh yeah, sure, you'd rather just do whatever you want with no restriction if you could. And the only reason why you'd pretend like you wouldn't want that is because you've been brainwashed to do it, right? It doesn't serve you individually, and so why should you care, right? Why should you sacrifice for a collective, overextended kind of structure? I'll look at sort of similar things to do with this. For some reason, I actually like watching those reactions because it gives a little more flavor to it. But yeah, on one hand, like just doing content period or like this or whatever, you could look at it like people say, oh, narcissists in social media, right? You have to have a high opinion of yourself. Like, why would anybody care to see that? But also, it's kind of a good thing that you have to have a high opinion in terms of, value what you say and be willing to put it out there, and then it can turn into something good. Otherwise, if you don't, then you'll never know. So here, let's actually do something like true crime related, I guess. Let's see if I can actually find something here. True crime, like some sort of documentary or something. There's something terribly wrong with Carly Gregg. Wife who deceived everyone, even the FBI. Or yeah, I was even saying, like, let's use that one video, the JCS thing that we had used to look at a lot of those cases in more detail. Or you know what I saw, actually? I saw this little 6-year-old kid testifying about their mom in trial, first of all, in open court and on being recorded and with video such that you could watch it. So that in itself is bad. But yeah, that's bad because you feel like on one hand they'll be impressionable and possibly, whatever, but also that's just kind of a difficult, improper thing to do. So normally that wouldn't happen, or it should happen that you can talk to the judge in the judge's quarters and they can decide, but which on open court, it's on camera, and it has all that other reasoning behind it that you could be impressionable and stuff. Yeah, that one JCS thing was pretty good for like name dropping other stuff. Fine, we'll do another one of those. It's okay. So it'll be... It is so weird that I'm wanting to actually do that. Or we could watch like other people's reactions to it too. So XTC reacts to the case of Chris Watts, Part 1, JCS Criminal Psychology. It's 23 minutes, 57 seconds. And we're at 9 minutes, 0 seconds, in 3, 2, 1. So again, I haven't really seen this one either. Maybe I've seen part of it. Who's giving like a very fake... I don't know if he was called into questioning based just on that. But people have different reactions to trauma, so it's hard to gauge that, like whether he's... Sometimes you want them to feel more comfortable, so they give up information. He sort of spoils the outcome too much, though. He should let you wonder whether he did it or not, in case you're not familiar with the case, obviously. So they were having a separation. Yeah, everybody reacts very differently, though, so you might be bottled up like this, so it's... So he must have took them out in a bag because it's on his own camera. He does do these little text annotations, but I mean, come on, dude. Well, he's on the right track, but that just points to him like somebody she knew. You would think you would always have a stand-in story. Like, you should have somebody in your mind when you do this to blame, like... Phone history, that's always the amateur mistake. Like, you know, Casey Anthony looked up suffocation and stuff on her computer before. Which, again, that doesn't prove anything, but... Maybe she looked it up after she already died to try to figure out what happened. Or you could frame it like, oh, she was so upset about the separation that she killed herself. This guy's doing more talking than the detective, though. Oh, yeah, he's going on and on. You would think like you'd have some scapegoat ready or some other story ready though, like somebody else you could potentially blame. Like who would they consider? I want to see one of these where they actually get away with it for a very long time, or just period. Like even when somebody gets away, it's usually because of the defense attorney, like Casey Anthony. Angry Birds, but he could just be nervous. He could be texting people for, that's the way he relieves stress, by playing Angry Birds. That was at least a good little, yeah, that's like my kind of humor, like where you'll just make something extrapolated. Like obviously he wasn't actually doing that, but he could be texting people trying to find her and stuff like that. That's the Casey Anthony technique. You try to find it on your own, like you're some sort of super detective, but then you don't actually do it. Like you don't actually accomplish anything, but you're like, oh no, I'll just try to find her myself. But they were getting separated for a long time. But yeah, that can sometimes be the cause too. Like you're having a fight with your boyfriend, so you go and say, I'll just walk home, I don't need a ride home, and then you get picked up by somebody and they kill you. So it doesn't mean it, that's like the telltale thing. That's what happened with that missing of Kaylee or whatever, right? The one, like the park ranger guy or something kills her and rapes her. But yeah, there's got to be one of these where they actually get away and you just think they did it, or awkward silence. But no, I'd always be very indifferent to these type of environments. Like, just let me go to court then and just deal with it, right? Like, when does this interrogation ever end with like, oh yeah, I'm convinced you didn't do it based on what you said, and so I'm going to let you go, and there's not going to be a trial. All these lead to trials anyway, so let's just deal with it there. Even if the outcome is the same, nothing I do here could help me. It's only going to help them, and it's going to hurt me. They even say that anything you say or do can be used. So let me have my lawyer, let me go to court, let me figure it out then. Because even like with Casey Anthony, who got away with it, assuming she did it, obviously, you're in a position where everything she said beforehand could have come back to bite her, and it did, like with the Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez and the whatever, and your post-arrest silence can't be used against you. So they can't assume that you're guilty because of it, or it can't even really be brought up. Right, so think about it that way. If you don't say anything, they can't hold it against you. But if you say something, anything, it can be used against you. So, oh, she lied about Zenaida, and she lied about this, and she lied about that. Those things were used against her, right, lying to law enforcement, instead of just don't say anything. And you're fine. That won't be brought up. That can't be held against you. So no matter what you say, you're better off saying nothing, whether you did it or not even. So I'm surprised more people don't take that approach. He's got a timer for the response. Or this is like how the video started, I feel like, when he said he's like a low-key guy. You're not that guy, pal. Isn't this... Wait, didn't I already see this or something? Or did he have this conversation before? I'm confused. I thought I already saw it. You're not that guy, pal. I thought even we made a joke. You would like to take a polygraph? And that's not really admissible, typically, a polygraph, but it still can be used to assist and stuff. Because, yeah, otherwise that's just a cheat code. You could just do that with everybody. You just say, do a polygraph then. But they're not perfect. Although they are pretty good at just getting... It wouldn't prove you're guilty, but it would... Oh, yeah, people definitely can cheat the polygraph. Because you can just put yourself in a different state of mind. It's actually... Or like, you know, somebody like me, I can always be the same. So I can be telling the truth and it's the same. I can be lying and it's the same. So you won't be able to tell the difference. Because it's too vague. Like, what part of it are they hiding? They could be lying about something else. They could be lying to protect somebody else. Like, it doesn't mean that they did it or something. And the mothering one. Well, all these kind of things shouldn't be held against you. Like, oh, he's not sad enough or he's too upset. None of this should really be taken too much into consideration. All the things that the cops do, the jury can't do, basically. That's weird driving moment number 2 of the day, even though the first one was the honking when I was stopped. A bus opened its door, like a school bus, at a stoplight. But nobody got in or out or nothing happened. Like, and they're like in the middle of the road doing it. She was the girly girl, end of part 1. So we're kind of watching as part of the playlist of all his JCS stuff, so I'll do it. Sometimes when they're shorter like this, it's not as bad, because like some of those 20-minute ones we saw. In fact, that one video of his was really good, where he's talking about like the anti-hero, which I wouldn't have expected to come up here, but that's like a worthy film discussion type thing. So yeah, who are all the anti-heroes I think of are from anime though, because they go on for longer periods of time. Like, I'm actually having trouble thinking of too many notable ones from movies. Like, even Travis Bickle is kind of weird, because it's like, he's an anti-hero, but normally I'm thinking like, you know, who is the hero then? There is no hero. Like, he's just the main character, right? That's a little bit different than, you know, even like people say Light Yagami, but he's really not. He's portrayed more honestly just as a villain, even as complex as he is, like, or whatever, because it's like L is the hero and he's the villain, even though it doesn't really do that, right? I don't know, he's just too complicated to fit into the, but I wouldn't consider him an anti-hero at all. Nor do I really think he's that bad either. Like, his cause is, you know, justified in a lot of ways, but alright, so we can watch this part 2 and 3, the case of Chris Watts. XTC reacts to the case of Chris Watts, part 2 and 3. In 3, 2, 1. Awkward silence to start. I gotta find them, right? We're gonna find them, right? I need your help. But yeah, most of the ones I think of are like Vegeta from DBZ, or yeah, this is always a weird standard that people have, like, oh, if it's a kid, it's bad, as if it's good that it's an adult. It's bad no matter what. Right, that's the standard I don't like. Like, oh no, he killed kids, that's bad, which obviously it is bad. But as if to imply that if it wasn't a kid, that would somehow be okay. Right, they're both bad, so... Farming the 5-head meme all the time, this guy. Death penalty. Like, choose your own punishment. If it was you, hypothetically, or if it was somebody else, what would you say they deserve? Sometimes a judge will ask that, like, what do you think your sentence should be? See, once you realize, like, all they're doing is trying to get something from you, so why would you care about it? Like, it's all just garbage, right? Everything's a technique, everything's this, so just don't even care. Be like that Jeff guy who just doesn't say anything. That's not the right way to say it. I fully suspect she's never done that. Yeah, like how they recovered the photos. But maybe he didn't leave any sign on the phone. Should have just had an open relationship. That would have solved everything, huh? Yeah, that would be good for them if that's what he does, but it seems more like he's just wasting time. Just imagine that he's innocent, but he's still delivering it in this kind of dry way. Maybe he's just like that. Monotone. Start of confrontation. Like, he's not even doing these asides where he pauses and talks anymore. What the hell did he say? They're mumbling. That's a true statement, at least. I helped make those kids. But he makes it too clear at the beginning, like, what the outcome is. That, oh, this guy did it and they're already dead. There could be some twist, at least, that you leave to interpretation. Maybe he is innocent. Maybe the kids are still alive. Maybe one of them survived. There's no correlation that says they have to be good at it. I think it depends on the individual. They can be good at it. Like, that doesn't mean, oh, you're more sane or you're a better person because you're bad at lying. Right? That's just a skill you can have in general purposes. And so many people like that in sales and in other areas. End of confrontation. Boss battle over. Cue the Final Fantasy celebration music. You should be confident enough that you'll get away with it, so it doesn't matter. But they can't force him to do it. But see, based on his monotone delivery, he might actually be good at fooling that. This almost sounds like a hypnotic thing that, like, Patrick Jane does. You know, this night when you go to bed, imagine this, and then when you wake up, you'll tell me something. Yeah, that almost seems like one of those moments, like in a show, where it's like a hypnotic little suggestion whenever you're talking about sleep or going to bed or something. He does that in like episode 1 to somebody. So he's gonna let him go home though, and then he's gonna. He's based on his disposition, though. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually does do well. There's something about him that's sort of low key, so it's hard to, there might not be any fluctuation. Way to fluff yourself up. Yeah, just ask Sean Spencer, the GOAT, who sort of fools it and even uses it to flirt with Jules and say, I love her. They're highly vague, though. Like, it doesn't mean... They could have a response to a question, but you don't know what the response is. Like, do you know what happened to her? That doesn't mean you killed her if you have a response. And you didn't have to be. I think you'll actually do pretty well. This is how they frame it, like when you're answering, like what your name is and stuff. Yeah, this is something you can easily control, but most people don't have this kind of thing. I wonder how I would do at it. I think I would just be sort of stable the whole time, so I don't know if that would make it... Or I would sort of confuse them. Like, I might have some of the responses that make it seem like I'm lying, even when I'm telling the truth. Or there's this scene that I wrote in a short story once that's actually pretty fun with that. Like, it's somebody who, like, has this alternate past, sort of, to what people think. And so it's like when he's saying stuff, he's answering it. I feel like I've seen a scene like that, too, in something recently. So, like, when he's answering it, he's telling the truth, but in a different way. Oh, I think that's the same scene. Sean Spencer, actually, too. I copied it. Like, he's saying, me and Gus were just hanging out, and they were. Like, they were doing something they shouldn't have been doing, like breaking in somewhere or whatever, but he frames it in a way that makes it seem true, right? It's hard to explain. Like, we were just hanging out, which we were, and we just played a little games and threw stuff at each other, but it's really that we're throwing stuff that is whatever, like, that we're stealing, or, So he frames it within a truth. Right, that basically what he's saying is true, but it's just from a certain point of view. But no, I did something like that too, but it was more like a past life. Well, this person's convinced that he's had a past life, and so when he says stuff, it's like it's true, but it's true in a different way than what people think. I almost wish I could have one take-home polygraph test and do it as much as you want whenever you want and mess around with it and sort of learn it and stuff. If you had enough money, you could arrange that. Or like all these chess streamers are doing it, which again, it has nothing to do with chess, but do Hans Niemann and ask him if he cheated over the board. That's kind of a weird question, though. Knows he's guilty. You couldn't know that yet, though. He's trying to pass the buck, like, oh, have somebody else do it, so I wouldn't have done it myself if I did it. You know, oh, this makes him seem guilty, but that's not fair based on the question you're asking. Drown them, smotheration. She's sort of subtly doing that. This almost makes the person doing the test seem a little sick. Like, okay, we get it. Following answers: hit by car, kidnapped, locked in room, poisoned, beaten. Look how casually she says it. Wouldn't this be a sign of something? But oh no, it's her job, so. I was just trying to frame what you're talking about. I think he is for some of these because, like, they'll ask you their name and stuff, so then you're telling the truth with your name, so. This is always a little different than the typical interrogations. Again, none of this even matters. You could fail the thing, but you still, doesn't mean you did it. What if they're wrong, though? What if something is true, then you just don't know about it, right? They did research on him. what if you did? What if you never did? Wait, that was it? She could just be sort of exaggerating this. That's kind of a badass line. In 5 minutes, there's going to be 2 of us. Dude, what if you're just a fidgeting type and you're always moving? So you like tapped his hand there. This is kind of too fast. It'd be hard to keep track of with the 2018 thing. Well, what if you never did want that? How do you know? It's kind of the rapid fire nature of it that's stupid too. Like you'll ask one thing after another, so your emotional response could be tied to the last question still and last. It doesn't just completely change from one to the next. Always bring them fucking cans of soda. One dude who they speculate worked at Coca-Cola. That's obviously made up. But it's not admissible in court, so you could just say, fuck it, take me to court then. Right, you can't really go off that, or it could be other reasons. Oh, I'm protecting my cousin who actually did it. Oh, now we lose the video? Oh, here we go. This crackpot pseudo-psychology stuff. As if you couldn't be sick to your stomach because you just lost your wife and kids, even if you had nothing to do with it. She was sort of braggadocious about her whole, I went to the best school, she said like 5 times. I would just at this point then say, let's just go to court then, and you can't use that in court. And these people always talk too long or go along too much. You have to realize you're not under any threat here. The threat is, oh, they're going to arrest you and have you go to trial. But then it's not up to them what happens in trial. So just hire Jose Baez and you'll get away. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Why, did you find their bodies? Paul's technique, like not everything has to be a technique, but actually it is. He could just leave right now, he could just be silent, he could just go to court. No reaction. That's a good way to at least say, that's a good way to play it off. Like, oh yeah, I'm lying about the cheating aspect. That's how detective stories always do it too. Somebody is keeping a secret, but it's not that they're the killer. They have some other secret that they don't want to be revealed. That's why they're lying about it. Like even American Psycho, that's a good example. The real estate agent doesn't want to have the murder revealed just because it'll bring down the value of the property. So they don't really care about it, but they would cover it up for that reason. I like how sure of that the detective was, though. I know. You could be thinking about something totally different, though, as you're answering the question. So you can't prove what they're really thinking about. What you say and what you think are two totally different things. Oh, look at that. Ad for Colorado. Hashtag live in Colorado. Victim blaming. I can get around that. Elitist victim blamer. Marriage is a two-way street, so we had to both. How would you know this? It's not like you knew her. She's been gone. They sort of dragged this shit out a little bit. Like, it's still not going to matter. You got to go to court. It's not up to you. It's up to court. You think I'm guilty? Arrest me. Put me into trial. Nothing you say here is going to convince them, right? All they're doing is probing for information. Nothing you say is going to convince them you didn't do it. That's your job to figure that out, dumbass cop. Pugnacious. Look at him with the big words. Farming five-head. Is she even a detective? She's just a polygraph. Well, she could be both. polygraph expert and detective. I thought she would kind of back off once the test is over. And there's no camera footage, I guess, to prove otherwise. They could have went out the back. When he's putting like the big objects in there. But how did he do it without making a big mess out of everything? Because the house was sort of pretty spotless. Even he brings up himself, there's no sign of struggle. Isn't this great? We're reacting to a video in which we're just watching the video itself. JCS barely says anything, and the next he's reacting to it, and he barely says anything, and then I'm reacting to both, and I'm saying a lot, but it's just too much. All these kind of little things they try to appeal to you. Like, they just want to see you locked up. So go give me to the lawyer. I wouldn't deal with any of this. Again, even if whether I'm guilty or not, right, of course I wouldn't be. But like, imagine how scared they'd be. Like, you cheat the polygraph and they think you did it anyway, but it's like, oh shit, that means this guy's like a supervillain. And it's impossible to pin him on anything. Yeah, why does nobody ask for a lawyer? Why? I guess they wouldn't show this then, though, if they didn't say anything. It's not that people don't do that, but then it'd be too boring to make a video out of. Although Jeff almost did that, where he wouldn't say hardly anything. But then you killed her too. Yeah, that'd be the twist. His wife actually killed them, the kids, and then he took revenge and killed her, and then threw them all away, put them all in his truck. What a twist. Okay, so here I have a little playlist of stuff, most of which is going to still be Jodi Arias. Like, I just keep starting to add it to like my watch later or something. But this first one is like the one I was talking about before. Like top 5 unsolved crimes. Let's see what this is. Top 5 true crime cases, or not top 5, 5 true crime cases still unsolved in 2024, starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's see how this channel is too, because this is on a different channel than what we've watched lately. Unidentified remains missing. Southern, what you got to do is pick the best element of 10 different crimes and combine it. So even like the Jodi Arias one, somehow she hid the weapon pretty well. Nobody ever found the weapon. They lived in Missouri, more like in misery. Little foreshadowing. But see, if she has dementia, then it becomes like it wasn't a crime. It could just be her wandering off. Since it's unsolved, all you can do is speculate. This could be a lawsuit against like a nursing home type of scenario. Okay, they're giving so much background on the case, but give us what the case is. Just the fact that she went missing. It's some sort of conspiracy to kill her, so you get life insurance. Some of these might be classified as something different than even a crime. But couldn't she have just left on her own because she's... Was she dealing in drugs when she sold her fentanyl for $400 and she was kidnapped? That'd be hilarious. She said the only thing missing was the one box of fentanyl, so she's dealing drugs for extra money. That's such an awesome theory if it is true. But it wasn't a robbery because the money's there. So she tried to sell the fentanyl for extra money, and then... I love that. Even the narrator doesn't understand. She said it herself. One of the boxes of fentanyl was missing. Holy shit, she's popular though. See, couldn't she have gone missing now? There'll be 100 of those. Some homeless man. No, she totally was dealing drugs, so she sold fentanyl and got that $400, but then got kidnapped for some reason. You would think they would have taken the money, though. maybe she was having some weird effect based on the drug she took. Therefore, that's why she called the pharmacy and asked, like, something's wrong with this medicine. And convince her no, it was her idea. Damn, I was ahead of the curve on that theory. See, I love that. All you had to do was tell me that one clue. Nothing was missing from the scene besides one box of fentanyl. That breaks open the whole fucking case. As soon as she said that. Oh, I love this. This is like playing a game or something where you're trying to figure out the theory. Wait, who? I missed that part. It's believable that she's just kind of wandering around. Or something with the kids is a little sus, but I don't know. That's a tough case. But something with the fentanyl seems... The money and the fentanyl, like she was dealing in drugs and got ambitious. She decided to start a drug dealing empire, but then why leave the money there? Okay, that was good, but that's good enough. But yeah, that would be my theory. Some drug dealer type thing, or something that the kids were in on, like, I don't know, the dialogue, everything mentioning about the kids seems a little bit suspect. Like, they're trying to downplay it, they're trying to act like, oh, whatever. So they're doing it for some sort of insurance money or some, I don't know. They didn't seem, even though you don't really hear from them directly, just whenever it referenced them, I got kind of a weird, uneasy feeling. I'm pretty good at this sort of profiling type stuff. I love doing that in games, like, or even in movies. Like, I'm usually pretty good at making predictions like that. That you're playing against a mini game. Wait, how could this be 5? That one took like half of the video. What do you mean? Or did I somehow miss that there was another one in there? It's literally halfway through the video, and you've only done one of them. Alright, let's go to the next thing, which is a Jodi Arias interview. What a surprise. Which maybe I've seen this too. Eventually I'm going to have seen everything from this. I mean, if you're enjoying it, why stop watching? But Jodi Arias Jailhouse Interview 2 in 3, 2, 1. Jodi Arias Jailhouse Interview 2. Oh god, not the singing. Fucking why is she doing this shit? Fucking, this is the real punishment to be in the jail. Not actually the worst voice though. Fuck me, dude. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Would she be given this privilege if she wasn't such a media lightning rod type of thing? Oh my fucking god, do I really have to watch this? I skipped 5 unsolved true crime stories for this. You gotta listen to the whole thing. Holy shit. Now you see why people want the death penalty. Holy shit. Fuck me. Holy shit. Why did you have to put that at the beginning here? Oh my god. That's still the greatest crime Jodi Arias ever committed in her life. Not to downplay stabbing a guy 27 times, but holy shit, dude. What the fuck is that? I like the whole reaction to the Casey Anthony one. You can just feel it in the air, like Jose Baez is so smug. Like, even when she gets the perjury charge, it's like nobody gives a shit about that. Like, that's just a token gesture. She spent like an extra week in jail because she's already got 3 years served time. Like, you don't know who you're dealing with, dude. Jose Baez, like, you know, this is a meme on Twitch, right? Baez, like, it's like based, right, which just means badass or whatever, and it's like that one emote of smoking or whatever it is, right? So people always say that, based, Baez. So with Jose Baez, you could turn it from Baez to Baez, or like Baez, but spelled like that, B-A-E-Z-D. So Baez instead of Baez, or you could even say it the same way, Baez, but just spelled B-A-E-Z-D. So if I was a big Twitch streamer, that would be the meme I would commit to it. I would contribute to it. Right, so he's a Baez lawyer. Because his name almost fits with that, right? Baez. Or how can you kill somebody and say you love them? Unless it's like a mercy killing. I didn't put you out of your... Or even if he didn't force you, then you still kill them. See, this argument might have held up a lot better if you didn't stab him so many times. If you just stabbed him like once, and then you ran away and he still died, that would have been enough. You're the one who turned your face away because he was giving you anal from behind. Certainly not this. I mean, he let her in. It was a consensual thing, as by all accounts. Right? It's not like she came there just to kill him. And the best excuse you had for why he got upset was, oh, it's his camera, his new camera. Definitely not, because even when she was caught, she tried to get out of it so much. You obviously wouldn't. Even when you're caught, you still won't admit it. You lied every step of the way. You know, this is a good example too of the whole danger of, oh, believe all women. What is it, like Me Too movement? Like, if you, oh, so you believe Jodi in this context. It wasn't even really sexual assault that she alleged, although she said like when she was asleep sometime, he kind of raped her in her sleep, and she didn't mind. but still, like, it would have been rape at the time, but because she couldn't consent because she's asleep. But then she consents to it after, like, oh, that's okay, but don't do that again. Like, that is a weird thing to do. It's easy to catch guys out like that. Like, you could do that with anybody. Have an attractive woman who just falls over herself to try to get at you, right, get at some guy, and it'll make them look bad. Like, yeah, they'll cheat on their girlfriend or their wife just like that. Or they'll, if they feel they can get away with it, like that, to catch a cheater. Or even this other... Meet your maker, wow. How did she know that? Why does that take years and years if they're... But that's what she said she wanted. A death verdict. That could be the name of a band, Death Verdict. You know how inane the commentary is. Like, I don't know what to really say, but I just somehow have the desire to do it anyway. Needle is much more expensive than the noose or other kind of things. Shouldn't you be happy then? Because you said you want that. She doesn't want to live. There's something about her that doesn't feel... I don't know. It's hard to explain it. I see something in that moment, like when she would have killed him, that's a little hard to explain. Like, it's not really consistent with how she is at all. You might see the jealousy, you might see something weird, but... I don't know. It's very strange that she would have gone that far. She seems like the analytical type, where she's always being snarky and sarcastic, like... She would have noticed at some point what she was doing, and, it's very hard to imagine her doing that. Yeah, just give somebody a computer and the internet in jail and they'll be happy. Like, let them play WoW all day or some shit. Really, that's what people do anyway. That's better than real life. Like, you don't have to work. You get free food. You get to play games on your computer all day. I don't know to what extent that would be allowed, but maybe if you commit some sort of minor crime. Some people who are poor actually are incentivized to do that. They do it so they get free food in jail rather than be homeless or something. Or that's why welfare exists, so that the poor don't revolt and riot. Because if you give them bread and circuses, let them have a little TV, free hotel room, free rent, lodging, free food, then they won't revolt against the state. The old Roman principle of bread and circuses. Rome fell to bread and circuses. U.S. in 2024. Hawk to a girl. plus Kamala Harris official channel on Twitch showing WoW in 75% of the screen, and fucking the speech in like 10% of the screen, 25% of the screen, and like, what the fuck are you doing? Would you now feel like compelled to not associate with the family? Like, I don't want to be married to Jodi Arias' sister, even though that arguably has nothing to do with it. You could also worry, like, maybe this family's a little fucked up. I don't know, I just can't. It would be a stigma. Or somebody did that, like, this guy who was like Hitler's descendant, right? This is a real story. Hitler's grandson or whatever, son, something, or some, maybe it was a more distant relative than just a son, but one of Hitler's relatives oh yeah, and you totally wouldn't be making that chat conversation up. Yeah, like one of Hitler's relatives was going to get married or something, and then their fiance found out that they're related to Hitler, and then they broke up with them because of that. I think that's actually a true story. Isn't that sad that that would happen? That it's not your fault. You didn't do anything. Right? That's not fair to them at all. Like, you could be the change you wish to see in the world. If you close your eyes meme, like Adolf Hitler, the president of Namibia or whatever, right? That's some African country where he's a good guy and everybody likes him, and his name just happens to be Adolf Hitler, which is unbelievable that you wouldn't have that level of self-awareness, or they were doing it to troll. It's one thing if your last name is Hitler, that's fine, but why would you name his first name that when you know that? You could say, oh, maybe they don't know, but how do you not know that? They're totally doing it to troll. The parents were trolling the world. But again, maybe to that country it doesn't matter as much, like you're not as familiar with this stuff, but... And his campaign symbol will be, ironically, a swastika, but oh, it doesn't mean that. She would have wanted her legacy to be as a great photographer. Self-control. Not when you don't document, but when you don't have self-control. She seems like somehow content with herself. But no, this would be very exciting for her now, all these media interviews. Everybody just loves to hate her, but... like how you had the recording of the sex thing. Tell us exactly what he said then. You should appeal to Mormonism and say, oh, it's because we broke the sin of having sex. That's why it led to all this, through jealousy and hate and this and that. I wish I didn't stab him that many times because that was clearly superfluous, even if it's in self-defense. I almost want to see a case like that where it genuinely is self-defense, but But muddying the holy waters of Mormonism that you got baptized in. But you were jealous because you even said you saw somebody in the window. She kind of volunteers that a little bit too, the whole window thing. Because, like, how would anybody else know about that? I guess the fact that she wrote about it in her journal, but, like, Travis didn't see her. The girl didn't see her, I don't think. So nobody would have known. So why would she make that up? Or why would she volunteer that as information? There's a car behind me that looks almost weird. Like, it's night, so I can't tell, but the light is, like, in the middle of it. Like, why is that, like, a Batmobile type shit, the fire coming out the back? Like, that kind of position, but it's a light in the front. What kind of car has a light like that in the middle? Right, it's like where the logo symbol would be for, like, Honda or whatever, the little insignia. Okay, he's turning. I want to see what this car is now, but he's going to be too far back. Bro is literally driving a Batmobile or some shit. No, do it quickly. I can't fucking see this shit. What the fuck? He's indicating for like an hour. What are you, an old geriatric in Florida or something? What the fuck is that car? I don't get it. Maybe that's more common than I realize, but I've never really seen that. Where you have a light in the middle of your car. Right, like you have the headlights on left and right, and then in the middle there's like this circular thing. Wait, who is this? I think people get frustrated by playing this card all the time, right? Like Amber Heard does it, and Casey Anthony does it, and she does it. Even if it's justified, even if it does happen, right? It sort of normalizes this thing like, oh, you just can't do anything about it, but why not? I understand as a kid, maybe a little more, it's hard to do that, but you should still run away from home or make a big thing about it, because why should you normalize or accept that? And that Jose Baez opening statement from the Casey Anthony trial is really hard to find because did they take the stand or did they just give a witness, victim, family, what's it called? Like the victim statements, basically. Yeah, and you even have photos to commemorate it, so you definitely won't get them out of your mind. She just regrets not being more careful or something. That's not what your other shrink said. The male shrink whose name I always forget. That, oh, she sleeps well even in jail. And there's no condition that would make you do that. There's nothing. I don't know why they say 3 times. You stab him 27 times. That could be way more than 3 times. Right? Like, I don't know where they get the 3 from. Slit the throat is 1. Shoot the gun is 1. Then, even if you say, like, 3 stabs is a kill, like, how many stabs would be a kill? A waif of a woman. Waifu. More like waifu. Yeah, that's an impressive part, actually. This is actually a good argument to say. I couldn't have just killed him willy-nilly. It must have been in the heat of battle. But then again, he would have beaten you if it was. So, if he attacked first, he would have had you down and killed you. If he wanted to, or... So you had to catch him off guard, or otherwise he would have overpowered you. Or, how could I have caught him off guard? He would have beaten me up. So he would have had to attack and missed, and then I would have done it. So either way, you can kind of use that. I almost want to make a game like this, make a Telltale type game where you go through each of these trials, and you could actually do it where you get away. Potentially. It'll be like, like Wolf Among Us or some shit. That definitely seems like a trigger point. Yeah, she was doing okay for herself, I guess. Wouldn't you look past that now, though? You would be, like, really close. Just, like, forget all that. We're going to visit you, and it's going to be all nice, and just, why would we still take issue with you? There's nothing more to prove. Like, it's all just... toot away, really a great phrase. Not as bad as you're about to be hurting when they fucking kill you, bitch. That's what the jury, that you could have made that joke. That's what the jury said to Jody. We're gonna fucking kill you, bitch. With the death penalty. But yeah, that Jose Baez opening statement is hard to find. It's been banned, or even the video of it I found was like muted when he says she could be a 13-year-old girl and have her dad's penis in her mouth. Now this video is going to be banned too for that same reason, but never mind the stimuli acme, I can address that to my satisfaction. You see, you cannot censor an absolutist. The stimuli acme encompasses all such things. she could be 13 years old and be experiencing the stimuli acme from the father, and the stimuli acme being forced into her mouth by her father would be too much for her to handle, because society does not abide it. It pretends like there's some undue emphasis value on it, so therefore it creates some other illusion other than hedonism. I actually agree with this point. She's not really a threat to society. I don't see her, if she got out, I don't think she would do anything really that crazy. Yeah, maybe one day she will somehow be given an exception for good behavior or something, and she'll actually get out because of the simple fact that think about the burden on the taxpayer with the amount of money, like really an absolutist society. Just kill every prisoner and kill it in a cheaper way than the injection. And who cares? Because why do we care so much about treating criminals so well? They commit a major crime like this, just kill them however you want. Like, fuck it, dude. Firing squad, one bullet, that doesn't take too much. Hanging them, whatever. So, like, the reality is that that much money could be used to feed some starving person for their whole life, but instead, oh no, it goes to the prison system to make them, give them free food, and not that they don't do a certain amount of work there, but it's kind of limited. Like, it just doesn't work. Prisons are just glorified concentration camps, but at least the people there are criminals, right? Not like ordinary people who are being forced to do it. It's criminals who are being forced to do it, so it almost feels okay. And especially if they're severe, hardened criminals. That was Jailhouse Interview 2, and so that's okay. Let's see what else we got here. I want to look at that one JCS video that like mentioned all these other cases that are like guilty until proven innocent or something. And so that would sort of validate the fact of the simple ability to, I don't know, it would let you basically decide that you have, like I could look at each of those cases individually, or like the little 6-year-old boy testifying, and he has a lot of inconsistencies. And again, the fact that a judge would allow that in open court is bad. The fact that you would allow it in an open court that's also on video is bad. The fact that I'd react to it is bad. The fact that, you know, that whole circumstance is messed up. You can take it as sort of a statement behind closed doors in a, you know, some nice officer just asks and takes a written statement, or some, you know, some judge has a chambers discussion in closed chambers with him and decides on the veracity of what he's saying to consider it. But to make it an actual testimony in court like that is very, very unacceptable. It's very strange. But then again, arguably it should be allowed, but, you know, it just shows kind of a desperation or something. Because again, you could be influenced in that way somehow too. Right, kids are impressionable, so it's hard for me to believe that you can take that too seriously. Either he'll lie to protect his mom because he loves her, or he'll be deceived somehow and misled because he doesn't understand everything and he's a young, impressionable kid. So there's no way to really do that in the proper manner. Yeah, I don't know what else to watch here. I'm kind of overdoing it with this. Like, I like the fact I saw the movie, I saw that. Like, I can certainly understand the public's interest in it, but then again, it's the same thing I would sort of scorn because, again, it's not the severity of the crime, because you can talk about, oh, the brutality of it, but she killed one person, so that's the inherent reality, no matter how bad you think it was. So, how anybody who killed more than one person would deserve more media scrutiny and public attention if your standard is actually a hierarchy of how severe the crime actually is and how much damage is done. But no, instead it's the spectacle that you're interested in, because, oh no, it's like a fucking little thing that you have. The spectacle is the simple idea that you have, whatever. So this is Jody. Oh, it's not even showing me now. What the fuck? Jody Arias full interrogation, and it's like 7 hours 22 minutes in 3, 2, 1. And I would probably watch this at 2 times speed even if I was going to do it, but there'll probably be a lot of pauses and stuff. The way they portray Detective Flores in there is completely inaccurate. He looks nothing like him. Or maybe he looked different then, like he's sort of clean shaven here, and he doesn't talk like that, he doesn't look like that. Juan Martinez was off. Everybody looks off. They don't really look like the characters actually do. What did you say? I'll see how I can turn up the heat in the building. You do that just for one person? This is the pose that JCS calls like a seal looking over a rock. He tries to be all funny. The fact that she's leaning in is a sign of guilt, but it's like more so feigning interest because she's sort of trying to... You got to look at the real geniuses, right, of the world. They wouldn't put themselves in this position. It's not about what you do now. It's about how did you get here. You're probably wondering how she got here. Like, you have this time to consider, like, you committed a sloppy crime, right? If you commit a really good crime, not that I'm encouraging you to, but then you can just get away with it on the outset. Because you got to think, no matter how good forensics are and technology and cops are, they don't really care. They don't truly care as much as you might care. So if you care fully in an absolute sense, you care absolutely about getting away with a crime and doing it perfectly, you'll get away with it. Because your devotion to getting away is greater than their devotion to catch you. Because one of them is your life on the line, and the other is their job. No matter how, it could be their life on the line at times when it's at risk and, you know, they could get shot at and stuff. But generally, like, if they don't solve the case, that's fine. They'll be fine. They go on to do it, live another day, solve another case. They might get in a little trouble, but, you know, there's plenty of unsolved cases. So it's not the end of the world for them, but it is the end of the world for you. So your commitment to getting away could be greater than theirs. This is the same thing I say, like, with Hitler, as much as I hate to bring the analogy. Like, if your commitment to doing good and saving the world and helping people was as any of the 6 million people he killed or anybody else in the world, victim blaming moment, if your commitment was as great as his to goodness as his was to evil, you would have easily stopped him, or you would have overcome that, right? So you have ordinary, everyday people who are half-massed fools who don't really have any strong standard. But then you have somebody who has this, like, absolute devotion to what they're doing, even if it's bad. Like, that's a commitment that you look for. So, you know, no matter how much a cop might try, they're never going to be as fully committed as you might be if you are in committing your crime. They don't care as much about it as you do, even if they try to. He's all soft-spoken and stuff, too. And you might say, oh, that was just him in court being all loudmouth, but he's not like that either. But also, you know, that portrayal is hilariously a contrast. He's soft-spoken here in both the interrogation and in court, whatever. And in the movie, he's, like, completely snarky and whatever. And it doesn't even look like him, and he has like a cliche mustache. They're a little deceptive about this, where they should have to tell you that you're on camera video, like, oh, I don't know. You should be obliged to tell them that, right? That you're being recorded and stuff. And even beyond that, you have the ability to I've been in jail, but I guess not that long at this stage. Look at her looking at the glass half full. The problem with this video is, first of all, I'd have to watch it on 2x speed because it's way too long. But second of all, it's going to be too long. There'll be a lot of pauses where she's doing her handstands and all this kind of other bullshit. Some of these video compilation stuff, I don't know where they get this shit from. Like, where they get some of the clips from. This one alpha cop, female cop, is rocking her leg, and oh, that really gets the boys going, so they want to see the full version of that for some stimuli acme purpose, or something else. There's like this video of a woman who was like a victim of a kidnapping who's being hypnotized, and her feet are up, like with her socks all ripped. So, oh no, that appeals to all the foot guys. It's like some old clip that would be untapped for meme potential because of that. Because it's like, that's obviously not the intention, but you can, I don't know, I just always think about things in that way. Not because it appeals to me, of course, but just, you can see how stupid people are. Like, this is the kind of shit that they would actually do. The ripped socks, foot fetish kind of shit. This like stalkerish admission of behavior that you have looking at Facebook and stuff. He's seen a lot of them just for evidentiary purposes, I guess. Right now, just out of idle curiosity in the case. Okay, so here, let me watch, actually, let me watch, actually, that Casey Anthony clip. I had an urge to watch that. Where she's, like, talking on the phone with her family, looking for Tony's number, like her boyfriend. And they're all being dismissive and stuff. And, like, just her tone is so kind of rough, just like, oh, some help you guys are. It's a complete waste of time calling you. But no, that's your karma for not knowing your own boyfriend's number or whatever. Casey Anthony, like, just some of her phone calls I like. Phone call with parents or phone call, jailhouse call 11. Oh shit, you're giving me the fucking meat of it here. Casey and Cindy Anthony. Where's the one that she's like asking for Tony's number, I guess? Okay, so this is part 1, full phone call between Casey and Cindy Anthony, 10-minute jail call. It's 5 minutes, 10 seconds from like Nifter Media. And we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Nifter Media, 2008. Kaylee Anthony, case of missing 3-year-old child from Orlando, Florida. Oh, the cameo on TV that she's mad about. This is kind of tough because you see her so mad. She's being all mad and aggressive. Yeah, just making it real tough for anybody to want it. But look at it. The only person whose help you needed was Jose Baez. You don't need your family. You don't fucking need anybody else. Nobody needs to support you. It's like a revolving door of three fucking... She's being all nice. Why do you want to talk to him? And she does end up being proven right, even if she's not really right. Well, they pin it on you even though they do find her dead. No, there's something I really like about that, though. The way that's like she's so, I don't know, it strikes a certain nerve. The way she says, like, it's totally useless. like give her a little psychological relief. One thing I'll defend is the whole media bias aspect. I don't like that. Like how everybody's so sure. Like how do you know for sure that she's guilty? Were you there? Did you see like so even if you were a member of the jury, you'd be biased because you'd say Jose Baez now instead of, his name is so suited for some of these words. Based, biased. You can't go in and say, oh, I'm sure she did it. Like, you got to sit through the facts of the case, all the testimony, all the evidence they present. You don't get the corporate-owned media to tell you. This is the problem with the modern age. Even, like, all this stuff with Trump or whatever, it's like you don't get to jump the gun and say, like, where you get to... win in the court of public opinion and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not really what it's about. Even if the conclusion is the same. That's always what I say, too. Right? Like, you can dislike Trump as much as you want, but don't let them lead with that. Like, oh, he's bad, and let's try to fill in the holes. Or, oh, he's guilty, and let's try to justify it. Ex post facto justification. Why not be objective? And then if he is as bad as you're saying, then you wouldn't need to do that. The same thing, like, if you think somebody's good. Like, oh, Fox News is taking his side, which it obviously does. Republicans and stuff, right? You don't need to be like that, right? Just be objective, and this truth should speak for itself. So you shouldn't need to be negative. If they're bad, they're bad. You'll see it for yourself. You don't need to be positive. If they're good, you'll see it for people will see it for themselves. So that's what I don't vouch for is the fact that that I find a little bit annoying. So this is part one, phone call between Casey Anthony and Lee Anthony. Kaylee Anthony, I think it's the same channel. I can't see really how long this one is. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. This video is by Nifter Media. Little musical thing at the beginning. Case of the missing 3-year-old girl. But all this moralizing, like she's saying, oh, crying and stuff. You really think I need this right now, like psychologically? Even if you did do it. Sorry, my cell phone's reception is bad. So is that like her brother? No, let the attorney do it because he's a goat. Goat Baez needs to fucking conquer this. Don't let anybody fuck this shit up. Your family tries to betray you, everybody. The media tries to misframe it. You got to appreciate what Jose Baez did. Like, I'm always... You don't understand what he did in this trial. You just don't get it. You have to... You just don't get it. People don't get it. He did something that there are things that people do in life that immortalize them, and that deserves to immortalize him forever. Like, that is a legendary performance in law in a courtroom. It's absolutely beautiful. But yeah, the mom is doing all these interviews that's pissing her off. Like, can you just not do that? Like, the damage is done. Can you just not do it? Yeah, no shit, I'm listening to it. I like her relationship with this guy, though. It's kind of more chill. But then the dad does testify against her, so... To the family? What family? It's your family. What are you talking? That's like when you'd say, oh, to the victim's family, but you're the victim family. Like, this guy seems cool. I like it. Yeah, now one day Casey's gonna have another kid, or maybe she does. And then she'll, like, please just don't have another kid, dude. I love these, actually. This is so good. I like her whole tone because it's kind of real. Like, she's mad about it, she's salty about it. Don't underestimate Jose, though. He saved your fucking life against the media bias, against the whole everything. This is a man who is against everything, against the whole world. Like, you got to feel that. It's hard to explain. You talk about an absolutist moment in this world that you get in your life. He's standing there in that courtroom against the world. Like, you can never understand. Like I'd show it in a movie, like all these voices, all these talking heads, all these people in the public, everybody, the whole world's out to get you, against you. And you stand tall and you stand firm and you do what you need to do in terms of facts and laws and evidence, and you understand the nature of the process, none of this other stuff. Well, that part is true, at least. She is close to home. So you could have taken that as a subliminal hint. You were right that she was obviously within like a mile of the house or something. Which is unbelievable that it still took them that long to find that. private call, but that's no fun. Then I don't get to listen back to it. No, that first one I love, though. There's something actually, you got to understand the psychology behind it. It's a woman who, let's say whether she's innocent, guilty, doesn't matter. She wants a moment, like, let me just talk to Tony and let me just have a moment for psychological, relief. Don't keep bombarding me like, oh, where's Kaylee? What do you know? Why are you lying? I'm doing interviews on TV, the mom. Like, just give her a break, right? That's like a mental exhaustion moment. Just give her a little relief here. Don't keep doubling down. She's dealing with the cops. Like, whatever happens, and it's like a sacrificial thing the parents could have done, too. They could have covered for her because it's like, Kaylee's already dead. She's already gone. So do you want to lose your daughter, too, in addition to your granddaughter? Instead of, cover for her, let her get away with it, don't testify against her. And if you do that, then just let it go. Even though you think she did it, even though it's bad, it's sad, you let it go because it's like, I don't want to lose my daughter too. Right? There's like some moment in a movie or something that I'm kind of thinking of. Probably like, you could double down, but you let it go because it's like, we've lost enough. You made a mistake. We'll forgive you. We'll move on. Right? Because what good is it going to do? She's already gone. The damage is already done. So let her go then. And I'm talking about from the family's perspective, not in general for law. But I mean, I'll reserve some... Man, that'd be the coolest outcome ever, though. And even though in a real-life sense it seems like sick to say, but the dad actually did do it. And he's like this super villain, and he used to be a cop, so he was able to cover his tracks. Like, that'd be one of the most amazing outcome twist endings, like, ever. If you have, if, one day he gets on trial and then he's accused and he has a breakdown on stand and, like, actually all along it was actually me and I did it because it was an illegitimate son born of the brother or something. Or wait, isn't that the same brother, though, who's accused of doing something sexual, though? To her, like, raping her? What the fuck? What is this? So we got Part 2, full call Casey Anthony and Lee Anthony, starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm sort of going by a playlist. It has like 11 videos, so we're on video 3, if you find this exact one. But no, that first call was really the iconic one. Something about her attitude just feels so genuine. Like, I don't know. Somebody who's stressed. Let's see if they actually bleep it out. Three, two, one. So the brother's actually buying into this lie about the babysitter. But I thought she couldn't get in contact with the babysitter, so... I like this guy's personality, though. That's what Jodie does, too, is I'm not really talking much in this one. She lost her phone for years. But no, I love that as a concept for a movie, too. Somebody who's defending themselves, who has to do all the legwork from in jail against all odds. And, you know, like an Phoenix Wright moment or Miles Edgeworth moment where Edgeworth has that amazing conversation with Baez the best in the jail. That's one of the best scenes from the whole series. Baez comes to his prison cell, and it's like this strong arm moment where he's like rubbing it in his face. Edgeworth's a prosecutor, and he's in jail, and the not chief prosecutor, but the chairman of the PIC, Prosecutorial Investigation Committee, Baez the Best, is coming in, and he's like taunting him and like rubbing it in his face. Why not just admit it? Why not just give in? Like it gave off such an awesome vibe. It's similar to like the red-white thing in case 2 of the first game. It's hard to explain. Like, you don't know if that means that Baez is the culprit and he did it necessarily, but it just means he's flexing his power, like, and he's very blunt about it. Like, I can just do whatever I want and get away with it. You're in jail. Like, there's nothing you can do. Nobody's going to believe you. Like, your back's against the wall. You can't even investigate. You can't even do anything. What do you expect to do? That is such an epic thing. Baez goes down a little bit too easy, though. He was, you know, Edgeworth's actually awesome for that. He makes everybody look like they go down easily. Simon Keyes is no match for him. Nobody's a match for him. Even Quercus Alba is just a god. But, you know, that doesn't feel like, oh, Edgeworth's deficiency. That feels like you don't understand who Quercus Alba really fucking is. But absolutely one of the greatest villains in this history of fiction, period. Absolutely brilliantly written. Really just iconic. I've always sworn by him. He's the best villain in the whole series. He's amazing. Somewhat people say, oh, he's a bit of a cliche, but it's not about a cliche. Like, there's plenty of evil characters, but he's so committed. He's so sure of himself. He's so capable. I don't know. I'll have to do a full analysis. I think I've done it in the past too, but Give us a I love you. There we go. Was that like her sighing at the end, or was that just the phone disconnecting? Her sighing because the call is over. I don't know why I like this so much. This is actually more entertaining than anything I've seen in a while. It's just so genuine. Like, you talk about, like, oh, reality TV or courtroom drama. But no, Critic Alba is an individual who is like... you'd have to see it for yourself. Not to spoil it, but even that part. Like, oh, you think most of the villains are predictable in that universe. He had me completely fooled, too. He has this old man persona that I bought into, even on a gameplay level. Like, you could never... I'm telling you, that's one of the greatest moments of my gaming life or fiction life, period. It was so psychologically convincing. The layers that he puts on, like, it's hard to explain. He has this old man persona, and I didn't buy that he could be the villain for that reason. The same way that everyone else would think, oh, he's just a feeble old man. But beyond that, just the way he looks even if he did turn out to be the villain, it'd be like, oh, that's sort of unsatisfying. Then his appearance totally changes. And so I wasn't expecting that. But so he had me fooled in terms of his sprites and his animations and stuff, that I couldn't imagine, oh, that'd be kind of a lame, disappointing villain for this. And then his stature is such. He's a smuggling ring leader. He's an ambassador. He's so smart, so careful. He's gotten away with it for 10 plus years. He's a war hero. He's so accomplished that he feels like he deserves it. He can get away with anything. And everybody else is just nothing compared to him, which is sort of true. He's incredibly smart. He's incredibly careful. He doesn't leave behind really any evidence at all. The only evidence you get really is a fluke, the little blood dog samurai thing. And even that he plays for self-defense, like he gets stabbed by Manny Cochin, but he plays it off like the Mask 2 did it, so he makes it seem like self-defense, so he accounts even for that. Like, absolutely god-level character in writing. You've never seen a kid, dude. He's better than most villains in movies. Some of his dialogue is so, like, next level. In the end, it's nothing more than the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Like, he just kicks you while you're down and just is so verbose and so articulate, and he just he does what every other villain you feel like should do. Like, oh, you could just argue this away with, common sense or reason, or, you could just talk your way out of it, and he does that. He doesn't, like, give in anything easy. So when you finally beat him, it's like there's really nothing he could do. He tried every angle, right? When he's at the stage show, oh, how did I know that name? I overheard it, or something else like, oh, I went to the bathroom, that must have been when the attack, like all these little things that might seem like a cop-out, but you can, the burden of proof is on you accusing him, so he can get away with that. That's the point. Every other villain, you can say, oh, he could have just said this, he could have done that. That's the one thing with him that you can say, he couldn't have done anything more. He did everything, and he would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. People don't like that because, oh, it's like a Scooby-Doo cliche line that, oh, he's a cliche villain, but because of that. But to me, he's not cliche. He's like an absolutist villain that has a tremendous, tremendous amount of depth to him. Because, see, he commits to it. Like, you could say, oh, he's evil, but he's so highly capable and so full of himself that he almost validates it. Like, he didn't make an ambassador by dumb luck. He's not a smuggling ring leader who got away with it for 10 years by dumb luck. Like, he validates himself with his ability. And the way that he's so powerful. Like, not just even when his ambassadorship gets stripped away and all this, like, his personality, his will, right? It's like this King Bradley thing, right? That he's an absolutist character. These are like the three: Light Yagami, King Bradley from Full Metal Alchemist, and Critic Alba. It's like their will is so strong that it doesn't matter whether they're villains or not, or portrayed negatively. It's like their will is so powerful that, like, you can't stop them. You can't deny them, basically. Right, their greatness is immeasurable. And so you respect that on a certain level. Even if you disagree with them, the only way to beat them is with your own ability and own level of commitment like that. And so you feel like you feel like it's basically very validating, again, on the absolutist level, that if you're going to do something, you got to be consistent and do it all the way in full commitment. So King Bradley believes in what he's doing and has more effort and passion in it than what anybody else is doing, or so does Light, or so does Alba. So if you're going to do it all the way. That's the point. Be consistent. Don't give us like a half-assed thing and, that's a good trio of villains or whatever. So I'm trying to think of like who. I have trouble actually with movies coming up with that clear of a thing. Like I'm thinking about some of the great movies. Usually it's villains that you do because they're uninhibited, so they just commit to what they're doing. Whereas good guys have to make concessions and stuff. Vegeta maybe would have had a little. No, but he's too much of a flake over time. But he would have just killed everybody on Earth as soon as Goku was thought to be dead. Right, and people say, oh, maybe Goku would make his way back sooner, but he could have taken over then, wished on the Dragon Balls, he would have done it at some other point, wished himself immortal, Okay, so today I came up with like a new format template, because I see all these little meme short videos, like the Lord Forgive Me template is pretty interesting. So what I could do is I'll pick like a random playlist of one of these things, and then I'll watch it until I laugh. So like, I used to be probably pretty better at, like, where I would never really laugh at anything, but I would just sort of, whatever, but I'll count it pretty broadly. Like, the stuff that I laugh at, too, is going to be weird, like that Molly Shannon moment in Curb Your Enthusiasm, like where, she was having sex with some old guy, and then his heart exploded, like just the dark humor or the weird way that he says it. So what you have is the ability to, I'll look up like a playlist, a random playlist, whatever shows up, of memes to do with a particular template format. So like Lord Forgive Me memes, right, where it's just that song where something kind of, it's hard to even explain exactly what it is. Just like some weird revelation or epiphany you're having, or, there's one that's pretty good, the Spider-Man, the most useless backflip in history. Like, he backflips, and I don't know what that's from. It's from a game, or it's from a little animated short that somebody made, or I don't know. But he does a backflip, and then the Green Goblin just grabs him anyway, so it doesn't even save him. But it's like, that's a term. Does anybody use that, like a fan animated thing? So you could call it fanimated. That's the kind of top tier shit we got to do. Which reminds me of, like, in the old days, like where you have, you would, like, in the early days of the internet, you would try to reserve a certain domain name because then it would be worth so much more in the future with respect to the fucking, now, you have, like, a very simple, like book.com for book, library.com, or something very basic that's going to be useful in the future, just a name that some big company will pay you for, or something, so you reserved it first. Now, you do Coca-Cola.com, and now they'll pay you $1 billion for it because you got it first, so now they have to do it. Right, so we could do that as a template format where, again, you pick like a meme template, whatever the namesake or anything might be. But here's another social we'll do that later though. But here's another social contrivance state that you have is like where people, it's a core example of opposite interpretation. Where like, people will think you want something if you don't want anything, and if you do want something, they'll play into it more. So like, you place like some sort of undue positive emphasis, like, look how nice you're being, etc. But you're only doing that because you want something. So the person who wants something will get rewarded for their artifice in trying to achieve it, whereas somebody who doesn't want anything, sort of like they're just neutral, or they're not being fake, or they're not placing undue emphasis, that'll be treated negatively somehow, like, somehow that's rude, or somehow that's, like, you assume, so you just want something, but you don't want anything, you're being more neutral, right, and you're not being fake about it, so you're more like, the absolutist tendency, like, whatever people want or don't want, let that speak for itself. You shouldn't need to place emphasis on it, so it's sort of separate. You're trying to separate the two and not say like, you're going to be fake to try to achieve right? You're trying to link the two together and say, oh, social contrivance is tied to zero-sum means that you want or whatever, right? Instead of saying, oh no, that's on one hand, that's a natural process that's going to happen, right? Like people want things, whatever. But then the elements should be separate, right? And so there's this sort of weird linking between them that people look at it the exact opposite way that it actually is. Like if you don't want anything, that's somehow a bad thing. Or it's more so you're just revealing and exposing the artificial nature of the process that is a placeholder that is like expected otherwise. So yeah, here's like another cult of personality basis to do with the stimuli acme. Like people like to obsess over and pose like a false absolute, so to value something. So for example, whenever there's a celebrity, like, oh, this celebrity is just mid, right, attractiveness or whatever you want to say, but people obsess over them anyway. Like that same person of the same looks could be walking down the street right next to you and it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? The nearness pos to it is lesser than this. But then because look at some famous actress or something, not even because of the money aspect that like, oh, you'd want to be with them because of that, but just inherently like, oh, look, like Caitlin Clark or somebody like that's a good example. A lot of people on the internet are simping over her in ways that don't even have to do with basketball, whatever, just because, you know what I mean, like because of the exposure. If that same person who looked exactly the same was walking down the street, you might not think anything of it. And again, I'm not saying anything negative about her, right? I'm just saying like people make it about that because they become obsessive. Like, oh, they're obsessed with everything they do. They're in the media so much, all the exposure, all the lights, all the whatever, performative aspects, makeup, stuff. It turns into something else. Like, so it's the exposure that you like. It's the fact that I don't know how to explain it. It's the cult of personality basis that creates that illusion, whereas normally it'd be like, oh, you're just a normal person, doing whatever you do, right? You wouldn't really care. So you're sort of buying into that, makes it easier. And that this is the same way that people like to do things, is you like to obsess over something and pose it as though it's an absolute to therefore value it. Otherwise it seems like, oh, it's just arbitrary, interchangeable, it doesn't really matter. And so here we're going to finish watching some of these. I think I watched most of the calls. I love that first one so much for some reason, where she's like seeking some psychological comfort. Let me talk to Tony. I'm sure Tony would have broken up with her or something at some point, but find somebody who wants to talk to you as badly as Casey Anthony does when she's under arrest and she's got bigger things to worry about, right? Find somebody who wants to talk to you instead of their whole family, instead of their missing child, trying to find their child, right? When you're their number one priority, that means she really loves you. But then again, that shows you should remember their number if you like them so much. Yeah, he would have probably said, fuck that, I don't want anything to do with you. Yeah, that's the number one thing that in social contrivance you can observe is like people's unwillingness. They don't want to be made aware of a process. They don't want to see that there is a process. They don't. They want to be subject unwittingly to the same process that is there, but they just don't want to be aware of it or think about it or observe it or anything. Everything's just initial surface level reactionary, and it's strange. It's like the old expression. It's either easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled. So like we want people to be fake, but we don't want to think about the fact that they're being fake, so we reward them for being fake rather than realizing that they are being fake and therefore invalidating the process. And so anytime anything is done that isn't fake, that's bad because it exposes the fact that, oh, we expect it to be fake or we want it to be fake. Though something's just neutral, that's a bad thing. You got to place undue emphasis all the time and like performative aspects, or like if you don't care enough to put on those performative aspects, you're somehow the problem, not just the fact that, oh, you're revealing that that's necessary in the first place or the flaws of the process, etc. So the other point is the simple fact that, I don't know, I kind of want to watch that one again, but this is, the playlist had like 11 videos, but a lot of them sort of repeat a lot. So this is part 1 of 4, missing jailhouse video of Casey Anthony and her parents. This is like part 1 of 4, so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Same guy, Nifter Media. I do appreciate all these people keeping these things alive, like even the full court stuff. Those aren't like official trial channels, right? Like Jodi Arias, that's just some random guy who did it, like David Lohr or something. Oh, it starts off so dramatic. Wait, what was that? My life has been taken from me. That would explain why it seems like I'm lying or something with the eye element. Like, this is like one of those telling moments, like your last moment of freedom before everything goes to shit or whatever. Like, it's very, I've seen part of this before, but oh, and Jose Baez adopts that. Jose Baez gets the drowning in the pool stuff. Oh, shit. The makings of a god. Maybe he was the one who leaked that. The media does take this shit too far. But like the police sophistication, yeah, how would she know now? Even if she knew, but you know, what I would have rather seen is, okay, instead of her lying, she could have just said nothing. But like, you just don't know, so don't say anything. When you make up the Zenaida story, it makes you seem like you have something to hide. I just don't know, I don't know. Right, then what? Oh, look at her being all salty. Talk to your dad then if you want to see him. I don't feel like the boss in jail. She always tries to get off topic and filibuster and stuff. And it almost seems to reward lying then, like, oh, she got a little in trouble for Like, you're better off just lying. Eat the perjury charge or eat the other thing. But the media has warped intentions, which they do. They want to make money, they want to get attention, they want to sensationalize it. You're already one-on-one. Yeah, you better show some fucking appreciation for Jose. Dude, you don't know who you're dealing with. Like, and you gotta understand, how much money did Casey have to pay him? Like, people say, oh, he did it for the money. You did it for the notoriety, maybe the attention from, such a big case, but like, it's not about the money. How much money could you have made from this? How much money did Casey have? It's not like O.J. Simpson where he's paying you millions of dollars. It's more just, it makes you a legend. Yeah, why are you taping it? But they know it's gonna be bullshit. Oh, this is the clip they started with, I guess. This seems pretty genuine sadness, but again, they'll misframe it like, oh, it's sadness over her own predicament, not over Kaylee. She should have just had an abortion, then she'd be a champion for women's rights, haha. I wish people treated abortions with this level of severity. Look at the difference that 3 years makes, or a couple years make. Oh, wow, now you're a villain, you're terrible. But, oh, do it while you're pregnant, and oh, you're a hero, you're a champion of women's rights. Like, what a fucking farce. I'm just asking for consistency. Look at a fetus the same way you do this, and then see what you say. Like, either you value human life or you don't. Don't try to dehumanize a fetus just to justify killing it, you dumb clown, shithead society. Like, yeah, that's the lesson too, is even though it worked out for her, remain silent rather than come up with a lie. It's so hard for people, it seems like, to do that. Like, just don't say anything. Just say, like, whatever, let it happen. Because again, remember that key phrase, your post-arrest silence can't be used against you, so the jury shouldn't and won't consider that. So you could just say nothing at all, and that's it. It might turn certain people against you, like witnesses and your family, like, why aren't you saying anything? But it doesn't make you guilty, and it shouldn't make you guilty. Wait, that was the whole thing already? Okay, we'll go to part 2 now. And then we have the ability to, there's like 4 parts. I kind of don't like this one as much, these ones as much as the other ones, but this is just part 2, same thing. Part 2 of 4, missing jailhouse video of Casey Anthony. I like how they always say that too. Is this being recorded as you're watching the video? Like when Jody asked that, if that's a little deceptive. They should have to tell you that no matter what the circumstance. Detective Flores, that's actually wrong. She's asking, is it recorded? You should have to say yes. It's being video and audio recorded, yes. Just like you have to say you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. That's very wrong for them not to tell you that. And you also have, this, so it's like, yeah, you remain silent, and that would be sort of my technique. I just wouldn't care. I don't care what you say. I'm not going to say anything. Just literally, just say nothing. So what do they have to work with then? They take me to court, let the court decide. It's not up to the police. It's not up to anybody. Right. But no, you should have to tell them that, like even all this. Is it really appropriate to have a jailhouse call, like made public or put in evidence? That's not really fair. You'll be judging her every action and inflection, and you can see how annoying that is. Like, let's say she really is innocent, right? You're going to look for something that's not there. Like, oh, let's look at her every expression in the jail call. It wasn't exactly right. She was a little off here. She laughed at this one little moment that her mom said something sweet. Like, you can't do it that way because everybody has idiosyncrasies. I'd love to see somebody who's passing this judgment. Yeah, let's see you falsely accused of murder or something, or even rightfully accused, but let's see you accused of it and see how your every expression is exactly what everybody expects everywhere around the world as they're constantly judging you under a microscope. You can see how this is a very inane way of looking at it, right? Everybody has different ways of expressing themselves. It doesn't mean anything on its own, so... Right, those two things can be separate. You could be innocent, you could be guilty, but you could be a little better off for, I don't know, you could just judge it a different way. And again, all this has nothing to do with it. So this is part 2 starting in 3, 2, 1. Like he maybe starts off with like a highlight moment from there and then goes into it, or what? But no, everybody gets all self-righteous about, oh no, he's doing that one again. Letting the evidence degrade. These are the two things that you could actually learn. If you kill somebody, make sure they don't find the body for like several months, which is not that easy to do, but you know, don't tell them where it is, don't give them anything to work on, and then like you know, let the evidence degrade and don't let it be found for several months and don't give them anything to go on. And then also do the other thing where you what do you call it? What was the other thing? Well, don't testify. That's number 1. don't testify and don't let them find the body for several months. And even lie. But then again, I would say remain silent or lie, because she lies and, she gets in trouble for that. But it's assuming that helped her get away with it, which it really didn't, but assuming it did, then, Yeah, give Jose his flowers. Well, is there a bail that she can get? What was the bail set at? Was there some bail that she could have gotten that they couldn't afford or something? You're just blaming the parents or venting on the parents. Nancy Grace triggers everybody, like Jodi Arias. I think she was on that one too. You make it too emotional is the problem. The exact opposite of what a jury is supposed to do. So court of public opinion is the opposite of what a court setting is trying to be. She's doing most of the talking, though. You're not even letting them talk, and you're just getting mad. I mean, you're a police officer, though, so you should be hardened and you know what this is like dealing with shit. Tony broke up with you? Where's Tony now? You kept wanting to call him. see, the dad ends up testifying against her. And even the mom testifies, I think, but the mom maybe covers for her a little bit. Where we got to see the epic reconciliation. And she's making like a documentary on Peacock. I mean, if I was her, I would just keep a low profile and not do that. But maybe she got a certain amount of money from it. And she's like working in the law firm or something for the guy who helped, like the investigator for Jose. Yeah, why is Jose in New York? What does that have to do with the case in Florida? Yeah, you got to look from like the jury's perspective that you have. That it's more curated, whether that's a good thing or not. But you can see how easily corrupted it would be, right? If it was up to the public, of course she's guilty in their eyes, whether that's actually true or not, legitimate or not. I love how people act like they know, too. Like, were you there? Did you see it happen? It might be in your speculation. I'm not even disagreeing with your conclusion, but it's a little different than, you know, how do you really know? Or, like, when you condemn a defense lawyer, like, oh, he knows she's guilty. How does he know that? 100%. Right? And that's not his job to do that, so. The prosecution should have done a better job. The police should have done a better job. Everybody else should have done a better job. She's just kind of going on and on, dude. But she's not giving them anything. Like she's seeking the sympathy card and sort of just playing dumb and that she doesn't know. But no, that's one thing in both of these cases. Wherever Jodi Arias chose to throw the gun and the knife is pretty impressive. Even the way the movie showed it wasn't that, like, it's that close to the road, like nobody's ever going to find that, like how? Or even if they do find it, they won't connect it to the case, or some random vagrant will come and just keep it for themselves. Because that's a good way to get a gun illegally. Like, you won't turn that shit in, you'll just keep it, and like, oh, now what if I want to use it? I just got a free gun, like, fuck you. You can, it's like that money gambit that you see in like Death Note and stuff, where the way to kind of control people is, yeah, drop a bunch of money from the sky and that'll distract them, right? Like you can count on their selfishness. They're not doing it to try to help you or protect you. They're doing it for their own benefit or something. But it's like, yeah, whatever Jodi did with that evidence, the weapons, was pretty impressive because they never found them. And the same thing here, like wherever she put the baby, Kaylee, I don't know, like, how it took them that long to find it. It was pretty close to their house, too. So, like, even if she's not giving you anything to work with, how could it take them, like, months and months to find it? The first month being the hardest part, because you have, the fact that she's not even reporting it. This is part 3. Let me see if I can maybe get into the meme stuff after this, but, I don't know what kind of route I'm taking today, actually. This is all kind of backroads bullshit. Okay, so we'll start in a second here. Part 3, same thing. Part 3, missing jailhouse video of Casey Anthony and her parents. Starting in 3, 2, 1. But she's just been bitching the whole time. Not really giving them anything. Or they keep replaying this part. My entire life has been taken. Or yeah, you could use that against the dad, like, I want to hug you. Or he says like a weird line apparently that somebody said in a comment, but I don't know when exactly he says it. Oh, I want to feel Kaylee's sweat or something. So you could use that to try to say, oh, look at him being an offender or something. But again, it's not the defense's right to choose that, need to prove that. Right, he's not on trial. Jose Baez isn't putting the father on trial. He's not going to get charged for it. So it doesn't matter, but and Christina or something. Or like how she's going on TV and doing these interviews. Like, is that really going to help? Yeah, they should let them bring some of that in for her. You can like search it and stuff, but bring in some food and do a conjugal visit if it's appropriate, like with Tony or something. Right, give him some comfort. What does that have to do with them, though? Why are you showing some random guy? What the fuck? Is this some random guy? That's kind of random, though. What does this have to do with the case? Like, they're coming upon him. Actually, it's not a homeless guy. He's pretending to be homeless just to gather information, just to try to sell it on the tabloid because he's like an undercover investigator, like that Madison Page and fucking Sleeping with Ethan and Heavy Rain, where she acts like she's just random. She just shuts down everything that they try to say. But yeah, I would be pissed about the media too. It's like, all it does is turn the public against you. It's like, yeah, in fact, she was almost too calm at the beginning, so that was held against. But she's not giving you anything to work with. Say something nice. Talk about something nice. Right, like you're still talking too much about. But there's like endless speculation that ends up happening. But then why is it being recorded? She even said. And meanwhile, we're watching it right now, so it was released, but maybe it took a while. Oh yeah, the mom is the nurse, I guess, so a nurse and a cop. Perfect combination to fake a crime and get away with it. If only Florida had more liberal abortion policy, you would have never had any of this happen. You see how twisted that perspective is, though. Like, everybody wants to act all self-righteous once they're born, but oh no, once they're a fetus, they're nothing to us. It's too convenient. Meanwhile, you're going on the media yourself, Mom. No, they'll still be watching it 16 years, 15 years later, whatever. It is just like a morbid curiosity, dumb sort of courtroom drama sort of interest, right? Nobody really cares in a genuine sense. Well, she is coming home, but she'll be... And, like, it's weird. The body was already decomposed, they said, but I guess because she's so small, but, like, that wouldn't happen to an adult body that quickly, right? Only in a few months where it was already decomposed. I don't fully get how that works, but... So this is part 4. And we're starting part 4, missing jailhouse video of Casey Anthony and her parents in 3, 2, 1. These aren't really quite as good. She's being so bitchy the whole time, though. Talk about something positive, like that homeless guy or whatever. But no, he's like a spy trying to get information. Oh, here we go. They keep replaying this, the taken from me. It just blows everything out of proportion, makes it too much of a spectacle, which you don't see with most cases because they're not national spectacles, and it's often for the wrong reason. Yeah, they are going like sort of adversarial a little bit into, I like these little signs that say what speed you're going, like, it is, your speed, you're going too fast, exclamation mark. But it turns from this to now the family doesn't even want to associate with her. We got to have some big reconciliation like on the Peacock show. I guess that's it. Then the call ends. That's final part 4. Let me see the first part again, and then we could either do that meme template, or I almost want to watch the case now. I want to, we'll skip ahead. I don't have to do it like I was doing with the Jodi Arias thing. Like, I want to see Cindy's testimony and the dad's testimony and stuff. We just got to find some random... Okay, let's watch the first part again. So this is, let's see what we got. This is something, full phone call between Casey and Cindy Anthony, 10-minute jail. Wait, this isn't even the same thing, is it? Wait, I don't even know. Or no, maybe this is. This is just a call, not like when they're face-to-face like that. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. This is like the original first one in the playlist, the 5-minute one, where she's like asking to talk to Tony. So what you have is a simple ability to she's mad about the cameo on TV. Or if you just didn't say anything, but then they'd still probably arrest you. Because it is very speculative. And she gets all bitchy and like it's making it real hard for anybody to want to help you because you're being such a bitch about it. Lee was being really nice to her at the beginning, right when they had the other phone call. That was before, I think. Or no, maybe not, I don't know. I don't know, like how long had they been together that he would be expected to, even care about this or deal with this? Or then he'll end up being accused of something too. Or even he's brought up as the part of the reason why, like, oh, you want to like she wants the party life that Tony shows her and that kind of stuff. And so I wonder what she was going to say there. Get a little bit of what? They're even calling her a baby at 3 years old. You call her a child at that point. Yeah, let me look at some sort of testimony moment, which I don't know how to even find. This trial, to be fair, I didn't see a ton of. Not like the Jodi Arias thing back in the day. I saw very little of this, probably. So let me see what I can find. If you have, some of these full trial days, you'll have to, skip ahead. But yeah, Jose is right about the fact of what do you call it? They spend the first couple weeks trying to just make it about, oh, she's a slut, she's this and that. Sort of the same character assassination that you would see in the public eye. Which, again, that might be a resonating factor. Like, okay, those are signs of guilt. But the difference is those aren't signs that you actually committed the crime, right? Like, if you were to ask how it's like with the Hans Niemann thing, sort of. People will be so sure, like, oh, look, he played at a very high level, so he must have been cheating, or this or that, so he must have been cheating, or, oh, he was weird in the interview. But, like, all that is ex post facto justification. If you have, you would have to ask people point blank, how do you think she did it? Or how do you think the crime was committed? It's like, oh, it's anal beads or something that we can't prove or we can't place and that the venue would have seen, or, they have all these kind of x-ray, other technology. So it's assuming that, oh, anybody could be doing that then if they can't detect it in him. So you have, I just saw Kybus Truck Company from Yu-Gi-Oh! Super Ego is what it's called. That's an awesome name. But no, it's like, how did he do it? And you can't even explain it. Or the same thing with her. How did she do it exactly? And you wouldn't be able to really explain it. She took the duct tape, she did that, she dropped her off in the thing, in the swamp somewhere in the marsh, right? And she got lucky that nobody found it. And then she came up with all these kind of bullshit lies and stories. You would think you'd have this prepared, though. It was like 31 days, and you don't have, you would have come up with a better explanation than the Zenaida Fernandez thing. So the point is, you wouldn't be able to explain exactly how it happened, right? You can't say that with any certainty. At least like with the Jodi Arias thing, like, okay, there's a lot more physical DNA type evidence. There's pictures, there's blood, it's just everything is much more clear. The body was found much sooner. The problem with the Casey, the Kaylee aspect is because it took them so long to find it, which is obviously largely her fault, but that makes it a lot more difficult to place anything there. Right, a lot of the evidence degrades and so forth. So yeah, I want to see some part of this trial here if I can get it, but it becomes very hard to type this shit or to see anything. Just like any sort of cross-examination or Jose Baez going at it with the dad. Yeah, those calls were kind of good. Kind of some of this stuff is good as like a precursor. Like, oh, before we watch the trial, let's see some of this. But no, like the whole speculative basis that the public does is kind of bad, based on the fact of also the like the news coverage and stuff. It's always taking a side and a slant and sort of emotionalizing and moralizing too much, where that's not necessarily something you should do. If you have I don't know, if you have the ability to basically do it in such a way that, I don't know, I really can't type this shit in, so now I'm just sort of stalling. There's nowhere like that I'm able to stop, like a little light or something would give me the chance. It's so hard to see this, like where you're typing in, and like part of it gets blocked by my steering wheel and stuff. But yeah, this month of YouTube stuff basically just turned into all this trial related stuff, and I guess it's not bad, but the problem is that it's basically like you would expect that I would have done something better, because you would have expected it because of the simple fact that, I don't know, like something that would have actually had ads built into it. I feel like most of this stuff probably wouldn't. It's basically impossible to fucking do this, so forget it. Maybe we'll get in some sort of suggested from this, or I don't know. Call played for jury. This is like from some news thing. But some of this is a little bit improper, the way they do it, like when you're in custody and stuff. Cindy's first 9/11 call played for Casey jury starting in 3, 2, 1. So some of their behavior is used against it too. Like, oh, you smelled human decomposition, but then why didn't you call the police then? I like that. They assume the gender. Was this like when she did something, she used the car to then get rid of Kaylee, or? Orlando, that's pretty broad. You should know this a little better because your husband used to be a cop. I don't get it. Wouldn't he have worked at one of these, or who knows? Maybe it was somewhere else, but they could have moved here later. I don't know their whole life story actually, but he would know contacts in here and everything. giving you a month for this too? Or, like, I don't get what this has to do with Kaylee, though. They're bringing up a theft. I don't know where this fits into the Kaylee aspect. I haven't been this excited for a Lee since The Walking Dead Season 1. We got to find some way to fit in the meme of him saying at the end of episode 2 where he's yelling, Lee, Lee, like, because he kills the whole family. Well, the purpose of the call is only to do with theft, though, so I don't get it. So now is this when they say, oh, the car smelled like human decomposition? Like she stole the car to be able to do this, or... She looks kind of older than 22, even at these older stages. Or, like, just over the course of the trial, she puts on a lot of years, more than even the physical. You know, this takes a toll on you. But then why do you keep bringing up the theft aspect? But that was your mistake. Why didn't you bring that up on the cop call? You just... Yeah, and you didn't learn at this point that you wouldn't get shit out of her, that she's just going to go round and round, like even in the jailhouse and stuff. It almost validates her behavior that it ended up helping her get away with the thing, but it really was all Jose. The only Jose that you'd like more than Jose Cuervo is Jose Baez. And so people who don't like him, Jose Biased, instead of Baez, it's biased. And then if you do like him, then Jose Baez, or however they say it on this stupid Twitch meme culture with all the kids these days. That's the biggest violation in Twitch capacity, is the fact that you know, everybody's underage still watching this shit, right, with profanity and all this. Like, you know that the majority of people watching on there are going to be young, but they still watch adult stuff or profanity and stuff, right? Like, XQC's viewership is average age of 5 years old, or probably, you know, maybe 10 to 15, but there's going to be a lot of underage people for the mature content that you sometimes see, whether it be stimuli acme, whether it be profanity, otherwise. This is like a clip from a news channel, though it's not like the full trial, but I guess it's okay. But no, that is weird how they're dancing around it. Like, why not just bring up the thing? They certainly waited long enough to try to do it. Like the 31 days and stuff that they gave her to try to do it. Cindy's second 9/11 call played for jury, also from the same music. This is fine. This is one way to cheat, having to actually type it in properly. I could always just pull over, I guess I don't really want to. So, Cindy's second 911 call played for Casey jury in 3, 2, 1. And it's on some 2 news channel, something, wesh.com. Look at all these news networks exploiting this for views. So it's replaying part of the same thing. Why is the judge doing this? Does he do that with every single piece of evidence? He's a little more professional than most judges that way. Like, even after the verdict is done, he judges her to be not guilty or guilty based on the charges. Like, most judges don't bother to do that. And they don't have to, but it's just a good formality. In case there's some issue with it, he could try to fight it back. So bringing up Kaylee is like an afterthought. They're bringing up the car and the money first. Oh, she's not going to go by Cindy here. Cynthia is technically her name. Don't you have caller ID, you fucking basement-dwelling shitty police department? The police are sometimes very shitty at dealing with these sort of things. They're, like, look how slow you are about it, but... Yeah, but she doesn't seem that short. She must have a growth spurt in the course of the trial, too. Oh. She's saying that Casey was missing for a month, too, but she really wasn't, because she would still take calls and stuff. She would just kind of blow them off. So I don't know if she was really missing for the whole month. But the stealing of the car and the money is something that I almost forgot about or didn't associate with this fully. That one, at least she brings up the daughter. She somehow didn't want to bring it up the first time. But see, it's still sort of prejudicial. Then why were you saying it's stolen? But she's pretty good, actually, about not giving any answer. Like, she gives them nothing, ever, right? Like, about either the Zenaida shit, but, like, she never gives them, actually, anything substantial. We haven't heard about the dad. What's the dad doing right now? Just learn how to use a condom. Just keep your legs closed. Just have an abortion. All these things that you could have done to avoid whatever might have motivated this. Zenaida this, Zanny, it was Zanny, which could be like some subliminal code name for Xanax that she used to drug Kaylee, which is some kind of Batman stupid logic. Kind of inadmissible testimony because you can't understand what the fuck she's saying. The court reporter's like, what the fuck? What did she just say? This is not good. Give her a minute, man. Casey's jailhouse call to family played for jury. Holy shit, dude. This is actually pretty good, though, that I was able to find this play. It's like some sort of suggested thing that just keeps going. So, Casey's Jailhouse Call to Family played for jury in 3, 2, 1, and it's on the it's on this news channel thing. It actually didn't start though. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I won't even have time really to watch this right now, so hang on. Or maybe I will. Okay, in 3, 2, 1. The judge didn't give a big long introduction for this one, so this is the jailhouse. Oh, she just starts off with that. I always thought some part of it might be cut off. But this makes her look pretty bad, actually. Some of this could even be considered prejudicial, but do they show the video calls too that she has with the thing? The whatever, when she's in the jail talking to them face to face. This is actually pretty highly prejudicial evidence that just makes her look bad. But she's understandably mad about the situation, but if only you had given her Tony's number, the day would have been saved, dude. This sort of helps maybe the argument that you have animosity with the family because of the sexual abuse, but because even the judge will say disregard everything besides the state of mind or something, but you're obviously going to take this a certain way and not like her. You know, you could say her attitude isn't bad enough, but at least let's get that testimony that exonerates Tony, because like, just get that line. Tony wants to make sure, you know, Tony has nothing to do with it, even though it's from a liar. perceptibly, but she's insinuating. You probably don't want to tell me. I want to have phone sex with him, dude. I'm horny. I've been in here for however long. She keeps saying you probably don't want to tell me, as if to insinuate that he did have something to do with it, which I kind of highly doubt. But in a psychological way, they do say he has something to do with it. Like, oh, the party life that he's portraying to you makes you want to get rid of your kid so she's not in the way anymore, right? So in some psychological extrapolated sense, it's like nobody believes her. This really turned the jury against her. Oh, that's a good line. Like they're gonna pin this on me, like they're framing me. Wait, what did she say there? I've never even heard this part. I'll go back. Doesn't even exist. So she's using like a fake name or something. Okay, so here I'll start with actually the first, I think the first time George gets called, so it's going to be only day 1. So Casey Anthony trial day 1, part 4 of 4, George Anthony testifies, and we're starting at 38:50 right when the cross is about to start, in 3, 2, 1. And the whole thing is that, that part 3 is always blocked everywhere because he says the word penis, I think, when he talks about the opening statement. They're going to make it seem like he was hiding something. Taken care of, like, kind of a unconvincing answer. Kind of over-responsive. as if to imply that he was a father of... Like, that it could be his child, that he molested her or something, or that it could be Lee's child. It always feels like Jose is still the underdog, though. You should have suggested that she has a late-term abortion. Curse those conservatives in Florida. They're the real evil, because you could have killed Kaylee in the humane, very woman-friendly way of, whatever. Retaining water, though, what does that mean in this context? Like, she could have been pregnant before because of the whole brother or something. To imply that, like, the brother or he impregnated her when she was younger. Like, who is the father? That would be the answer. And then what did she say? It was Zenaida's cousin or something, like some other made up shit. Instead of Zanny, it's Manny. Or reject as over-responsive, non-responsive. Juan does that all the time, where he cuts off the witness. But then again, they are often rambling on, but... they definitely seem like they were trying to keep it secret, whether because they're embarrassed that she got like a one-night stand type thing, or that she I love this sort of non-thinking basis that's taken as a standard, though. Like, everybody, like, oh, you'll make these mistakes, but why not be the stigma effect of the absolutist and be more aware of human tendency in that way and counteract it a bit? But then you want to act like, oh, it's a pity party. It's all the contrivance versus imbalance overcompensation. He's got to establish the foundation. To who, when, you gotta still give foundation. Compound. Most of their objections are actually getting sustained, though. You gotta give more context, though. At what time, when, how, long. Yeah, like, where was she getting that otherwise? Like, where was she getting money? Assuming that there even is one. I never knew there even was one. Because there would have been a time where she wasn't there. Or it would have been when she was at work, so they wouldn't have known, but like, she would take Kaylee with her to work, or like take her somewhere, and then claim she's going to work. Like, how do you not know that there's a nanny? And when she was at work. It doesn't seem like every day. is giving like a certain validation, I thought you might say there is no nanny, but then what was she doing with the child? Instead, she was going out and partying and just taking her with her, or like what was she doing with her? Or even a name? That, and then the Orlando thing, and so you had suspected it. These objections are on point. Like, you got to judge a lawyer by not making useless objections, but like, he almost has 100% rate. I haven't heard overruled a single time. The jury doesn't know the overruled is a possible option to an objection until Jose makes one later, probably. They always use the court reporter as the reason why. But she must have been taking care of her finances somehow, and this was in the days before, so she was sleeping around to get money. Is that the implication, or how was she partying and what was she doing? She would swim a lot, therefore setting up the impetus for her drowning. You could even say it as a non-culpable thing, like she drowned in the pool and it was nobody's fault on her own, and then you just tried to cover it up. So even he's giving him the benefit of the doubt of an approach rather than overruled. of trying to draw a connection between the two, but he's not really acknowledging it. This could be relevance. Blame the Nigerian bank scam. Holy shit. That probably is made up. You were still helping her with her finances despite doing all that? Like, so they let him go after this, and then they call somebody else the next day, but then they call him back, so they keep doing it. He does give a sort of rambling on answers. What work is he doing now if he's no longer a cop? So I wonder, is that what she was found with? Because that would at least provide the database. Not like it was some later point. Oh, this is good too. He gets him to establish that he doesn't pay attention to his own wife, but he pays attention to what Kaylee wears because he has a thing for her. He's a pedophile or whatever. And you wouldn't have known it would be the last time you would see her, so you wouldn't commit any... And you wouldn't have known to commit it to memory. And because you didn't know, you wouldn't have paid any special mind. Look at that sustained shame. The prosecution's really good at these objections. Like they've not been overruled on they were overruled on one thing a minute ago, but that was about it. Holy shit. And you got to realize who they're going against here. Jose Baez is no ordinary man.